Alors bonjour mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à cette 86e édition des Régates de Valleyfield. So hey everyone, welcome to the 86th edition of Valleyfield Regatta. My name is Nicolas Allard. Alongside again this year it's my friend John Tommy. John, how are you?
I'm great, man. We're ready to be back. I think we got like 77, 78 heats for the weekend. Started off with a novice class. The novice this weekend. They've got a great job so far this year. Looking forward to getting through the day. All right.
Alors donc, qualification 1A évidemment à surveiller, c'est le meneur au classement, Médéric Guillet, le Thunderbolt. Le N1 qui présentement dans le deuxième virage. Zach Parent, le Wild Thing, qui a confirmé qu'il ne reviendrait pas la saison prochaine. Le champion des Régates de Valleyfield l'an dernier. Béatrice Daou, le Lady Dog, le N379, sera aussi dans cette qualification. Antoine Mailloux, le N37, la parenté sera également dans cette épreuve. Florence Binette, on a appris peut-être que c'est Elliott Sauvé qui serait dans l'embarcation, le 4MAX. Florence Mailloux, le N83, sera dans cette épreuve. Donc, frères et sœurs. Loïc Gauthier, le Little Wild One, sera dans cette épreuve. So, it's a 3-lap races for all the novice class this weekend. We're going to see them only one time today. We're going to see them twice tomorrow and Sunday. We are in 1:37 away to the start. Le 8-17, le Formax Racing. On verra tantôt Renaud Simard au volant du Formule R. Béatrice Daou, le N379, qui a peinturé son embarcation aux couleurs du Dog. Mais c'est le Lady Dog. Zach Parent, we're going to see his father later this afternoon in the vintage class. It's the last season for Zach Parent here in the novice program here in Valleyfield. He will be retiring at the end of the year. So it's going to be black flag. The race is over. We have to return back on the pits. So black flag on the race course. We're going to have to reprise the race. So stay tuned. Will be more action here to come. Don't forget to download the HRL app on the Google Play Store. You have all the races, all the groups today, tomorrow, and Sunday. All the informations for the drivers, all the informations for the class, and all the information of the site here on the race. So stay tuned. I think we're going to go with the Heat 1B in the novice program.
With the black flag.
Alors, on revient avec la qualification 1B. We're back on track with the heat 1B. Sorry. Oui, j'ai remis là tantôt. So we're going to go with the Heat 1B here in Valleyfield. There will be the N109 of Olivier Maisonneuve with l'angle d'attaque. Maïka Léger de Charpentec Toxic Girl will be in the lane number 2. Clovis Doré with the Celevi N32 will be in the Heat. Raphaël Daoud, the N9. The Dog will be in the N9. Colin Henderson, the N519, the Awesome Secret, will be in this race with New Color, and Jaden Tilre with the 444. Alors, Olivier Maisonneuve qui pilotait l'an dernier avec sa sœur, Noémie Maisonneuve, mais là qui, cette année, est le seul représentant Maisonneuve en novice. Maïka Léger de Charpentec Toxic Girl, the N66-6. That's the daughter of Danny Léger. Clovis Doré qui, cette année, va beaucoup mieux, connaît un peu plus de succès avec son N32. We are 1:30 away to the start of his first heats of the day. On voit Raphaël Daou aller prendre le virage inboard. Eux n'ont pas de couloir prédéterminé. On se bat pour les corridors. We are 1:10 away to the start. Jaden Tilre was the first winner here in Valleyfield with a novice class 4 years ago. On se rappelle l'an dernier, c'était la seule finale disputée ici à Valleyfield, une finale qui avait été remportée par Zach Parent et le Wild Thing. On est à 45 secondes. Alors on fait le carrousel de départ. Maïka Léger de 666 de Black and Green Boat. Et le pilote à surveiller, c'est Olivier Maisonneuve dans l'angle d'attaque. On est à 23 secondes, 23 seconds away to the start. Qui va connaître le meilleur départ? On est à 14 secondes. Maisonneuve à l'intérieur, on est à 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, great start for Olivier Maisonneuve with l'angle d'attaque. And Maïka Léger misses start with the 666. Alors c'est Maisonneuve en tête. L'angle d'attaque. Oh, c'est serré pour la deuxième place et même pour la troisième entre Maïka Léger, Jaden Tilre et Colin Henderson. We are 3 boats closer. The 444, the 666 and the 519. Tilre, lui, semble avoir une bonne poussée sur Maïka Léger pendant que Maisonneuve lui complète le premier tour. 1 lap down, 2 to go here for the 1B heat. And Léger is closer to Jaden Tilre. Dow is 5th and Clovis Doré is 6th. Alors, une bagarre là, semble se dessiner pour la deuxième place entre Théoré et Maïka Léger. Il devrait faire un tour avec Sam Ewancio en jersey Speed Skiff. Et Maisonneuve, lui, on l'oublie, il est loin en avant. Alors que vous avez la vue du drone présentement, mais léger, still closer to Jaden Théoret for the second place with one lap to go here with Olivier Maisonneuve. Et Anderson lui semble sceller sa 4e place devant Raphaël Daoui, le Dog. Alors les positions demeurent échangées jusqu'à maintenant, mais Léger n'est pas à l'abri d'une erreur de Théoret pour la 2e place. Ils auront 4 groupes de qualification ce week-end. But the first place is on the last turn. Une course dominante pour l'angle d'attaque. Victoire de Olivier Maisonneuve N109. Qui vient de un peu réduire l'écart sur Médéric Guillet. Second will be the Little Miss Valleyfield, the 444. Jaden Théoret. Third will be Maïka Léger. Cette année qui va beaucoup mieux. Fourth will be Colin Henderson with the 519 boat. Raphaël Daou will be in the lane number, will finish 5th, and Clovis Deret will be 6th with the N32. C'est la vie. So, John, what a domination by Olivier Maisonneuve in the
Oliver hit
N109.
that start right on it, man. He was perfect on the start. Everybody else was trying to find a way around the race course, but a good job by him and a great race. He's done a really good job in that 109 mode. Maisonneuve is a big name in hydroplane racing, so it's good to see that younger generation coming up. As we said earlier, what Bob Evans has done in this program, nothing but spectacular. I've said it for years. They've come from like 7 or 8 boats down to 15, 16, and we've already seen like Alex Theron and those guys moving up into the 2.5 meters. So really great racing happening now. These guys like Terrell, Brockville here, and then the Armwad at the end of the season. It's really awesome to see the up-and-coming kids, 18 years old.
Oui, alors, vraiment, c'est toujours plaisant de voir ces jeunes pilotes. Une idée qui était très appréciée par Bob Abbott, le père de Jonathan Abbott. Et on verra tantôt la première graduée de ce programme, Alice Caron, dans le Lucky 13 AR13. So stay tuned. One more heat to come here with the novice class, the Heat 1A here in Valleyfield.
Yeah, we have to rerun the Heat 1A. They had to stoppage earlier, so we'll rerun Heat 1A, and then we'll get into our racing with the Formula R class. Stick around, stand by. Nick will be back with 1A.
Alors, reprise de la qualification 1A, classe novice. On aura le Thunderbolt, Médéric Guillet, le Thunderbolt, le N1, champion défendant de la saison. Zach Parent, le Wild Thing, sera dans le N80. Elliott Sauvé sera dans le 8-17, le Formax Racing. Lake Gauthier dans le Little Wild One sera dans le N71. Grand fan de Andrew Tate. Béatrice Daou, on vient tout juste de voir son frère à la qualification 1B, le Lady Dog, le N379. Il manque Florence Mayou, le N83. Still missing the N83 of Florence Mayou. Alors, on est à 2 minutes 25 du départ. 2:25 away to the start. Five boats now on the water. Still missing the 83. We are 2:05 away to the start. So 3 laps race. Zach Parent, le Wild Thing, qui a déjà annoncé qu'il ne reviendrait pas après cette saison. Elliott Sauvé, le fils de Francis Sauvé, le 8-17. The Little Wild One, that's the former Lucky 13 of Alice Caron. Le N83 qui n'a pas quitté les puits. We are 1:05 away to the start. Une minute, pardon, 1 minute avant le départ. Alors les pilotes peuvent couper tout partout ce qu'ils veulent. On peut s'attendre à toute une course entre Médéric Guillet et Zach Parent dans le Wild Thing. We are 35 seconds away to the start. Alors, on voit Parent là, aller prendre un virage très large. Il faut se synchroniser le mieux qu'on peut pour le départ, mais Parent, je crois, va le rater. On est à 14 secondes. Oh là là, Sauvé là, qui ne laisse pas beaucoup de place à Médéric Guillet. Et Guillet doit passer à l'extérieur. On est à 2 secondes. Et oh là, il y aura certainement des pilotes qui ont devancé le départ. We'll have to see if there's jumpers at the start. But now it's Médéric Guillet with the one boat. Et deuxième, c'est Zach Parent, suivi de Elliott Sauvé. Béatrice est quatrième, suivi de Loïc Gauthier. Alors, pour l'instant, c'est Guillet en tête, mais est-ce qu'il a devancé le départ? Parent still second with the 80 boat. Alors, Médéric Guillet qui s'éloigne de plus en plus alors que Béatrice Daou, elle vient de passer troisième devant Elliott Sauvé. Et a-t-il devancé le départ? Ça, c'est... On confirme qu'il a devancé le départ. Donc, the 817 has jumped the gun. So, fourth, we have Loïc Gauthier. And Médéric Guillet is way in front with the N1 boat. That's the former champion of the season. Last lap to go for Vendredi, we're going to see his father in a few moments in the air class. Zach Parent still second. Béatrice Daou with the Lady Dog is third. Et là, Gauthier est quatrième dans le 71, le Little Wild One. Alors, un demi-parcours, half a course for Vendredi with the Wild Thunderbolt. The Wild Thing was second with Zach Parent.
Et on va l'accueillir à Valleyfield comme seuls les plus grands fans d'Hydroplane au monde savent le faire.
And here's your winner, 1A, Vendredi, Thunderbolt. Deuxième, Zach Parent. Wild Thing. Et troisième, quand même pas très loin derrière
Zach Parent lui vient chercher la troisième
Zach Parent, Béatrice Daou, le Lady Dog.
place. Chercher une belle troisième place.
Et malheureusement, pour sauver, il a devancé le départ, mais je crois par très peu. Il devra se contenter de la 5e place. Et là, Gauthier dans le Little Wild One va terminer 4e. So that's it for the novice class. We're going to see them tomorrow morning again here in Valleyfield. So stay tuned. We're going to do a small break, and John and me, we're going to do what's going on for the weekend, what we had to watch in each class. So stay tuned. In a few moments, John and me will be back behind the mat.
première place, 3 présences en finale. Que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Innocent.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, c'est le fun.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courser, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game, puis on fait juste embarquer puis on continue après.
Been here for many, many years. So it's really cool to see those old out of the race course. We'll have a full field of vintage a little bit later on today, the small and the large. And one of the cool things we'll see today in the hijacker, Jimmy Shane, who just won the Gold Cup last week, is actually going to drive the vintage 1973 Hall that Stu Shane built. So that'll be cool a little bit later on today. But we got 2 novice heats in. We got our national anthems done. We're ready to go racing.
Oui, on est prêt aujourd'hui pour la 86e édition des Régates de Valleyfield. Une journée extrêmement chargée. On aura 26 courses au programme. 26 heats to call today, John.
Say it again, Nick.
26 heats to call today.
26, yeah. It's going to be a long, long weekend for you and I. 26 today, 27, 28 tomorrow, and the same thing on Sunday. So it's going to be a great day. We are going to start today with our Formula R class. They'll be out first, followed by Formula F. Everybody going to run 3 laps today, except for Pro Hydro will do 4, and JSS will do 4. All the other classes will run 3, and obviously we're going to do the special Friday Formula F and H350 will run a 3-lap final later on this afternoon. So it's going to be kind of, if you've been with us on Fridays in Valleyfield, they kind of shake it up a little bit instead of just doing the normal things. And it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of that H350 final.
Oui, alors comme vous êtes habitués, cette année encore, le défi du vendredi revient pour la classe Formule F et la classe Hydro 350. 3 tours à fond. Tout le monde aujourd'hui rouleront 3 tours, sauf les Pro Hydro et les Jersey Speed Skiff rouleront 4 tours. Les Jersey seront à l'eau une seule fois, les Pro Hydro 2 fois. Mais ça va être toute une journée de course, tout un programme de course, surtout avec les deux finales de 3 tours à la fin de la journée.
All right, it looks like one of our members, the G18, the Compulsion and Robert Muller are going to come back around one more time. But everybody's ready to go. We got a full day of Nick said 2016 racing for you here on Friday. We'll start out in our Formula R class. And Nick, while we have a minute, we can go over. We're at the midway point of the season right now. And it's always good to go over the season rankings. Oh, hold on, Steven's getting in here. We've lost something. I'll let him get in there. But it's always good to go over the season-long rankings. And in Formula R right now, it's the 4MAX Racing and Francis Suave. Him and Remy Renault Samard have a great season. They're currently on top by only 8 points over the D-Rock Racing of Lucas Desrochers. But it's been a really good season in Formula R. 13 wet boats, which is awesome. So right now, it's that 4MAX Racing team on top.
Oui, Francis Sauvé qui a gagné les 2 finales disputées cette année, l'équipe Sport-Max à Cambridge et à Brockville. Mais elle n'a que 8 points d'avance sur Lucas Desrochers à la 2e place dans le D-Rock Racing. Et attention parce que Aiden Sauvé et Rémi Beauvillain aussi connaissent une excellente saison. And we have the graduate novice driver Alice Caron. I'm very happy to see her on track in the R class.
Great. Alice has done great. A couple of the guys that are coming up into the Formula R class have done great, so it's really cool. In Formula F, it's been the Eddie Camphus show. John Shaw started off the season strong, had a really bad Brockville weekend. Right now, Eddie is on top by only 22 points because they did miss a heat in Brockville where they lost power. A cable wire came loose or something. So even though Eddie has been dominating the season, he's only 22 points ahead.
Oui, Eddie Canfouche qui mène le championnat. C'est un peu le jeu chat à la souris entre John Shaw et Eddie Canfouche. On sait que Shaw a eu une avarie à Brockville, donc ça a relancé les chances au championnat pour les deux pilotes. Mais attention à Kenneth Brody aussi, qui est toujours à surveiller. Marc Lecomte in the 555 will be a drivers to put your eyes on. And sadly for Samuel Tremblay, out of blowover this year in the Pont La Roque, we're not going to see him this weekend.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. They were testing him Tuesday and Sam barrel roll, unfortunately, is not going to be able to go. In H350, it's been a great season. The return of Nick Bruce, everybody's been talking about that. He currently sits in second position. He was a perfect weekend at Brockville, 100 points, 4 for 4. But the Dog Nasty team is the one to beat. They're currently in the lead, 28 points ahead of Nick, but it's very tight competition in the H350.
Oui, toujours la classe à surveiller, la classe Hydro 350. Et Tommy Shannon, toujours à surveiller, c'est lui qui mène au championnat. Mais attention à Nicolas Rousse qui est de retour cette année. What a season by Nicolas Rousse, John. After 2 years off, he's back on track with the former H999. Eddie Canfouche will be the new H999 this weekend.
Eddie going to drive the H999 Black Beast this weekend. Good opportunity to drive there and head out. See if he's there. So, really good opportunity. And Pro Hydro, I tell you, they impressed me in Brockville. We had 6 of them. 5 of them finished the weekend. Denny Bruce had some issues, but I know he tested off today. He's fast. Currently, right now, it's Dominic Mosenev in the back to 9 at the top, but he's only 4 points ahead of Aaron Bell.
Oui, Dominique Maisonneuve mène le championnat pour Hydro, seulement 4 points devant Éric Labelle. Guillaume Charette qui a gagné la finale à Brockville par même pas un demi-ponton, sera surveillé. Et Derek Smith qui fait un retour dans le Adrenaline Rush. Et attention à Denis Rousse dans l'ancien GP25, that's the former GP25 of Brendan Kennedy.
In Grand Prix, obviously, most of the teams didn't go to Sorel. So that gave the Canada boy and the Silco Racing a leg up. They currently are the top 2 in the points, but right now it's Brandon Kennedy to me. I mean, a perfect weekend in Brockville 2 weeks ago. Last weekend in Madison, he wins for fun. So who can beat the 35? That's the question. I mean, everybody's gunning for the 35.
Oui, évidemment, le pilote à surveiller, c'est Brendan Kennedy en Grand Prix. On verra pour la première fois. We're going to see for the first time the new GP 101 of Ghislain Marcoux with the group ABS. And we have 3 boats of GP West this weekend with John Shaw, the 135, John Clover with the GP17, and Kevin Ingrid with the GP10. So 11 boats here in Valleyfield for the GP. That's going to be a great show.
Yeah, it'll be a great show. We've got 11 GPs lined up to go today, so hopefully everybody gets through today. We're going to have testing, we're going to have time trials. They'll start their heat races tomorrow, obviously, but should be a good weekend for everybody. Our first race today for the Formula R should be coming up in a minute. Stick around, stand by, we'll be right back. 5-minute gun of the weekend has sounded. Formula R, first qualifier of the day. And as I said earlier, Nick, we're only going to be doing 3 laps around the Robert Theoret race course here today for Formula R, Formula F, Hydro 350. Formula R, really tight competition going on right now between the 817 and the 104. And I'm assuming that Francis Suave is behind the wheel of the 817 4MAX Racing here to start the day. So as the boats come out, Nick, I'll turn it over to you and let you introduce them.
Alors à l'intérieur, on aura le 817 de Renault Simard, le 4MAX Racing. Rémi Beauvillain, le Karma de le pilote de France, sera dans le deuxième corridor. Justin L'Espérance, le Hope Racing Team. Dans le troisième couloir, le R910. Alexandre Leduc, le Fat Boy avec des nouvelles couleurs, sera dans le quatrième couloir. Benjamin Léger, dans le Supernova, sera dans le cinquième couloir. Et Gustave Imbeau, première présence ici à Valleyfield pour le My Way. Alors évidemment, John, le pilote à surveiller, c'est le 817. The drivers to watch is the 817.
3 minutes and 24 seconds from the start, 3:24 away. You see the 817 on your screen there coming through turn number 2 down here to start-finish line on a timing run. Should have 6 of them here in the first qualifier of the weekend. Right now, it looks like we got 5 of the 6 on the race course, Nick. We have the 817, the 91, the 910, the 88, the 21, and the 55. I tell you, in Brockville, Benjamin Leger in the 21, he really did impress me. I see him out on the race course now. He had to start on the outside the entire time. I think he got a second in one of the qualifiers. He was running second in the final and then was assessed a penalty, unfortunately. But he had a great weekend in Brockville. Good to see that young driver, the son of Yannick Leger, longtime driver. So good to see him out. Alex Ledoux coming by, the fat boy. Brand new paint scheme. Boat looks great. Hopefully he has a good value.
Oui, Benjamin Léger, qui est le fils de Yannick Léger, qu'on a connu pendant tellement d'années en Hydro 350, part toujours sur restriction, mais attention, c'est un pilote aguerri, très bonne machine de course, c'est l'ancien groupe SFK de Mathieu Brown. Et Rémi Beauvillain, l'un des seuls pilotes avec un moteur Ford en Formule R. Et j'ai hâte de voir Gustave Imbeau at the impressive weekend. Gustave, 2 weeks ago in Brockville.
1 minute, 55 seconds from the start, 155 away. Good to see Remy Beauvillain back. I know he struggled in Brockville, had some mechanical issues. Good to see Remy back on the race course in that 91 Karma coming by on your screen right now. Coming out of turn number 2, you see Alex Leduc, you see Ben Leger running the wide line. And Justin L'Espérance in the 910, the Hope Racing, has come a long way. The young driver's doing really well. And then the one I really like is the 55, the My Way. Throwback paint scheme to the old My Way and the Weber family that ran the My Way boats for a long time. Good to see Christophe Humboldt in that 55 My Way. We're 115 from the start, 115 away. Everybody will start to conjure up down here into turn number 1. If you're new to us or you haven't been following the Hydroplane Racing League, in the first heat of the weekend, it's set up based off of your points that you've accrued throughout the season. So everybody is going to be in their assigned lanes based off of the points that they've managed to obtain throughout 2026. As we are 50 seconds away, and lane number 1 for this first heat of the weekend will be the 817, the 4MAX Racing, driven by Francis Suave. Lane number 2 will be the 91 of Remy Beauvillain. Lane number 3 will be the 910 of Justin L'Espérance. Lane number 4 will be the 88 and Alex Leduc. Benjamin Leger will be in lane number 5. And the 55, the My Way of Christophe Humboldt will be on the outside. Nicholas, we're 28 seconds from the start. Bring him down to us.
Alors, À surveiller, c'est évidemment Renaud Simard, le 8-17. On est à 18 secondes. 18 seconds away to the start. Beauvillain là, qui laisse juste assez de place. Ouais, Justin L'Espérance, il est là. On est à 9 secondes. 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, ça va être serré pour Alexandre Leduc. Il a déclenché le cadran. On sort du virage. Qui va être en avant, c'est Alexandre Leduc, le Fat Boy, côte à côte avec Renaud Simard à l'intérieur et ouais, Rémi Beauvillain là. Des problèmes pour l'Espérance. Problem for l'Espérance with a 9-10 boat. Et quelle bagarre entre le 8-17 et le 88.
As your leaders head down into turn number 2, it's Alpha Duke on the outside and Francis Suave on the inside down in this tight turn number 2. Suave is going to have to hold it through. We'll see if there's any cause. It was really close to the start, Nick. We're waiting to see if there was any gun jumpers, but coming off the exit of turn number 2, it's Francis Suave, your leader.
Oui, quelle bagarre entre Alexandre Leduc et Renaud Simard, le 88. Et attention, Benjamin Léger qui est pas très loin, tout comme Gustave Imbeau. On est à 4 pour la première place. Leduc est sauvé là, qui se lâche pas d'un centimètre. Au virage, Leduc à l'extérieur, ne cède pas d'un pouce au Formax Racing.
Come off the exit bit of turn number 1, we just got word it's all a clean start, so everybody was legal, so a good battle between the 817 and the 88. And Benjamin Leger having a nice run back in third position as they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 2. Remember, Nick, we only going to go 3 times around here in Heat 1A, and it's a tight battle between the 88 and the 817.
Oh, quelle bagarre alors qu'on amorce le dernier tour. Et Léger, là, n'est pas très loin d'Alexandre Leduc, qui connaît vraiment sa meilleure course de la saison. Lui n'était pas à Cambridge. Est-ce que Léger va pouvoir rattraper le 88 et le Fat Boy, qui lui-même sème la pression sur le 817, le Formax, qui veut garder son avance au championnat. Et ouais, Leduc, il est toujours là avec un tiers de parcours.
They come off the exit bit of turn number 1 here on the third and final lap. It's the 817 Formax Racing. And Francis Suave, your leader, but only about 3 boat lengths back is Alex Leduc as they head down here in the tight turn number 2. Benjamin Leger still runs in third. To see if everybody can get through this tight turn number 2 and come down here to get the checker flag. Remember, we're only 3 times around here on Friday. Off the exit bit of turn number 2, it's the 817. The Formax Racing. Francis Suave on the inside. Leduc in the middle. And how about Ben Leger coming up in second? Suave will win it, and Leger will get second. A great heat to start the weekend here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta.
Quelle remontée de Benjamin Léger pour venir chercher la 2e place. Et ça va être comme ça tout au long de la fin de semaine en Formule 1. What a great race to start the weekend. Quelle course pour amorcer la fin de semaine. So, next race will be the Heat 1B Formula Air.
So Francis Suave continues where he left off, and Brockville getting a nice heat victory here in Heat 1A. Remember, Formula R are our beginners, our up-and-coming drivers, the ones that are just starting out for the most part, or they've only been in the sport for a couple years. So Suave will get first, Ben Leger will get second, and Alex Leduc with a great run in the 88 will end up in third. Up next, we'll have Heat 1B Formula R.
Qualification 1B, classe Formule R. On aura le D-Rock Racing de Lucas Desrochers, le R104.
Super depuis les dernières années, puis on l'a encore dans l'équipe, c'est vraiment le fun.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for our second qualifier of the day. It's Formula R Heat 1B. We should have 6 of them make the call here from 1B. Just a reminder for everybody watching on the live stream back home, thank you for joining us. Nick and I are going to try to split up as much as we can. We got 77, 78 heats for the weekend, so we're going to try to save our voice as we get through the product today. But the boats come out onto the race course. The first boat coming through turn number 2, that's going to be the 104, the D-Rock Racing, and Lucas Desrochers. I finally learned how to say Lucas's last name like 2 weeks ago. It's been it's a tough one, but I finally got it. We do have a driver change today in the CS11, or I say the R11, the Totally Chaotic. It's going to be driven by Garrett Huff. Garrett is a Brockville native. He's driven boats before, so he's stepping in for Bennett Armstrong. He'll be driving the 11 that you see on your screen right now, coming down to start-finish line. The 50, driven by Ogdensburg, New York's Aiden Sovey. Aiden had a great season. He was going to win. He was going to win in Brockville, and he just came up a little bit short. But that 50 boat is a good boat. Great to see them out. JPKA in the 86, coming down the front stretch. Right now, the 113, Marcel Descote, coming across as well. So Nick, 5 of the 6 are on the race course. Should be a good Heat 1B.
Oui, à surveiller, c'est Lucas Desrochers dans le D-Rock Racing. Là, vient de voir Renaud Simard gagner sa course. Garrett Hoff dans le Totally Chaotic sera évidemment surveillé dans le 11. Aiden Sovey, oh, Jean-Pierre Guillec s'en va dans les Prix. So problem for the 86. And he's still missing the 13 of Alice Caron. Where is she?
Yeah, as Nick said, we're missing the 13. It looks like the 86. The 86 went back to the pit area. So, Nicholas, we might only be down to 4 here in Heat 1B. So a good opportunity for these guys to get some points, because all the points you gain will either put you in the final or put you in the consolation later on this Sunday afternoon. So you definitely want to get as many points going into this latter part of the weekend. So Heat 1B, Formula R on the race course. We're 2 minutes and 12 seconds from the start.
Oui, évidemment, avec 13 embarcations, il y aura évidemment une finale consolation. There will be a consolation heat Sunday for the Formula R. Et là, avec 4 embarcations, ça donne toute une opportunité aux pilotes de ramasser un maximum de points. Il y aura 15 points pour le dernier. Et à surveiller toute une bagarre qui nous attend entre Aiden Sovey, Lucas Desrochers, Garrett Hoff. Donc, Marcel Descoteaux in the 113, John, is really impressive with the 113 boat.
Just got word from the pit area that the 13 of Alice Gras is not going to make it out of the pit area, unfortunately. So it looks like we're going to have 2 scratches here in 1B, the 86 and the 13, unable to go, as we're a minute 20 from the start. Garrett Huff on the outside, Aiden Sovey on the inside, coming across start-finish line. Everybody trying to get on their timing marks. Very important to be at the start today, especially with only 3 laps. It's hard to catch up on the normal 5 laps that we've had. I'm telling you, this kid driving the 113, he almost put that boat on his head like 4 times in Brockville. He is not scared of that thing. Great shot coming through turn number 1 right now from our drone cameras. Really cool opportunity to see those boats as they start to get lined up for the start. So Nick, let's get them lined up, and then I'll let you bring them down to start-finish line. In the first lane, number 1 will be the 104 D-Rock Racing and Lucas Desrochers. Lane number 2 will be the 50 of Aiden Sovey. Lane 3 will be the 11 of Garrett Huff, and on the outside will be the 113 driven by Marcel Descoteaux. Nick, we're 25 seconds to the start. You got it.
Alors, on est à 23 secondes du départ. À surveiller Lucas Desrochers dans le D-Rock Racing. On semble pas trop rapide. On est à 12 secondes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent départ pour tout le monde. On n'a pas devancé le départ et ça, on sait que maintenant, c'est plus coûteux avoir devancé le départ et c'est le D-Rock Racing. The 104 is on the lead with Lucas Desrochers. Oh, problem for Aiden Sauvy. Et Garrett Huff laisse sa pointe à ses côtés. Et Descoteaux là, qui se pointe à la 4e place. Et là, belle bagarre à 3 pour la 2e place. Et Garrett Huff là, qui est même 2e devant Aiden Sauvy, le senseless. Et Descoteaux qui s'amène pas très loin. One lap down for Lucas Desrochers in R104, but what a great battle between Aiden Sauvy and Garrett Huff. And Descoteaux has to stay outside with the 113. Oh, Sauvy, là, qui n'avait pas connu un bon départ, a perdu un peu de vitesse là, à la sortie du virage, mais là, semble avoir retrouvé sa vitesse, mais Garrett Huff ne lâche pas. Et Desrochers is way in front, but what a battle between the 50 and the 11 boat. Normally drove by Bennett Armstrong with the Vendredi chaotic. Et le vent là, qui est vraiment pas une menace, mais quelle bagarre. Et Garrett Huff là, qui se pointe aux côtés de Aiden Sauvy with 1 lap to go. What a speed by Lucas Desrochers, and Sauvy still in front of Garrett Huff. Est-ce que Huff va tenter d'aller vers l'intérieur pour tenter de prendre la 2e place, alors que Descoteaux, lui, se contente de la 4e place, et Desrochers, lui, on n'en parle pas, il est loin en avant. Et là, Huff s'est éloigné un peu là, derrière le 50. Et Descoteaux s'amène avec 3 quarts de parcours à faire et Desrochers, lui, s'amène loin en avant. N'a jamais été inquiété, le fils de Martin Desrochers. Alors que Descoteaux est maintenant 3e. Le Another One qui est maintenant 3e. Mais ce sera la victoire de winner of Lucas Desrochers R104. 2e, ce sera Aiden Sauvy. Et la 3e, ce sera Marcel Descoteaux devant Garrett Huff et le totally chaotic. Wow, what a speed by Marcel Descoteaux in a 113. John is really impressive. Marcel Descoteaux.
I mean, he don't care. He is gonna.
No.
He is rolling with that thing. I don't know how he hasn't dumped it. That boat is so heavy. I've been told by Sam Tremblay, who used to drive that boat, it's so heavy, you can't put it on its head. Like you really got to try to turn that thing over. So, luckily for Marcel, he's not had the opportunity to do that. All right, good runs for heats 1A and 1B for Formula R. Coming up next will be Formula F 1A, 1B. Unfortunately, Nick, we're down to 8 boats. And they did break them into 2 classes. I was thinking maybe they'd put all 8 out there, but I guess they kind of want to save that for the final later on today and on Sunday as well. But up next we'll have Formula F, Heat 1A, 1B. Obviously with Eddie Camfucci in first and John Shaw in second. They're going to be separated in these first qualifiers, but it's a closer, tight points race than we would expect the way that Eddie's been dominating Formula F.
Oui, évidemment, à surveiller dans les 2 prochaines courses, c'est John Shaw et Eddie Camfucci. Eddie qui mène le championnat par 22 points, mais on n'est jamais à l'abri. On sait que seulement 8 embarcations aujourd'hui, cette fin de semaine. Donc, on devrait voir les 8 embarcations en finale. Et dans quelques instants, qualification 1A, classe Formule F.
Pour ce qui est du coup de canon de 5 minutes de 13 minutes gun en direct des Régates de Valleyfield. J'espère que vous appréciez le spectacle. S'il y en a dans la foule peu importe où vous êtes sur le terrain, vous êtes à vos premières régates, n'hésitez pas à nous dire.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for the first qualification of Formula F, which is the old Formula 2500. If anybody was winning, we've been working it up from 2.5 liter stock to Formula 2500. Now it's Formula R, Formula F. Well, Formula R is kind of for rookie. Formula F is our more experienced drivers. Everybody in Formula F this weekend, except for one, has the Honda power, the Honda K20. Kevin Smith is the lone Ford left out there as the boats make their way out onto the race course. The first boat on your screen there, that's Adam Carruthers as he heads down into turn number 2. He's out of Rexton, New Brunswick, and he is fast. They've got a brand new Honda in there, brand new boat that they built, and the boat is really, really fast. Unfortunately, he missed Cambridge, so he's going to start up on the outside here in 1A. Boat right behind him coming through turn number 2, that's Matisse Gabriel Chason in the 57 the Howe. He's followed up by your points leader coming into the weekend, Eddie Campouche on the inside, and there's that one Ford that I talked about, Kevin Smith on the outside. 5-minute warm-up period is underway. We are 3 minutes and 30 seconds from the start for the first heat of the weekend for Formula F. Now remember, Formula F will run 2 qualifiers today, and then they will also run an 8-boat final later this afternoon. The Friday finals that they've been doing for a few years here, the Friday Challenge with the Formula F and the H350s. So a good opportunity for these guys to get a lot of time on the water as they prepare for Saturday and Sunday. Basically, Friday is a separate race for these guys in the Formula F and the H350 than it would be on Saturday and Sunday. We're 2 minutes and 52 seconds away. If you're new to inboard hydroplane racing, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. During this 5-minute warm-up period, the boats come out on the race course. And since their lanes are predetermined, basically they just do some timing runs. They time themselves from one of the pins in turn number 2. Most of the time it's usually the exit pin of turn 2, especially if you're outside. And take a run down here to start-finish line. We can see Eddie Campouche doing right now. And time themselves from point A to point B, because the ultimate goal is to be here at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. And we are 2 minutes and 17 seconds away from that. Good opportunity with only 4 boats in the qualifiers here in Formula F to get some points. Coming into the weekend, I believe we said Eddie Campouche had a 22-point advantage. Let me double check that in the Formula F class. Let me double check. Yeah, 22 points over top of John Shaw. So not quite a full heat. You get 25 points for a victory, 21 for second, 18 for third, 15 for fourth. So not quite a full heat for Eddie to have a lead over John, but it's 22 points, and then it's the 50 at Ken Brody III in third position, with 51 points behind Eddie Campouche. So here's Eddie coming across start-finish line. He's from Grand Isle, New York, in the F16, the Viper. He's followed up by Matisse Gabriel Chason. It's his hometown race here in that 57, the Howe. Kevin Smith in the 26, the Dreamweaver. He's out of Peabody, Massachusetts, and you can see Adam Carruthers cutting the race course. In the 38, the Heron Sugar Racing out of Rexton, New Brunswick. A great shot on your screen there from our drone team, getting the boats as they start to conjure up down into turn number 1. Here for the first heat of the weekend for the Formula F class here, heat 1A. Just a reminder that they are lining up based off of the points that they have accrued throughout the 2026 season. First lane here in Heat 1A will be Eddie Campouche in the 16. If Eddie hits a good start, I expect him to lead this thing from wire to wire, but we will see. He's got that inside lane, that shortest way around. He'll be in lane number 1. Lane number 2, to his outside, will be Kevin Smith. The lone Ford will be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 57 of Matisse Gabriel Chason, and on the outside will be the 38 of Adam Carruthers in the Heron Sugar Racing, as we're 16 seconds from the start. Everybody seems to be in a pretty good spot as they come off the exit of 2, and they will come flying down here to start-finish line as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, nice start for Adam Carruthers on the outside. We'll have to wait and see if he was illegal, but he will cross the start line first. He'll head down into turn number 1. Everybody going to hold their lanes all the way through the apex of turn number 1. So Eddie Campouche used that inside lane to his advantage. You can tell Eddie did not want to jump the start. He was way back at the start, probably about 2 seconds behind, but he will lead him off the exit of 1. So Cambush leads. Matisse Gabriel Chashan runs in second, and Adam Carruthers runs in third. They head down the backstretch here. Lap number 1 of 3. And it's Eddie Cambush, your leader in the F-16, the Viper. He comes through this tight turn, only a 4-pin turn, turn number 2 here in Valleyfield. It always bites somebody. We will see it sometime this weekend, but Eddie makes it through. He'll lead lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go for Eddie Cambush, but look who is behind him right there. Nice battle shaping up between the 57 and the 38 when Matisse Gabriel chase shot on the inside, and Adam Carruthers really flying that right sponson on the outside as they head down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Cambush leads, but the battle on the race course is for second. We'll see if there's any gun jumpers. We're going to go down the backstretch here. Eddie Cambush leads. Matisse Gabriel chase on. We do have a couple P1s, so a penalty for Adam Carruthers. He did jump the start. So Carruthers is getting worried about jumping the start, so he will probably back off a little bit as he currently runs in third. But Eddie Cambush will bring him through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. So 2 down, 1 to go here in the 3-lap qualifier. And Eddie Cambush leads. Matisse Gabriel Chasson runs in second. Adam Carruthers physically on the water in third, but he'll be relegated back to 4th. Received that penalty for jumping the start. Kevin Smith runs in 4th. So half a lap away for the 16 team. He looks really good as he flies down the backstretch here on lap number 3 of 3. You see Eddie has opened up on the rest of the field as he gets down here to turn number 2. Just got to tiptoe through this tight turn number 2 here in Valleyfield, and Eddie Cambush will come around and get the first checker flag of the weekend for the Formula R class. Going to go a little bit wide that time as Eddie, but he'll come around and he'll be the checker flag this time by. And your unofficial winner of Heat 1A, Formula 2500, Eddie Cambush. Matisse Gabriel Chasson will bring the 57 the Hal across in second position. Adam Carruthers, unfortunately, we assessed a penalty for jumping the start. So Kevin Smith, he'll come around and get third place points. So Heat 1A, Formula F in the books. And Eddie Cambush gets the victory in the 16, the Viper. Up next, we'll have to see what John Shaw can do in Heat 1B. John rolled that boat in Brockville. They got a spare motor from Jacob Haynu to finish out the weekend, but I was told a really cool story about the motor that's in that 92. And we'll talk about that on the other side when we get the 5-minute gun coming up. Formula F Heat 1B coming up next. All right, everybody, welcome back to the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Coming up next, Heat 1B of Formula F are making their way out onto the race course. The first boat you see there in your picture, that is Kyle Hayes out of Clarkston, Michigan in the 35, the TN Special, sponsored by Jones Junction. To his outside, that's the 555 of Mark Lecomte, the Happy Sunny. The 50 coming through turn 2 as well. Ken Brody the third, and then the final boat, John Shaw, the 92. I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Nick. The 92, as we said last weekend, or 2 weeks ago, I should say, in Brockville, they had a rollover, and the boat's engine was basically seized up. And due to that, they didn't have anywhere to go for Sundays, so Jacob Haynu was very nice and allowed them to borrow his motor for the final on Sunday. But this weekend they got a different motor. This is a Joe Kreitzer owned motor out of the Marty Wolf shops in Crete, Illinois. And Joe Kreitzer was like, I know you guys need a motor. So they met in Ohio. Joe's allowing John to use his motor in Valleyfield. I just think that's what the sport's all about. That's so cool. Joe's not even here. He's not even running on the HRL series. He's got an extra Honda motor that he just got refurbished by Marty Wolf, and John Shaw's out here breaking it in. That's what the sport's about, Nick. I mean, that's so cool. So just wanted to get that out there. I'm going to let Nick call Formula F Heat 1B, but I think that's really awesome.
Oui, quelle belle histoire que John vient de raconter. Avoir Marc Lecomte dans le Happy Sunny et le 555 qui lui partira à l'extérieur. Carl Hayes, le DM Special, le F35. Ken Brody III qui connaît une excellente saison jusqu'à maintenant. Évidemment, à surveiller, c'est John Shaw dans le Tenacity. Lui voudra faire oublier son week-end un peu plus difficile à Brockville. At the blowover on the Saturday afternoon heat. We are 150 away to the start. Donc, la Formule F qui vous est présentée par Valleyfield Honda cette fin de semaine. You know, we're going 3 times around today for the Formula F. Marc Lecomte qui aura double emploi cette fin de semaine, tout comme John Shaw et Eddie Canfouche. On est à 1 minute 18 du départ. Ken Brody III with a senseless had a great weekend in Brockville 2 weeks ago. Kyle Hayes, the champion of last season, the Formula, obviously we're calling them the Formula 2.5 leaders last year. We are 50 seconds away to the start. Alors j'ai hâte de voir John Shaw avec son nouveau moteur. On est à 41 secondes, les conditions sont parfaites. De l'être tout au long du week-end, autant demain et dimanche. On est à 26 secondes. Marc Lecomte is behind the pack, 20 seconds. Oh, Lecomte là, qui tente de s'amener à fond régime, on est à 12 secondes. Oh là, c'est presque touché entre Brody et Carl Hayes. On est à 5 secondes. Et ce sera un excellent départ. Oui, bon départ pour tout le monde. Et on sort du virage. À l'intérieur, c'est John Shaw dans le Tenacity. Et c'est Tenacity boat on the lead. Carl Hayes, side by side. Est-ce que Brody a eu l'espace pour tourner? Carl Hayes là, et John Shaw sont côte à côte. Lecomte est 3e et Brody est 4e. Et là, on valse dangereusement du côté de Carl Hayes. John Shaw is in the lead, but he has to watch Carl Hayes side by side. Oh, Carl Hayes and John Shaw with 1 lap down. Les 2 derniers champions des catégories l'an dernier. After 1 lap, it's John Shaw, but Carl Hayes still closer. with a 35 votes. Mark Lecomte is third. Kenneth Brody is fourth. And Shaw is increasing his lead in front of Carl Hayes. Lecomte is third with a happy sunny boat. Et John Shaw là, vient de démontrer pourquoi il est champion défendant de la catégorie. Il avait gagné ici au point l'an dernier. Et là, on va se méfier du virage ouest. Ce sera problématique tout au long de la fin de semaine. White flag, one more lap to go for the leader, John Shaw with a tenacity boat, 92. Kyle Hayes is second with a 35 boat. Mark Lecomte is third with a happy sunny. And Kenneth Brody is still fourth with the F50. Alors, John Shaw là, qui va très large à l'extérieur. Lui veut prendre un couloir plus favorable. Et l'écart va rester à 22 points derrière Eddie Canfouche. Last turn for the leader. Il démontre pourquoi il est champion défendant de la saison. Victoire de John Shaw, tenacity. Deuxième, second, Kyle Hayes, 35 votes. Troisième, Mark Lecomte, Happy Sunny. Et Kenneth Rudy, the third, will be in the fourth position with the Senseless. So that's it for the Formula F class. We're going to go with the H350 with 18 boats this weekend. Tommy Shannon, Ken Anderson, Matthew Brown, Andrew Tate, and Eddie Canfouche in the 999 Black Beast. So stay tuned. The H350 will be presented by Grace Canada. So around 2-3 minutes, there will be the free seat of Hydro 350.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
All right. Oh, wow. They called him for that? Oh, wow. All right, up next, Heat 1A of H350, sponsored by Grace Canada, 350 cubic inch motors. Speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour as they make their way out of the pit area here. 18 H350s have showed this weekend. Going to have a qualification heats of 5, 5, 4, and 4. So they're going to run 4 qualifiers here today. So Heat 1A will have your points leader, the 306 Dog Nasty of Tommy Shannon, and the return to H350 racing for Andrew Tate, who just ran second in the H1 Unlimited Gold Cup last weekend in Madison, Indiana. And Andrew's the first boat coming through turn number 2 right now, that 300, the Pennzoil team out of Cinnamon, New Jersey, the Budget Buster Racing team. And Andrew Tate, out of the state of Michigan, will come across start finish line in the 300. That boat's for sale, so if you want to get into H350 racing at 300 and John Huganier, the owner, that boat is for sale. Here's Kent Henderson coming across start finish line in the 519. And how about this, the first time ever Eddie Campouche gets a ride in an H350. He's driving the 999. You see him there on your screen coming across start finish line in the Black Beast. He's followed up by the 74, Matthew Brown. And there's a good picture of Tommy Shannon's 306, the Dog Nasty. As I said, he is your points leader coming into the Valleyfield weekend. 2 minutes and 58 seconds for the start. Heat 1A, Hydro 350, sponsored by Grace Canada. We got 4 of them out there, still waiting on. No, we got all 5. I'm sorry. I missed Matthew Brown. There he is going down the backstretch into turn number 2. Great shot by Tate Meyer, who's out on the Coors Light point. He's out there hanging out with the fans over in turn number 2. He's getting us some good shots from turn number 2. Really interested to see how Eddie can do. He's going to have to start up on the outside here in that 999, the Black Beast. He'll have his both qualifiers from the outside here this weekend. And Brockville native Ken Henderson coming across start finish line. Here comes Eddie right behind him. Here's the boat they're all trying to beat, though, the 306 Dog Nasty team, your winner in Cambridge and Sorrel. Had a good run in Brockville, but he wasn't touching Nick Roos that weekend. Nick was on fire in Brockville 2 weeks ago. Tommy Shannon right here in Valleyfield, his hometown race. Looking to pick up a victory in that 306 Dog Nasty. 1 minute, 40 seconds from the start, 140 away. And everybody's in a pretty good spot. Interested to see how Andrew Tate getting back behind the wheel of that 300 for the first time in probably a year. I don't think he's driven the boat since here last year. So it'd be interesting to see how he does. He's going to have to start up in lane number 4, as that boat does not have many points. They skipped Sorrel, so I know they don't have as many points, and they weren't in Brockville either. So they're going to have to start on the outside. Here on Friday, the 2 qualifiers, you combine your times from both qualifiers to determine if you make that 7-boat final later on today. Great shot from our drone team. They do a really good job here in Valleyfield as you see the boat starting to conjure up down into turn number 1. 50 seconds from the start. As you can see, everybody in their predetermined lanes based off of their points that they've accrued throughout the 2026 season. So lane number 1 will be the 306 of Tommy Shannon. To his outside will be Kent Henderson in the 519, the bank on it, the team tow band out of Brockville, Ontario. Matthew Brown will be in lane number 3. Andrew Tate will be in 4. And the rookie, Eddie Campouche, will be in lane number 5. So we're 25 seconds to the start. Heat 1A, Hydro 350, first qualifier of the weekend. 19 seconds from the start. Shannon, Henderson, Brown, Tate, Campouche. That's how they'll line up as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Tommy Shannon get a perfect start. Tommy Shannon from the inside will lead him down here to turn number 1. Andrew Tate's going to have to hold his lane all the way out in number 4. So Tate in lane number 4 will get there second, but he's got to hold that lane So that will do him a detrimental service as they come off the exit of turn number 1, but it is Tommy Shannon, your leader, but watch Andrew Tate. The Wild Lake, Michigan native is starting hard on the outside from lane number 4 all the way up to second position. Ken Henderson is back in third position. Got a word that it's a clean start. Everybody legal as they head down here into turn number 2. Tommy Shannon, the dog nasty, trying to tiptoe it through that tight turn. He really had to get out of it. They'll come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in the Friday qualifiers. And it's Tommy Shannon, your leader. Andrew Tate running in second. Ken Henderson running in third. Matthew Brown and Eddie Campouche in fourth and fifth. They head down into turn number 1. It's Tommy Shannon. We'll call it about a 6 or 7 boat length advantage over top of Andrew Tate running back in second. A great turn for Andrew. He's just trying to move over just a little bit to get into that rooster tail spray of Tommy Shannon as they're halfway through Heat 1A qualifier for the H350s. Shannon through turn number 2. Tate right there on his outside. You can see how tough it is to get through that turn and navigate it, but it's going to be the white flag this time by. So one more lap around here in Hydro 350 qualifier 1A for Tommy Shannon. Andrew Tate runs in second. Ken Henderson having a good run in third. Eddie Campouche and Matthew Brown coming across in fourth. But off the top end of the race course as they head down here to turn number 2 for the third and final time. It's a 2 rooster tail advantage for Tommy Shannon in the 306, the dog nasty, as he leads it down into turn number 2. Andrew Tate just getting back familiarized with that 300, running in second. But off the exit of 2, it'll be the checker flag, this time by 3 up and 3 down, and Tommy Shannon will retain the points lead as he gets the victory here in Heat 1A. Andrew Tate, a good run. He'll get second in the 300. The 519, Ken Henderson will get third. Matthew Brown will come across in fourth. And for his first run in a 350, Eddie Campouche will complete the heat in fifth. Got an update from the 1B for Formula F. John Shaw was assessed a P9 penalty. So that will really hurt him as everything's based off of time. So Shaw being assessed a P9, it's got to be tough for him to get a good lane for that final. Coming up next, I'm going to turn it over to Nick for Grace Canada presents Hydro 350 Heat 1B. 1B and the return to Valleyfield for Dick Roos will be coming up next.
sera qualification 1B, classe Hydro 350. On aura le H350 de Nicolas Rousse, le Rousse Motorsports. Francis Côté, le Yellow Torpedo, le H23 dans le deuxième couloir. Michael Leboeuf dans le 155 sera dans le troisième couloir. Marc Lalonde qui est de retour cette fin de semaine dans le quatrième couloir. Et Grant Leadycoat qui ne fait que Valleyfield cette année sera dans le cinquième couloir.
Good to see the return of Mark Lalonde. He unable to go in Brockville with engine issues, but good to see him back here for Valleyfield. I know he tested the other week. He's ready to go. And Grant Liddycoat making his return to the HRL Series, riding here in Valleyfield in the 97 Descendant. A lot of work went into that boat in the off-season, and Nick, they are still trying to figure that thing out. I know Scott has done a lot of work on that boat in his Suffolk, Virginia home, but it's good to see Grant back here in the waters at the Robert Theoret Racecourse. We have 351 from the start. Nick, I'm going to turn it over to you. H350 sponsored by Grace Canada Heat 1B.
Oui, évidemment, à surveiller, c'est Nicolas Rousse qui sort de week-end parfait à Brockville. Le H225 qui pilote l'ancien 999 d'Éric McKenna. Francis Côté qui connaît d'excellents moments cette année, le Yellow Torpedo. Ça, c'est l'ancien H4 d'Éric Allard. Marc Lalonde qui n'était pas à Brockville puisqu'on avait sauté le moteur, ne pouvait être présent. Évidemment, le Lalo Racing qui est toujours à surveiller. Et Grant Leadycoat qui pilote cette année dans l'APBA. Invité cette fin de semaine. We are 3 minutes away to the start. So Nicolas Rousse had a great weekend. 100 points on 100 in Brockville. And now he just saw Tommy Shannon won his race. Alors, Michael Leboeuf, saison un peu en dents de scie cette année dans le 155. Et là, vous avez percevé Grant Leadycoat. L'an dernier, à Tonawanda, a perdu son ponton côté gauche. Et on a tout refait. On a même des nouvelles couleurs cette année dans le Send-It. We are 2:13 away to the start. Marc Lalonde at the older 225 of Nicolas Rousse. Alors Rousse va piloter contre son ancienne embarcation. Et tantôt, on verra son père, Denis Rousse, en Pro Hydro. Francis Côté will be in the lane number 2 with the Yellow Torpedo. Had a great season this year. That's the former H4 of Eric Allard. We are 1:33 away to the start. Alors on voit quand même quelques vagues un peu plus difficiles dans le deuxième virage. Mais ça, c'est la tradition à Valleyfield. Hydro 350 presented by Grace Canada this weekend. Nous aurons 2 vagues qualificatives ainsi qu'une finale de 3 tours en fin de programme. On est à 1 minute avant le départ. So at the inside will be Nicolas Rousse with a 225. Francis Côté will be in the lane number 2 with the Yellow Torpedo. Michael Leboeuf with a 155 will be in the lane number 3. Marc Lalonde with the lane 751 will be in the lane number 4. And at the outside will be Grant Leadycoat. Vous aviez une très belle vue, la vue du drone. On est à 30 secondes. Leadycoat est un peu en avant de tout le monde. On sait qu'on va combiner les deux. On est à 18 secondes et je crois que ce sera un excellent départ. Leadycoat is in front of the pack. We're at 11 seconds. Il n'y a pas de doute, ça va être un excellent départ. On est à 5 secondes. 4, 3, 2, 1. Et Leadycoat a connu le meilleur départ. Leadycoat a a great start. Et Lalonde, lui, a raté son départ. On sort du virage. À l'intérieur, c'est Nicolas Rousse et c'est le 2-2-5. Nicolas Rousse is on the lead. Who's second? Lady Cote, I think, is at the outside. Francis Cote is there. Oh, le Yellow Torpedo là, qui est côte à côte avec Lady Cote. Et Rousse ne lâche pas en tête. Et là, on perd un peu Lady Cote et Leboeuf là, qui tente de se trouver un trou dans tout ça. Et après un tour, c'est Nicolas Rousse. Lady Cote est pourchassé. Pourchasse plutôt le 23 de Francis Côté. Oh, apparently Lady Cote is closer to Francis Côté, and McClellan have some problem, I think, with the 751 and the new engine. And McClellan is going in the pits with a 751. And Nicolas Rousse is way in front with a 225. Will be 5 on 5 and 6 on 6 since Sarel Tracy. Et Leboeuf s'amène maintenant à l'intérieur de Lady Cote. One lap to go. Oh, Michael Leboeuf n'a peut-être pas de son dernier mot pour la 3e place. Et Lady Cote still closer to Francis Côté with the 23 boats. Oh, la bagarre est peut-être pour la 3e place maintenant, mais Lady Cote ne lâche pas. And Nicolas Rousse is still in front with the last straightaway. Here's your winner, Heat 1B, Nicolas Rousse, H350, Rousse Motorsports. Deuxième, ce sera Francis Côté avec le Yellow Torpedo. Troisième, Grant Lady Cote, suivi de Michael Leboeuf dans le Leboeuf Motorsports. And problem for McClellan, who is going inside the pits. So, what a performance by Nicolas Rousse with a 225. It's now 6 on 6 with Sorel Tracy. Donc, Nicolas Rousse, quelle domination dans cette course. Et attention, dans la prochaine épreuve, on aura Jacob Hainaut, Joles, Donald Leduc et Bert Anderson. Alors, dans quelques instants, qualification 1C, classe Hydro 350, présentée par Grace Canada.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 1C. Hydro 350, sponsored by Grace Canada. 1C will have Jacob Haynu, Joe Les, Donald LeDuc, and Bert Henderson. Should be the 4 boats making the call for Heat 1C. Just so everybody knows, coming up after 1C, obviously will be Heat 1D. And then we will get into vintage, I believe. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm right. No, I'm sorry. After 1A, 1C, then 1D, then it'll be GP testing. So coming up here in just a little bit, after 1C and 1D, we'll have GP testing. First boat coming through turn number 2, it's Bert Henderson, followed up by Joe Les. Bert in the H8 the last minute again. Rebuilt that entire left sponson in 2 weeks. I mean, Bert Henderson, the Henderson Hydroplane shop, was very busy over the last 2 weeks, Nick.
Oui, l'atelier de Bert Henderson a été pas mal assez beaucoup occupé lors des 2 dernières semaines, notamment avec Martin Rochon, qu'on a tout refait le ponton. On le verra d'ailleurs dans la prochaine vague. Bert Henderson aussi, avec son embarcation, le ponton s'est désagrégé lui aussi une partie. Ken Lupton, on a réparé le trou, et du côté de Jack Lupton aussi. Alors, il a été occupé, il est prêt pour ce week-end. Il est toujours un pilote à surveiller, Bert Henderson. It will be tough for him to win this race, but he can do it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Obviously, rebuilding the entire left side of that boat in less than 2 weeks is a monumental task, and we're going to see in 1D, Martin Rochon will come back, and obviously everybody saw the pictures of him rebuilding, and he's tested. So Bert hasn't even been able to test, so this is a interesting situation here for that last minute again team, as they're going to be starting up on the outside. So you're coming across our finish line right now with Joe Les. There's Donald LeDuc. We talked about Donald. I've talked about him here in 2026, making his return to the HRL. This time not in 2.5 stock or Formula F, but up in H350. That is Tyler Kadatz's old boat that he is driving now.
Oui, Donald LeDuc fait un retour après presque 8 ans d'absence. Gagné tellement souvent ici à Valleyfield en Formule 2500 et en 2.5 litres. Ça, c'est l'ancien Awesome Secret de Tyler Kadatz. Le New Cannonball, officiellement, sa nouvelle appellation, le H48, qui fait un retour cette année. On s'habitue de plus en plus avec le bateau. Il sera très à surveiller. Giacomino, what an impressive season he had. His first season in the Hydro 350, and he's 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's currently in 3rd place in points in Hydro 350 championship. He's done a great job, and the biggest thing that Jacob's done, he hasn't won a lot of races, he hasn't won a lot of heats, but he's finishing, and he's finishing all his heats, and that's got him in 3rd position right now. Here's Joe Les in the old Senseless 12, rebuild over the off-season. Great to see Joe back here from Grand Island, New York. The boat on the inside, the 48, that yellow boat, that is Donald LeDuc in the Cannonball. Then you got Bert Henderson to his outside, and then Jacob Haydu's going to move up. He'll have that inside lane number 1 here for Hydro 350, sponsored by Grace Canada, Heat 1C. You can see Joe Les moving up just a little bit earlier than his competitors, as we're 39 seconds from the start. So it'll be Jacob Haydu in lane number 1. Joe Les will be in lane number 2. Donald LeDuc will be in lane number 3. And then on the outside will be the rebuilt H8 last minute again, and Bert Henderson. 20 seconds from the start, H350 qualifier Heat 1C, sponsored by Grace Canada. Remember, we go 3 times around. A combination of your 2 best heats will get you in that Friday final, as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, nice start. Jacob Haydu will lead him across our finish line. Watch for Bert Henderson on the outside. He's got to hold that lane. It's going to get tight as they head down here to turn number 1. Haydu on the inside. He'll turn left first. He's got the lead as they come around the apex of turn number 1. Jacob Haydu, your leader off the exit of 1.
Alors, c'est Jacob Hainaut, mais là, quelle bagarre à 3 pour la 2e place. Henderson est à l'extérieur. LeDuc est dans le milieu. Et Les est 3e. Ça semblait être serré au départ, mais Tout le monde a connu un excellent départ et quelle rapidité de Jacobino, mais attention à Bert Anderson.
Off the exit of 2 is Jacob Haynu to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go here in the 3-lap quarter. Qualification heats for the H350 sponsored by Grace Canada. Bert Henderson having a nice run in second position from lane number 4. In the last minute again, Donald Duke runs in third. And Joe Less, unfortunately, back in fourth position in the senseless 12. But Jacob Haynu, he's already up by 2 full Rooster Tails.
Et là, le Duc aussi semble se rapprocher d'Anderson. On pourrait avoir une belle bagarre entre Bert Anderson et Donald le Duc, qui pilote l'ancienne embarcation que le frère Bert avait l'an dernier. Mais là, Eno, lui, on l'oublie. Il est parti en avant dans le nouveau Racing.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 2 to be the white flag this time by. So 2 down, 1 to go. Jacob Haynu already opened up by 2 full Rooster Tails. Bert Henderson in second, Donald LeDuc in third, and Joe Leslie's going to the outside to try to shake that 600 up a little bit as they come around and complete lap number 2. But 2 down, 1 to go, halfway through the third and final lap, it's all Jacob Haynu.
Eno qui n'est même pas à s'inquiéter, mais Anderson lui tente de se rapprocher un peu. Est-ce qu'Eno lui a ouvert la porte dans le H2? Le Duc, lui, semble se contenter de la 3e aussi, mais tout comme Joles qui s'amène dans le dernier droit pour Jacobino, qui va venir remporter cette victoire. Ce sera la victoire de Jacobino. Nouveau Racing. H2, suivi de Bert Anderson dans le H8. Last minute again. Donald le Duc va se contenter de la 3e place dans le New Cannonball, suivi de Joles. Alors présentement, pas de chicane pour le championnat. Les 3 premiers au championnat ont gagné leur épreuve. Et attention dans la prochaine qualification, Frédéric Couturier, Danny Léger, Marc Lecomte et Martin Rochon. Ça va être toute une qualification. Restez là pour la 86e édition des Régates de Valleyfield.
All right. 5-minute gun head sounded for Heat 1D, the final H350 first round of qualification heats, Heat 1D. Coming up, as Nicholas said, we'll have Frederic Coutier, Danny Leger, Marc Lecomte, and the return of Martin Rochon in that 773 after blowing the left sponson off 2 weeks ago in Brockville. Very important heat for Martin Rochon. I know it's early in the weekend, but he's going to start in lane number 4 because of the rebuild. And he's currently sitting, I think he's in 4th or 5th. I mean, he's down in points, but he needs a lot of points to try to make it into that final tomorrow afternoon. So very important heat for Rochon in that 773. Just a reminder, everybody, after Heat 1D, it'll be Grand Prix testing. So I know we got a lot of people out there on the live stream waiting to see the Grand Prix. They will be coming up next. But Nick, introduce them to the boats that are coming out onto the race course.
Alors, à l'intérieur, ce sera le Legacy One de Frédéric Couturier qui a gagné le championnat en 2023. En 2024, il aura à ses côtés Danny Léger qui voudra certainement se racheter après une fin de semaine difficile à Brockville. Marc Lecomte qui... on revoit la Marc Lecomte des beaux jours dans les couleurs du Willie's Pub. On a connu pendant plusieurs années. Et Martin Rochon, quel travail de son équipe pour remettre l'embarcation à l'eau. John, what a great job by Armand Trahan de Shop of Bert Anderson.
I mean, the boat doesn't even look like anything happened to it. And we know 2 weeks ago, the left sponson was floating on down the St. Lawrence River. So really awesome to see that team and all the work that they went into it. I know they were down, the team was down at Bert's shop helping. He's got it repainted. I mean, it doesn't even look like there's a scratch on it. So really great opportunity for those guys to come back and put on a good show here. Looks like Frederic Coutier had a little spin out down there in turn number 1. Hopefully he can get it fired because he's not in a good spot. Hopefully our cameras can get on Fred down there in turn number 1. He's trying to get that 14 fired up. He's got plenty of time. We're 3:41 away from the start.
Oui, alors encore beaucoup de temps pour Frédéric Couturier qui est immobilisé dans le virage numéro 1. Et ça, il est arrivé à quelques reprises à Brockville il y a 2 semaines. Il tente de repartir l'embarcation et c'est fait. Oh, Couturier a réussi à repartir. So, Couturier is back on track with a 14.
Yeah, good news for Frederic Coutier to get that 14. The Legacy One back up and running. You can see he spun out down there at turn number 1. Marie Claude was having a heart attack over here, trying to make sure he was okay. But he's all right. It's hard to sit next to her when Fred's out on the race course. She is a nervous wreck when Fred's out there. 250 from the start, Nick. 250 for the start of Heat 1D, sponsored by Grace Canada. Frederic Coutier comes into the weekend in 4th position in points. So he's gonna, oh, there he's coming again. So something's happening when he comes off the exit. You can just see, hopefully our camera can get over to him, but he just broke down right there in turn number 2. And as he came up the exit to try to pick the throttle up,
oui, on voit que la sortie du virage, c'est là qu'il a beaucoup de difficultés. Lorsqu'il essaie d'appuyer sur l'accélérateur, et là, encore une fois, c'est reparti. We have some issues like that in Brockville 2 weeks ago, and the problem's still there. Alors, pour ceux qui se demandent, Martin Rochon doit partir à l'extérieur puisque, évidemment, avec la refonte du ponton intérieur, doit voir si tout est beau et sera certainement surveillé. Danny Léger had a difficult weekend 2 weeks ago in the 666, but he had a lot of success since the beginning of the season.
Danny's done a great job in a couple of years. I mean, from not driving a boat to now being in one of the top series in the sport, the top series to me, the H350 class, he's done a great job in that 666 Carpet Tech. We are 125 from the start, and Frederic Coutier is still struggling with that boat staying up on plate. You can hear when he came by, it sounded like he was missing something. And it looks like maybe Fred's just going to pull that thing into the infield out of the way into the DMZ zone, which would be a good thing. Yeah, he's throwing the lid now. So Fred has cut his losses, and he's not going to go here in Heat 1D. So we're 1 minute from the start, Nick, and it looks like, unfortunately, we're down to 2 boats with the 773 and the 666, the only 2 still running. Hey, this is a great opportunity for these two guys. I mean, you're gonna have clean water. Everything's based off of time, so they're gonna be able to get out here and probably set a pretty good time with only 2 boats here in 1D. They're gonna be sitting pretty good if they can both finish here and get a good time.
Oui, mais attention, c'est quand même 2 pilotes très aguerris, Martin Rochon et Danny Léger. Et Martin Rochon, au lieu d'être allé dans le 4e couloir, sera dans le 2e couloir. Alors ça peut l'avantager pour avoir un bon temps. On est à 12 secondes du départ. We are 10 seconds.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. It's a clean start. Sean will lead him across with Daniel Leger right there on his inside. And these two boats have a great opportunity here to put up a really good time here in Hydro 350 Qualifier 1D, sponsored by Grace Canada. It's Danny Leger on the inside, but Rashawn is right there on the outside, Nick.
On va peut-être avoir tout un spectacle. Martin Rochon, Danny Léger, côte à côte. Et Rochon qui démontre que malgré son accident il y a 2 semaines, l'embarcation va bien ainsi que le pilote. Mais attention à Danny Léger à l'intérieur qui colle les bouées. Rochon, côte à côte.
Off the exit of 2 is Martin Rochon on the outside and Daniel Leger on the inside. They come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go in here in Hydro 350 Qualifier 1D, sponsored by Grace Canada. Here's where Leger will be able to make up a little bit of ground as they head down into turn number 1. Leger on the inside and Rochon on the outside, and it's now Martin Rochon. We'll call it a 2-boat length advantage as they come off the exit of 1.
Mais attention à Léger là, qui a peut-être un peu trop cogné à la sortie du virage face à Martin Rochon qui augmente son avance dans le 7-7-3. Voyons voir au virage, est-ce que Léger peut rattraper son retard. Rochon lui laisse assez de place dans le drapeau blanc. Un tour à faire.
2 down, 1 to go this time by for Martin Rochon, and what a job, as Nicholas talked about during the 5-minute warm-up period. This team has really worked hard to get this 773 back on the water after that accident in Brockville, Ontario 2 weeks ago. And Rochon's already opened up by a full 2 rooster tails as they go through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 3 of 3. Martin Rochon, your leader up to 3. Nicholas, bring him home for the victory.
Alors Rochon qui n'a qu'à ramener le bateau à la ligne d'arrivée et va aller chercher un 25 points précieux, mais sera surtout très heureux de voir que tout va bien pour l'embarcation. Lui, il était correct il y a 2 semaines. On a peut-être cru des symptômes de commotion cérébrale, mais ce sera une très belle victoire pour Martin Rochon et le 7-7-3. Deuxième, Danny Léger, le Charpentec H666. Ça a peut-être été une course à 2, mais ça a été tout un spectacle offert par les 2 pilotes. Donc, ça les place quand même en bonne position pour la finale. Mais what happened to Frédéric Couturier and John Shaw and Marc Lecomte with the H104, it will be tough for them to qualify for the final at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, but a great run for Rochon as he comes around and gets the victory here in that 3-lap qualifier 1D. So that's a really good motivating thing for that team as they put in a ton of work over the last, not even 2 whole weeks, we'll call it about 10 days to get that boat fixed up and ready to go. So coming up next, we'll have Grand Prix testing sponsored by Journal de Montreal. They'll be coming up next. Grand Prix will be on the water coming up here in just a few.
Alors, dans quelques instants, testing en classe Grand Prix. On aura 11 embarcations qui vous seront présentées par le Journal de Montréal.
All right, it's time for Grand Prix testing. Grand Prix testing will make their way out. I believe they're going to come out in groups of three or four. Might be a group of 3 and 2 groups of 4 for Grand Prix testing. First boat out of the pit area coming through turn number 2. You can see on your screen right there, that's John Shaw. He drives out of Centerville, Maryland. He drives the 135, the Cool Cat Motorsports, for Ed Thompson out of Street, Maryland. The next boat, the GP10, driven by Kevin Egret out of Edmonds, Washington. The GP10, the Freak, one of our West Coast Richard Racing Grand Prix Hydros. And his teammate, also from Richard Racing, is going, you can see going down into turn number 2. That's Josh Culver. Josh Culver out of Tri-Cities, Washington, in the Miss Renee, also for Richards Racing. His first time here at the prestigious Valleyfield Regatta, as Josh gets a ride in the GP17, the Miss Renee. So GP testing on the race course. Our Grand Prix America teams are on the course at the same time right now. All 3 of these boats were in Madison, Indiana last weekend at the APBA Gold Cup. And they're here at the Valleyfield Regatta for the 86th edition. Kevin Egret coming by, John Shaw coming by. Talked to John's brother Richard a little bit this morning, and they really worked hard coming home from Madison to get that boat ready to go here today. So good opportunity for them to see what they've got here in Grand Prix testing. Here's the 17 down into turn number 2. Right coming alongside him will be his teammate in the 10. Kevin Egret on the inside and Josh Culver on the outside. Good opportunity for these guys to get a few time trial rides as they come across start finish line. John Shaw, the 135. Cool Cat Motorsports heads down into turn number 1. So all 3 boats out of the race course look pretty good right now during GP testing. See Kevin Egret taking it through that tight turn number 2. He'll learn that as he comes through turn number 2 down here to start finish. Josh Culver in the 17, the Miss Renee. And of course John Shaw in the 135, the Cool Cat Motorsports. See if John wants to come on a timing run through turn number 2 right now, or if he's satisfied with what he got. Like I said, I know they worked really hard for the last few days with that 135 team. They had a really, really dismal Madison, Indiana regatta. But John's got the boat up and running, and hopefully they can have a good weekend here in Valleyfield. Kevin Egret coming hard through turn number 2. As he comes across start finish side of the GP10. Looks like the Miss Renee has gone back to the pit area. Kevin's going to take the 10 back to the pit area as well. John Shaw just going to do another lap around the race course in that GP 135. Beautiful boat. Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Street, Maryland are the owners. John is out of Centerville, Maryland. This is the former GP 79, the Bad Influence, that was previously driven by Jeff Bernard and owned by Mike Grindell. Looks like John's going to come on a timing run down here to start finish line off the exit of turn number 2. Bird looked pretty good coming across start finish line that time. All right. Looks like John might go around one more time, and we'll see if they come back and with another group of testing.
Alors, on est de retour en testing en classe Grand Prix. On aura le 577, le Lucas Oil de Ken Lupton. Première mise à l'eau du nouveau groupe ABS de Ghislain Marcoux et Jack Lupton dans le GP33, le Jack Lupton Motorsports, that's a new boat built by Bert Anderson. They are not doing all the season this year. They are doing Brockville, Valleyfield, and Tonawanda. They won't be in Beauharnois in the end of August.
And Jack Lupton coming through turn number 2. You see Ken Lupton coming on across start finish line in the street right now in the 577 with Lucas Oil. Here's Jack Lupton in the 33, brand new boat. Brand new boat for Jack, built at the Henderson Hydroplane shop. And then returning GP 101, the owner Dan Mercier, the driver, is Ghislain Marcoux. Good to see Ghislain back in the Grand Prix, and we know one thing: when Ghislain gets in a GP boat, he drives the heck out of it. So it's really good to see those guys back. The Lupton family out of Waverley, New Zealand, is on the backstretch here for GP testing. Nick, Jack Lupton's boat coming off of turn number 2 right now. Was basically finished the day before Brockville. Had a rough Brockville. They will say neither one of the guys had a good Brockville, but I know they've spent the last 2 weeks getting ready for today, and I expect them to come here and put on a good show in that 577 and the 33. But talk to us a little bit about Dan's 101 with Ghislain doing the driving.
Oui, Ghislain Marcoux qui, à l'ancien GP9, GP104, Miss Cléopâtre. Et du côté de Jack Lupton, on a terminé l'embarcation que quelques jours avant Brockville. Et là, on a été testé mercredi au Pont Larocque. Et attention, dans le Jack Lupton Motorsports, nouvelle sorte de coque là, pour Bert Anderson. Et attention, évidemment, Ken Lupton ne font pas toute la saison, mais ils visent très certainement le cercle des vainqueurs ici à Valleyfield.
Jack Lupton coming through turn number 2 right now. Looking a really good shot from our friend Tate Meyer down there on the Molson Coors Dry point. Jack comes down the start finish line. Here comes Ghislain Marcoux also coming in turn number 2. And you can see Jack Lupton on our shot as he gets down into turn number 1. Ghislain comes across start finish line in the 101. Jack is slow into turn number 1. Unfortunately, the 33 is gone dead in the water down in turn number 1. Boat was looking really good, Nick. He's thrown the lid up on that 33, so hopefully nothing catastrophic. However, the 33 has thrown the lid up, so they will probably throw the black flag here, send everybody back to the pit area, as this is just a GP testing. A great shot from our drone team right over top of Jack. Hopefully nothing too difficult to fix in that 33 team, and they'll be ready to go for that time trial later on today. Just a reminder, this is GP testing, sponsored by Journal de Montreal, is the Grand Prix class this weekend. After testing, we'll go back to our normal program. We have a 50 sheets, Pro Hydro, Jersey Speed Skiff's got to run, and then we'll do 2A, 2B for Formula 2500 a little bit later on today. And then Grand Prix time trials. So plenty of time for the GPs to get ready for time trials later on today. So like I said, hopefully nothing major for Jack Lupton in that 33.
Oui, alors on verra si ce sont des problèmes majeurs du côté de Jack Lupton. On lui souhaite que non, c'est une nouvelle embarcation et on souhaite le revoir sur l'eau. Il y aura une autre vague en classe Grand Prix. Vous apercevez John Huganier, Tom Huganier, he will be back on track in North Tonawanda dans le Pennzoil. Donc Tom Huganier, qui a déjà gagné sa Valleyfield, sera de retour en action à Tonawanda dans 3 semaines. Dans quelques instants, prochaine vague de testing en classe Grand Prix. Alors, ronde numéro 3 en testing. Vous recevez Brendan Kennedy dans le TM Special. Bobby King dans le 50, le Freedom. Et Andrew Tate dans le Wild One. Et sur le parcours, Brendan Kennedy had won the final 2 weeks ago in Brockville with the GP35. Had some damage last year in North Tonawanda. Et c'est lui qui part favori tout au long du week-end. Et on a modifié la carline du côté de Kennedy. Look at the Freedom avec Bobby King. Nice view by the power. Andrew Tate with a Wild One. It's actually in the turn number 2. Oh, Kennedy has go back in the pits. Brendan Kennedy n'est plus sur le plan d'eau et est retourné dans les puits. Bobby King qui sera surveillé tout au long de la fin de semaine avec le GP50. Embarcation de Ken Brody. Andrew Tate qui a donné toute une lutte à Jimmy Shane la semaine dernière en Unlimited. Et là, il est de retour au volant du Wild One.
All right, had to run downstairs for a second, Nick, but I'm back. Got Bobby King out there in the 50 this weekend. Driving for the Brody family, and of course, Andrew Tate back behind the wheel of the 71, the Wild One. So 2 boats out here for testing here in this round. So I would suspect that we'll have 3 boats coming up in the next round of testing. But Andrew Tate, the GP71, Wild One on the screen coming by. He's going to take the 71 back to the pit area probably. Up next, we should have Brandon Kennedy make his way out. Eric Langevin and Kent Henderson should be the 3 boats that make their way out of the pit area for the final flight of Grand Prix testing. After Grand Prix testing, we'll go through and let you know that it'll be the first round of vintage. But the small boats make their way out for vintage after this, and then we'll go Pro Hydro, Formula R 2A and 2B, Jersey Speed Skiff, Formula F 2A and 2B. Then we're getting the Hydro 350s 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. Another flight of vintage, Grand Prix time trials, Pro Hydro 2A, and then we'll end the day with Formula F final and for our H350 final. So a bunch of racing left for you today. Stick around, we'll come up with a final flight of GP testing. All right, the final flight of Grand Prix making their way out of the pit area. First boat out will be the 212 of Eric Langevin in his local hometown race. Right here from Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada is Eric. He drives the 212, the Silco Racing. Next boat will be the 757, the Canada Boy, driven by Kent Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. And still waiting to see if the GP35 of Brandon Kennedy wants to come out and test. Not sure if he's in the water or not, but he's over there towards the pit area. Eric Langevin coming across the start-finish line in the 212. Oh, thank you very much. .757, Canada Boy. Ken Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario doesn't drive, and this is the final weekend here at Valleyfield for Mario Blaine's team in that 757 Canada Boy. So we'll see what they decide to do with the boat, but I do know that this is the final time they will run at the prestigious Valleyfield Regatta. Here comes Eric Langevin on a timing run down the start-finish line in 2:12. Kent Henderson on the backstretch in the 757 Canada Boy as he heads down here into turn number 2. Kent's done a really good job driving this boat. Really has come a long way in a couple years that he's been behind the wheel of this Grand Prix. I know they would love nothing more than to be in contention here this weekend in that Canada Boy. Grand Prix testing sponsored by German Montreal on the water. It doesn't look like Brandon Kennedy might be making the call here. He's probably just sitting in the pit area, just doesn't want to hurt anything in this testing session. He's won the last 2 GP events. He won in Brockville 2 weeks ago. He won in Madison last weekend. So that 35 team is probably just chilling, hanging out, waiting for time trials later today. All right, I'll sit out and let you watch the rest of the Grand Prix as they are still out on the race course's green flag is still in the those boats warmed up and ready to go for time trials later today. Just a reminder, Grand Prix, we'll have this testing session right now, and then later on we'll have GP time trials, and that's all they will do on Friday. But tomorrow, they will have 1A and 1B, 2A and 2B. And then on Sunday, they'll have 3A in the morning, the consolation heat midway through the day, and then the Grand Prix final. I'm sure we'll do 5 and 2, so a 7-boat Grand Prix final here in Valleyfield. The GP testing happening right now. Start finish line. Ken Henderson will come right behind him. Look at these guys putting in plenty of laps. Usually 3 or 4 laps, these guys have just had enough and they'll take back to the pit area, but Langevin and Henderson are both putting together a bunch of laps here in this GP testing session. Once again, after GP testing is over, the guys make their way back to the pit area. We'll have our first vintage boats. It should be the small vintage. They'll come out first. Then we'll go Pro Hydro Racing, Formula R 2A and 2B, Jersey Speed Skiff, Formula F 2A, 2B, Hydro 350, Vintage Grand Prix time trials, Formula F, and H350 final. So, tons of racing left for you today. Oh, okay, thank you. And if you haven't done so already, I suggest you download that HRL app. That way you can keep up to date with everything going on here in the Hydroplane Racing League. Just go into your app store download HRL, type in Hydroplane Racing League, download HRL, and you can get all the info that you need right there. All right, that'll do it for GP testing. Up next, we'll have our first heat of vintage. They'll make their way out of the pit area coming up in just a few.
Trois premières places, 3 présences en finale. Que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Innocent.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, c'est le fun.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courser, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game. Puis
All right, welcome back to the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. As it's time for our first vintage flight of the weekend. We got some cool vintage boats here with a lot of history. It's great to see them making their way out onto the race course. First boat, that's the S. See when they come around here, we get an eye on them. So 166, the OMC Cobra, Michael Perrette is doing the driving. As a gift from Mike Grindell for Mr. Perrette. The boat in the middle, the red boat. It's the 77 Pixie number 2 of Wayne Butler in a Jones Hall from 1986. The 166 on the outside. The CS5, that's the Pixie 1, 1985 Hall, Ross McCracken. The boat on your screen, that's Bob Abbott. In the Double Eagle, the E78. The small vintage. Here comes Bob Abbott coming across start finish line. I'm trying to look in 3 different places. Try to keep you up to date on who's out there. Jimmy Shane in the S1. Jimmy is driving the hijacker, his dad Stu Shane. But it's cool to get Jimmy out there. He rebuilt that boat. You can see him on your screen right now. Your Gold Cup champion from a week ago is out here driving a 1973 hijacker. The 185, the Idemo with Marco Lamontea as a Jones Hall. The 222 coming across start finish line. Feels So Good and Dick Delsner. That boat's built by Tom DeEath. That's the boat on your screen right now. Just went underneath our drone. Coming across start finish line, a great shot of 3 boats. The 166 on the outside of Michael Perrette. Jimmy Shane driving the S1 hijacker on the inside, and then Ross McCracken in the CS5. They're followed up by the 69, the Miss G Whiz of Andre Bergeron. That's the former Eager Beaver. That's a cool shot going through turn number 1 with Jimmy Shane leading them through the apex of 1. So our small vintage on the race course. I think I got everybody's name in there. But really cool to see the S1 hijacker out there with Jimmy Shane driving. Your Gold Cup champion going down into turn number 2. And that S1, the hijacker, you can see him there on your screen on the outside. He was driving the Miss Apollo last weekend to the Gold Cup championship. And this weekend he's driving his dad's restored 1973 hijacker. He looks like he's having a ball out there in that S1, the hijacker. Jimmy Shane, your Gold Cup champion. All right, I'll sit out and let these guys go around. I'm gonna try to finish my lunch before the next heat comes out on the race course. But great to see some of these old vintage boats here today. All right, as we said, coming up next, I believe we should be going Pro Hydro coming up next. our vintage hydros making their way back to the pit area. All right, Pro Hydro Heat 1A will be coming up next. Pro Hydro, sponsored by Automobile Denny Roos this weekend. Pro Hydro Heat 1A will be coming up here in just a few minutes.
Alors, de retour en action avec la qualification 1A classe Pro Hydro. On aura 6 embarcations aujourd'hui sur l'eau. On aura à l'intérieur le V109, le 4MAX de Dominique Maisonneuve, le Do It, le V19 d'Éric Labelle, le V77, le Essence 1 de Guillaume Charrette, le V76, l'Essence 2 de Derek Anderson, le V13, l'Adrenaline Rush de Derek Smith et Denis Rousse dans le V110. So John, 6-boat race, first time here in Valleyfield.
Yeah.
For the Pro Hydro with a lot of boat.
Pro Hydros have been coming around. They've been getting where they need to be. So like I said in Brockville a couple weeks ago, we had 6 of them start, 5 of them finished. Good to see Derek Anderson. You just saw him go by your screen. Here comes Eric LaBelle, one of those drivers that we used to call the crazy Canucks when they would come down to the States. Eric is in the Do It, the 19. Good shot coming through turn number 2 between Dominic Mosadev on the inside, Cam Charette in the middle, and Danny Roos on the outside. And the final boat just coming on your screen right now, that's the 13 of Derek Smith, the Adrenaline Rush 2. Derek was out of the sport for a few years. He still has his Hydro 350 in the shop, but he decided he bought this boat in the off season and wanted to come Pro Hydro racing. So good to see all 6 boats out, Nick, as we are 2 minutes and 45 seconds to the start.
Oui, Derek Smith qui a toujours son Hydro 350 dans son garage, mais a décidé de faire l'achat de l'ancien Steeler de Jay Whitehair. Hâte de voir Éric Labelle dans le Do It, l'ancien Pure Canadian de Chris Galbraith. Et là, Labelle semble avoir des problèmes. Éric Labelle semble immobilisé dans un mauvais endroit.
Look, we were just talking all positive about him, and now this happens. Hopefully Eric can get that fired up. He's in a bad spot.
Et là, 2 minutes 7 du départ. Il repart. Oh!
Eric LaBelle in the 19 to Do It is dead off the exit pin of turn number 2. We've got 1:55 to the start, so they'll probably give him another minute or so to try to get that boat up off the race course. Hopefully Eric can push outside a little bit and get that 19 off the race course. He hasn't got too much farther to go.
I think he's stuck right over there.
He's trying to get outside. Hopefully he can get outside.
On est à 1:24. Les pilotes continuent de prendre leur temps de réaction pour le départ. On est à 1:14.
Yeah, I just heard black flag, unfortunately, black flag. So, Nick, they're going to black flag it because of the position where Eric LaBelle is. The Pro Hydros back to the pit area. But while we have a minute, as they're going to have to black flag this heat and send those boats back into the pit area. If they had gave it another 30 seconds, he might have been up out of the way, but it was going to be tough. So better safe than sorry to get the boats back to the pit area. But let's just kind of do a recap real quick of what we've seen so far today. We have run 8 heats so far. We ran 2 qualification heats of Formula R, 1A, 1B. The first one was won by the 817 of Francis Soifway in the 817 4MAX Racing. Heat 1B was won by the 104 of Lucas Desrochers. Then we went to Formula F. Heat 1A was won by Eddie Campouche. And Heat 1B on the water was John Shaw, but he was assessed the penalty. So Kyle Hayes gets the victory in Heat 1B, sponsored by Valleyfield Honda. Then we went to H350, sponsored by Grace Canada. 1A was won by Tommy Shannon. 1B, Nick Roos. 1C, Jacob Haynu. And then 1D, Martin Rochon. 1 Heat 1D. And then we went into Grand Prix testing, and then we were supposed to have Pro Hydro Heat 1A, but unfortunately for Eric LaBelle, he's broke down off the exit of turn number 2. You see our drones going over to check on Eric there, but he unfortunately was broken down in a bad spot. That V19 did do it, broke down. But we got a lot of heats left to go today. So we will take a break. We'll let some music play here at the Valleyfield Regatta. We'll come back with probably Jersey Speed Skiff.
Alors que le drone passe vers Belle-Rive. Donc c'est évidemment remercier tous les partenaires de la HRL. On va poursuivre le programme avec la qualification 2A Formule R. C'est que les conditions seront parfaites cette fin de semaine. Presque pas de vent. Soleil tout au long des 3 jours. Et de très belles conditions qui nous attendent dimanche pour les finales. Demain matin, nous débuterons à 9h avec les novices. So tomorrow we're going to start with the novice program at 9 a.m. On voit présentement le drone qui est du côté de l'île Aston Johnson. Alors il s'amuse à faire des halos. Dans la prochaine qualification, on aura Garrett Huff, Aiden Sauvy, Francis Sauvé, Gustave Renaud Simard, Gustave Imbeau, Benjamin Léger et Alice Caron. So stay tuned. More races to come here. We're halfway in the race day. The GP's time trial will be around 3 or 3:30. Is everything doing okay? So stay tuned. Next up will be the Heat 2A Formula R.
All right, we are coming back, and it's going to be Heat 2A of Formula R. We saw these guys run earlier today, some really good competition in 1A and 1B. It's time for Heat 2A for Formula R. I think they will run 5 times this weekend prior to the final, which is amazing. They should be making their way out of the pit area right now here for Heat 2A. We should have the 11 of Garrett Huff, the 50, Aiden Serby, the 817 of 4Max Racing, the 55, the 21, and the 13. Those should be the 6 boats that have made the call. Now the 817, and Nick, do you know if it's Francis or if it's Renault? Because they switch back and forth.
I think it's Renault today.
It's going to be who?
Yeah, it's going to be Renault.
Okay.
Et finalement, on voit le Lucky 13, John, first time here in Valleyfield for the Alice Caron with his new boat. That's the former S17 of Stéphane Racine.
Right, right.
And that is my favorite heat of the weekend because all the leader of the championship is on the outside.
Yes. And we just had a spin out down there in turn number 2. Aiden Sovey turned the 50 around. But as Dick just mentioned, the second and third qualifiers, they put you on the outside, so the faster boats will be on the outside, or we should say when you get into the F and the H. Here in R, you still got the guys on rookie restriction. So, like you see, Alice Caron and Ben Leger are going to be outside here. That's just because they're still on restriction.
Oui, évidemment, la Formule R qui, cette année, a changé de nom puisqu'on veut limiter les pilotes recrues, délimiter les pilotes recrues et les pilotes vétérans. Et la Formule R qui est déjà tout aussi spectaculaire à 13 embarcations. Évidemment, il y a des pilotes qui sont plus aguerris. On pense à Rémi Beauvillain, Renaud Simard et Francis Sauvé. Aiden Sauvé aussi sera dans le deuxième couloir. Et Gustave Abel, what a great race he has earlier this morning. Et for the Formula R, John, that will be count for the final of Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not for today. It's not a defeat Vendredi for the Formula R.
Yeah, they're still just trying to gain points for that Sunday final. As we have, I think, 12 boats here, so they will have a consolation. So the top 7 will make it directly into the final. The other guys are going to have to go through a 5-boat consolation heat in order to make it into that final on Sunday. So, like we said, every point matters, especially in Formula R. It's a very competitive field, too, from top to bottom. Everybody's running really well here in 2026. I've been very impressed with the young drivers that they've done a really good job. This is probably the best water they've gotten to run on since Sunday in Cambridge. So, good opportunity for them, especially the young guys, to do a good job.
Alors, on est à 1:34 du départ. À l'intérieur, c'est Garrett Huff dans le Totally Chaotic. Aiden Sauvy sera dans le deuxième couloir. Renaud Simard sera dans le troisième couloir, le 4Max. Gustave Abel dans le My Way sera dans le quatrième couloir. Benjamin Léger, qui a été chercher la deuxième place ce matin, sera troisième dans le cinquième couloir. Et à l'extérieur, le Lucky 13 de Alice Caron. Est-ce qu'elle est encore sur le plan d'eau? Oui. Elle qui vient de la région de l'Écoto. 1 minute away to the start of this first heat of the second wave for the Formula R.
All right, as Nicholas said, we are 50 seconds away from Heat 2A Formula R. Inside will be the 11 of Garrett Huff. To his outside will be Aiden Sovey in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 817, the 4Max Racing. That'll be the 55 of Gustav Himbo. In lane number 4, lane number 5 will be the 21 of Benjamin Leger. And on the outside will be Alice Caron, the 13. Lucky 13. She'll have to start up in lane number 6. 22 seconds from the start. Formula R qualifier 2A. Everybody's in a pretty good spot, up just a little bit early.
Whoa!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start. Francis Suave leading across the start finish line. And the 817, the 4Max races, they head down here to turn number 1. Remember, everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of the turn. And the 817, he'll get there first. He's got 2 boats on his inside with Aiden Sovey and Garrett Huff, but they come off the 1. It's the 817 in the lead.
Hey, on est à 4 pour la première place. Il y a Benjamin Léger aussi qui est à l'extérieur. Et Sauvé, c'est plutôt Francis Sauvé là, dans le Formax. Alors que Léger, Huff et Sauvé se battent pour la 2e place. Et on a vu Sauvé le ralentir un peu. Voyons voir au virage. Tout semble bien se passer. Sauvé qui ralentit et s'arrête.
Francis Sauvé will come around to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go. And the 817 Formax Racing leader. Look at Benjamin Leger from lane number 5. He's all the way up to 2nd position. Garrett Huff is back to 3rd. Alice Caron in 4th, and Aiden Sobey in 5th. But through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2 or 3. The 817 Formax Racing still leads, but watch for the 21 running back in 2nd.
Oui, Léger qui a fait toute une remontée tantôt. Et là, surprise, Alice Caron est 4e. Des problèmes pour Sauvé et Imbeau. Et Sauvé, lui, on n'en parle pas. Il est le pilote à surveiller dans cette qualification. Mais Léger ne semble pas le laisser aller avec un tour à faire.
Off the exit pit of turn number 2 to come around to complete lap number 2 or 3. It'll be the white flag this time by. So one more lap around for the Formax Racing team. And Francis Suave, Benjamin Leger, he is really starting to gain some confidence in that 21. Started in lane number 5 all the way up to 2nd position. Garrett Huff is back to 3rd. Alice Corona is 4th. And Aiden Serby has spun it out again down in turn number 2. But off the exit of 1, it's the 817 Formax.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe dans le cas d'Aiden Sauvy? Un 2e crochet. Et là, Imbeau va même peut-être le passer là, pour la 5e place. Et ça va donner des points précieux pour Alice Caron dans le Lucky 13. Elle qui a besoin de points. Alors que Francis Sauvé s'amène pour non seulement consolider sa suprématie aujourd'hui, mais démontrer qu'il sera l'homme à battre ce week-end. Journée parfaite pour le Formax et Francis Sauvé dans le 8-17. 2e, Benjamin Léger, Supernova. 3e, Garrett Huff dans le Totally Chaotic. Et 4e, belle performance de Alice Caron dans le Lucky 13. Sa meilleure course en carrière. R13, gradué de la classe novice. Et 5e, ce sera Gustave Imbeau. Les deux malchanceux cette épreuve, puisque les deux ont fait des crochets. Et pour Sauvé, pas une, mais 2 fois pour le pilote de Grand Island, New York.
All right, congratulations once again to the Formax Racing team. The 817 gets another victory here in Heat 2A of Formula R. I am going to assume that we will do the Pro Hydro rerun, but I might be getting ahead of myself. If not, excuse me, we'll do the Formula R Heat 2B. So far, the Formax Racing 2 for 2 on the weekend. They've got 50 points. They've had a really good 2026, maintaining their point lead here at the Valleyfield Regatta. All right, coming up next, it'll either be the rerun of Pro Hydro or Heat 2B for Formula R. All right. Pro Hydro should be coming out for the rerun of Heat 1A. And I know we've got 2 scratches, the 13, unfortunately, and the 19. We saw Eric LaBelle break down before the start. But we didn't see what happened with Derek Smith, but he's going to scratch here for the Heat 1A. So Pro Hydro is a stepping stone in between 350 and Grand Prix. It's basically they're running a 468 or a 510 without a blower, is what I've been told. So basically that's what the engine package is. And these are considered to be 7-liter hulls or Grand National Hydro hulls as you'd see down in the States. But the class it's starting to grow on me a little bit over these last couple of weeks. I wasn't really particularly fond of it, but over what they provided in Brockville was a great show. They did a really good job of maintaining all the boats. And we have 6 of them here this weekend. We'll have 4 of them here in this qualifier. First boat coming across our finish line, that's a beautiful 76, the Essence 2, driven by Derek Anderson. He's followed up by the Essence 1 of Guillaume Charette in the V77. He comes across our finish line. Here's Denny Roos, the father of Nick Roos, in the 110, coming across start finish line. And then the final boat will be the 109 of Dominic Mosenev in the V109. Nick's making his way back up the tower here. And I'll get ready to hand it over to him so he can call this Pro Hydro Heat. Dominic Mosenev in the Formac Racing looking really good coming across our finish line. All right, Nick, we're 2 minutes and 50 seconds away from the start. I've introduced everybody that's out on the race course to our fans watching on the live stream. I'm going to turn this heat over to you and let you do Pro Hydro Heat 1A.
Alors, qualification 1A, classe Pro Hydro. 2 abandons, Éric Lavelle, puisque c'est lui qui a causé l'arrêt prématuré de la course. C'est Derek Smith, scratch. Denis Roos, that's the former GP25 of Brendan Kennedy. Sera à surveiller l'oiseau bleu. Dominique Maisonneuve là, qui va accroître son avance au championnat sur le DeWitt et Éric Labelle. On est à 2 minutes du départ. 2 minutes away to the start. That's the rerun of the Heat 1A. Derek Anderson souhaite que tous les problèmes là, soient derrière lui, des problèmes qu'on a connus à Brockville. Des embarcations avec des moteurs de 506 pouces cubes. We are at 1:30 away to the start. So don't forget to like and subscribe on the HRL YouTube page. And don't forget to download the HRL app. On est à 1:10 avant le départ. Maisonneuve, Charette, Anderson et Roos. 4 tours pour cette qualification 1 en Pro Hydro. On les reverra une 2e fois aujourd'hui. Pour l'instant, le vent souffle à 7 km/h. We are at 40 seconds away to the start. Alors, c'est entre le Hydro 350 et le Grand Prix. On est à 22 secondes. Maisonneuve inside. Charette, Anderson, Roos. 15. Roos est un peu en retard au départ. On est à 9 secondes. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bon départ pour Guillaume Charette. Great start for Guillaume Charette qui sort du virage. C'est le V109 Dominique Maisonneuve. Où est Charette? Il est côte à côte. Voilà Guillaume Charette. Et Charette là, qui s'éloigne face à Maisonneuve, mais qui réplique. Anderson is third and Rousse is fourth. Oh, quelle bagarre! Maisonneuve, Charette, côte à côte. Oh, Charette qui se pointe juste à ses côtés. Belle sortie de virage pendant pour le Essence 1. Et il prend les devants après un tour. Maisonneuve qui semble casser son bateau alors que Denis Rousse est maintenant troisième dans l'oiseau bleu. Et quelle bagarre! Maisonneuve, Coliboué se rapproche en ligne droite, mais Charette ne cesse de s'éloigner. Attention là, la légère bourrée devant. Et Rousse est maintenant bon troisième. We're still side by side. Oh, qu'on s'est presque touché. Charette et Maisonneuve à la mi-course. C'est Guillaume Charette. Maisonneuve qui ne lâche pas alors qu'Anderson a beaucoup de problèmes à la sortie des virages. Et Rousse aussi semble avoir des problèmes. Mais ça se poursuit. Charette, closer to the win, but he has to watch. Maisonneuve, one rooster tail behind. On va montrer le drapeau blanc. C'est 4 tours cette qualification. Oh, Charette là qui voit Maisonneuve. Charette est allé tourner très large. Mais en ligne droite, reprend une légère priorité. Avec un tour à faire. One more lap to go. Rousse est troisième, suivi de Derek Anderson. Et là, c'est pas fini cette bagarre. Charette, Maisonneuve, side by side. Charette is way in the turn, but there's a lot of speed for the 77. Est-ce que Maisonneuve va le rejoindre? Dernier virage. Who will win this seat? Side by side. Oh, Maisonneuve qui s'amène, mais Charette aura-t-il la vitesse? C'est côte à côte. Qui va l'emporter? Ce sera... Oh là là! Photo finish! Photo finish! Exactement comme à Brockville. I think it's the 77, but we have to confirm. Denis Rousse is third with Oiseau Bleu. And Derek Anderson is fourth. Wow, quel... Ça va être comme ça tout au long de la fin de semaine en Pro Hydro. Quel spectacle! Encore une fois. Et là, on les fait voter dans les estrades. Et c'est Guillaume Charette qui remporte l'épreuve par un poil de cheveux, littéralement. What a finish! Guillaume Charette won the last seat in front of Dominique Maisonneuve. We're going to see them later this afternoon with the Heat 2A. Stay tuned. Next race will be the Heat 2B Formula R.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
All right, coming up next, Heat 2B, Formula R Heat 2B, going to make their way out of the pit area and onto the race course. For their final time today, Formula R will come out and run their 3-lap qualifier. After Formula R Heat 2B, we'll go with Jersey Speed Skiff. After Jersey Speed Skiff, we'll get to Formula F, and then Hydro 350, and then it'll be Grand Prix time trials. So Formula R Heat 2B on the race course right now. First boat coming off the exit pin at turn number 2. On your screen, that's the 104, the D-Rock Racing, Lucas Desrochers. The 86 of JP Guillet, good to see him back out. He had a mechanical issue earlier in the qualifier today. Here's the 910, Justin L'Esperance, and the 91 of Remy Bovelin. And then the 113, this is the one I'm watching. I hope he doesn't put it on his head. The 113 of Marcel Descote, as he's got himself out on the pit area. And the 88, the Fat Boy Racing on your screen right now, Alex Leduc. So Nicholas, all 6 are out on the race course. We're 3:22 to the start, 3:22 away.
Alors, Jean-Pierre Guillet qui est de retour sur le parcours avec son abandon ce matin. On a dit que c'est des problèmes de communication qui ont fait qu'ils n'ont plus à être sur le plan d'eau. Rémi Beauvillain qui a connu une excellente course ce matin et a surveillé Lucas Desrochers qui veut garder l'écart à 8 points derrière le Formax. Justin L'Espérance dans le Hope Racing Team a terminé 5e un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui, mais là voudra très certainement se reprendre dans cette qualification. Partira du 2e couloir. Et Marcel Descoteaux, pilote qui prend de plus en plus d'expérience dans le 113, devrait possiblement terminer ses restrictions ce week-end. Et dans le cas d'Alexandre Leduc, a connu une très belle performance ce matin. Et comme on disait tantôt, ce n'est pas des défis du vendredi pour les Formules R. On reviendra à 5 tours demain, comme c'est leur cas pour eux. On est à 2:07 du départ de cette 2e qualification Formule R.
Just about 2 minutes away from the start of Heat 2B Formula R. As we said, if you weren't with us earlier today, this is the rookie class, the Formula R. These guys have been in the boats. Some of them it's your first year, some of them it's maybe year number 2, maybe year number 3. But at the end of the season, the top 3 boats will be promoted to Formula F. So everybody trying to get in those top 3 podium positions at the end of the season. And halfway through, it's all about the 817 Formax Racing. Currently your top point getters, and they're having a good weekend so far if they've won both their qualifiers. But here in 2B, we are 1 minute and 23 seconds from the start, 1:23 and away. It'll be the 88 of Alex Leduc in lane number 1, the 910 of Justin L'Esperance, and the Hope Racing in lane number 2, the 86 of JP Guillet in lane number 3, the 91 of Remy Bovelin in lane number 4, the 104 D-Rock Racing, and Lucas Desrochers, and on the outside it'll be the 113, as we are 1 minute to the start, 1 minute away from the start of Heat 2B Formula R. Great drone shot there, Nick, as you can see all of our boats starting to get lined up on the backstretch. Remember, these lanes predetermined based off the points they accrued during the season, and here in Heat 2, it is just flipped. So if you were on the inside for the 1A, you're on the outside for 2A, and that's why you see the 104 having to start out in lane number 5, as we are 30 seconds from the start.
We're too fast, I think.
Everybody in pretty good spot, 20 seconds away. Alex Leduc has lane number 1, the 910 in lane number 2, the 86 in lane number 3, the 91 in 4, the 104 in 5, and 113 way up on the outside. We are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, good start. The 104, the D-Rock Racing, is going to lead him down into turn number 1. Lucas Desrochers out in lane number 5. He's got to hold his way all the way out there in lane number 5. He cannot come over as he gets through the apex of the turn. But he had a great start, and he will lead him off the exit of 1. So it's the 104 in first, with Leduc running in second.
Alors, c'est Desrochers en avant. Là, on a une belle bagarre entre le 113 et le 88. L'Espérance est quatrième, bien cinquième. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé du côté de Beauvillain? Mais là, regardez le Duc. Aux trousses de Lucas Desrochers pour la première place. On est côte à côte. Voyons voir au virage, tout semble bien se passer.
Coming off the exit of 2, we just got where it was a clean start to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 2 to go here in this 3-lap qualifier for Formula R, and it's Lucas Desrochers, the young man out of Valleyfield, Quebec, is your leader across our finish line. Alex Leduc having a good run back in second, the 113 in third, the Hogue Racing in fourth. Jay Piquier on the inside and Remy Bouvalet for fifth and sixth, but through the apex of turn number 1 is still Lucas Desrochers running on the outside, your leader off the exit of 1.
Là, Descoteaux est même en train de pourchasser le 88 d'Alexandre Leduc. Est-ce qu'on pourra avoir 2 en 2 aussi pour Desrochers? Mais regardez Descoteaux là, qui limite la limite de l'adhérence. Tout le temps sur le point de chavirer, mais garde l'embarcation à flot. Alors qu'on va montrer le drapeau blanc de cette qualification.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap 2. 2 down, 1 to go here in this 3-lap qualifying heat for the Formula R class. And it's still Lucas Desrochers, but look at this 113 on the outside. Only his second weekend driving the another one. He's all the way up to second position. Alex Leduc having some mechanical issues. He's off the pace back and forth. But through the apex of turn number 1, it's a 3 full Rooster Tail advantage for Lucas Desrochers.
Alors, Desrochers file vers la victoire et là, on entend des sons pas très forts là, pour le 88 et même l'Espérance est aux trousses de Marcel Descoteaux pour la deuxième place. Tantôt, on a eu 2 en 2 pour l'équipe du Formax et les 2 premiers au classement affichent leur couleur ici à Valleyfield. Ce sera une deuxième victoire pour le pilote de 17 ans. Justin, plutôt Lucas Desrochers. Et là, pour la deuxième place, ce sera Marcel Descoteaux dans le 13, suivi de Justin L'Espérance. Dans le Hope Racing Team, Guy va terminer 4e, suivi de Rémi Beauvillain de la région de France. Et malheureusement pour Alexandre Leduc, on va s'arrêter. So major problem for Alexandre Leduc with a DNF. That's so sad for him. John, he had a great performance earlier this morning.
That's unfortunate. He was running really well. He's still got, if he can finish within a minute of the leader, he can still get points, but now he's just starting to lit up. So unfortunately, Leduc unable to finish. But that's one of those rare times where the 2 boats starting in lanes number 5 and 6 actually end up finishing 1-2 with Lucas Desrochers with a great run. But the kid in the 113, man, he just letting it all hang out there.
Pilote qui n'a jamais piloté une embarcation et démontre déjà de belles choses. So next race will be the Heat 2A in the Formula F.
No, I think we're going to go
GSS,
yeah,
true.
I think we got skiffs first.
Alors, qualification 1A classe Jersey Speed Skiff, leur seule course aujourd'hui dans l'édition du vendredi.
Jersey Speed Skiff will run their only heat of the day coming up here in just a few. And then, as Nicholas said, we'll get back to Formula F heats 2A and 2B. Great drone shot there right over top of the Fat Boy Racing of Alex Leduc. You can see he is not happy. He was having a good boat ride in that 88 running in second position. So up next, we'll get him towed off the race course. It'll be Jersey Speed Skiff's qualifier heat 1A. All right, inside 1 of the 5 for Jersey Speed Skiff. All right, there's the 5-minute mark. Jersey Speed Skiff will be making their way out of the pit area. We've got 7 of them here this weekend at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Osley Jersey Speed Skiffs have a rider and a driver. The driver obviously drives the boat. The rider helps with navigation around the race course. These guys were in Madison, Indiana last weekend. They had a really good showing out in Madison. Good to see them back here at the prestigious 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Once all 7 make their way out, we will introduce them to you as they start to make their way out of the pit area. Jersey Speed Skiffs run a 283, speeds upwards of 75 to 80 miles an hour down the straightaways. But it's good to see all 7 of them make their way out. We do have a couple new ones here this weekend that haven't run all season. The 113 and the 181. And we will show you them when they come by for the first time. But it's good to see there some new skiffs making their way out onto the race course here in 2026. The first boat going down to the turn number 2 right now on your screen, that's a 721 going skiffing crazy. Courtney Stewart does the driving. She's got Rob Schiller riding along with her this weekend in that JS 721. The boat is out of Annapolis, Maryland. As they come down the front stretch. Here's the 99 driven by Alex Duke. He's got Dave Greenlaw riding along. This is the very cherry of the JS 99. The 45 in the red came through turn number 2. The 113, Louis Boudin. And Evelyn Lacote rides along with him. The 41, there's the 10 on your screen of Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. Also out of Annapolis, Maryland as they go down the front stretch. Coming across our finish line is Jimmy. Also saw the 41 of Abigail and Brendan Langford. Abigail's driving this weekend. Brendan's doing the riding. And the 45 in the red of Samantha Awancio with Jerry Awancio doing the riding. Looks like we got 6 of the 7 out there, still waiting on the 181. Greg Brandt and Michael Tremblay, but they are not out on the race course yet. That's a great shot of the Crabster, the JS41, down in turn number 1 right now. She just cut the race course, did Abigail, trying to get back on her timing marks. It's a cool drone shot. She's going to set up shop on the inside. Now these guys, their lanes were done by luck of the draw this morning. They were at the driver's meeting. They did a random draw. We've got a boat broken down in turn number 2. That's the 99. Dave Greenlaw in there with Alex Duke, so he'll know if there's something that they can do to get that boat rolling, they'll be able to. But 1 minute, 40 seconds to the start. We'll see if we can get up out of the way or get that thing restarted. Looks like they're inside the cockpit right now, really working on trying to get that boat fired up in that JS 99. Right now, they're starting to line up on the backstretch as they come off the exit of turn number 1. It's the 41 on the inside, Abigail Langford, and Brendan Langford does the riding with her. To her outside is the 45 in the red, Samantha and Jerry Awancio. The 113 should be in between the 45 and the 721. It looks like we've lost the 113. He's up there early. Louis Boudin's up just a little bit early. Great shot from our drone crew as these guys start to get their timing marks. 49 seconds, so they're a little bit early. So it'll be the 41 inside in lane number 1. The 45 will be in lane number 2. The 113 will be in lane number 3. Courtney Stewart in the 721 will be in lane number 4. Lane number 5 will be Jimmy Stewart in the 10. So those will be the 5 boats that make the call here. Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier number 1. It looks like the 99 is far enough up off the race course. And they do have radio communication, so everybody will let them know that the 99 is dead in the water. So they're going to go to the inside. So we're 15 seconds from the start. So it'll be the 41, the 45, the 113, the 721, and the 10 from the inside out as we are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Whoa, clean start for the 10. Jimmy Stewart will lead him across start finish line in the JS10, the Yumpin' Yiminy from lane number 5. Lori Bourdain on the inside in the middle, and then Samantha Awancio in the JS45 trying to hug the buoy row as they come through the apex of turn number 1. So Samantha Awancio is your leader through the apex of 1 with Louis Bourdain stuck in the middle and Jimmy Stewart stuck on the outside. So 3 boats side by side off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 1 of 4. So the JF45 is your leader down into turn number 2. Louis Bourdain on her outside in the 113, another one, and then far up on the outside, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio as all 3 boats head down into turn number 2 together. This tight turn 2 here in Valleyfield makes it a really contentious battle for the Jersey Speed Skiffs as they come off the exit of 2. 1 down, 3 to go here in Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier 1A. And it's Samantha Awancio and Jerry Awancio leading Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio running in second. Louis Bourdain runs in third. Oh, wing out. Man, that was close. Samantha wung out right in front of Jimmy. Luckily, Jimmy saw that and turned to the left, but that could have been nasty. No harm, no foul there as they're both still up and running as Jimmy Stewart leads them off the exit of 1 here on lap number 2. So Stewart leads. Samantha is back to second position. Louis Bourdain in third. Courtney Stewart in 4th and Abigail Langford in 5th. They head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 2 of 4. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio are your leaders through the apex of 2 here on lap 2. In the red, Samantha Awancio and Jerry Awancio running in second. They'll come around a complete lap number 2. 2 down, 2 to go here at Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier heat 1A. Stewart leads. He's opened it up by about 10. Samantha's backed off just a little bit as Jerry is telling her to go as we try to catch up to the 10. Third position, the 113. Louis Bourdain runs in third position. Here comes Courtney Truelove trying to make up ground. Back and forth. It looks like she will overtake the 113. She'll move up into third position here in qualifier 1A. And Abigail Langford is back in 5th. So 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here at Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier 1A. And it's Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, your leaders, down the backstretch here on lap number 3 of 4. Samantha Awancio, Jerry Awancio running in a second. As they come through the apex of turn number 2 here on the lap number 3. Jimmy Stewart in the Yumpin' Yiminy will come around and complete lap 3. So 3 down and 1 to go here at Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier 1A. And it's Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, your leaders. Second position to the 45. Samantha and Jerry Awancio. Third place, Courtney Truelove has moved up into third position in the 721, going skiffing crazy. She's got Rob Schiller in there with her this weekend. Louis Bourdain looks like the 113's back up and running. He was slow and off the pace a little bit on the previous lap, but looks pretty good here on lap number 4. And then Abigail Langford running back in 5th. So half a lap away for Jimmy Stewart as everybody's getting pretty strung out on the race course here. And the JS10 Yumpin' Yiminy is your leader down into turn number 2 on lap number 4 of 4. Only time the skiffs will run today here in Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier 1A. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2. He's going to come a little bit wide. And your winner of heat 1A for the Jersey Speed Skiffs is going to Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio in the JS10 Yumpin' Yiminy. Second place will go to the 45. Samantha and Jerry Awancio will go around and get second. Third position, Courtney Truelove. She'll pick up a third place in the 721. Going skiffing crazy. She'll bring that beautifully rebuilt JS 721 across start finish line in third. Like fourth place will go to Louis Bourdain in the 113, another one, and then Abigail Langford will round out the field in 5th position. All right, everybody came out unscathed with Jersey Speed Skiff Qualifier 1A. We'll go back to Hydroplane racing next. Coming up, Formula F 2A and 2B, followed by H350, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. Then Grand Prix time trials will be after that. So if you're looking for Grand Prix time trials, they're about 6 heats away from Grand Prix time trials. All right, as we said, coming up next, Formula F Heat 2A. Matisse Gabriel Chason, Ken Brody III, and Eddie Campouche here in Heat 2A. If you're listening live on our live stream, don't forget to download the Hydroplane Racing League app. You can keep up to date with the schedules, the lane assignments, all the heat draws, everything like that that you need right there on the Hydroplane Racing League app. First boat going down in to turn number 2. That's Matisse Gabriel Chason in the 57, the How. He's from right here in Valleyfield, Quebec, so his hometown race for Matisse. You see Matisse coming right here across start-finish line in the 57, the Honda-powered 57. Formula F brought to you by Valleyfield Honda this weekend. Flying hard on the outside, that's Eddie Campouche. She'll have to start in lane number 4 today in the Viper. There goes Ken Brody, the third, and then Martin Lecomte. Those are the 4 boats here in qualifier 2A for Formula F. As we said, if you do not know, the Formula F is our more experienced drivers compared to our Formula R drivers. These guys have been in the sport a longer amount of time and have a little bit more experience. Everybody in this heat does have the Honda K20. The only non-Honda in the Formula F class right now is Kevin Smith, and we'll see him in the second qualifier coming up in just a minute. Matisse Gabriel Chason coming through turn number 2 down here to start-finish line on a timing run. Got Martin Lecomte to the inside in the 555, the Happy Sunny. That boat has potential. They looked good in Brockville before hitting a roller and really doing some damage to the boat. They did a good job to get it fixed up in here at Valleyfield. Ken Brody III coming by, and Eddie Campouche in the 16, the Viper. 2 minutes, 12 seconds to the start, 2:12 away. Beautiful day of racing here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield. We've got to remember, this is only day number 1 of 3. We're just about halfway through our racing program today. We're on Formula F, second round of qualifiers. We'll do 2A and 2B for Formula F, then we'll move into the H350s, second round of qualifiers, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. Then we'll have a vintage heat, Pro Hydro, Grand Prix time trials. So a lot of heat racing left for you today, and then we will end the day with an 8-boat Formula F final and a 7-boat Hydro 350 final. So make sure you stick around for the end of the day. Matisse Gabriel Chason coming by in the pink and blue boat. Here in the second round of qualifiers that we talked about each and every weekend, they have to start on the outside, the faster boats, or the boats with the most points start on the outside in the second round of qualifiers. Good shot of Matisse Gabriel Chason being followed by our drone there as he starts to get himself into position. So we're 53 seconds from the start. So lane number 1 will be the 555, the Happy Sunny and Mark Lecomte. Lane number 2 will be the 57, Matisse Gabriel Chason. Lane number 3 will be the 50, Ken Brody III, and on the outside will be Eddie Campouche in the 16. For the final later today, it's a combination of both qualifiers. The fastest time will get the inside lane. So Eddie looking to replicate what he did in the first qualifier. So even though he might, like he did in the first qualifier, extend the lead out, he's still going to push hard because the fastest times will qualify for the insides. We're 14 seconds to the start. Lecomte is up just a little bit early as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Wow, Ken Brody III with a great start from lane number 3. Brody will lead him down here into turn number 1 from lane number 3. Everybody going to hold their lane all the way through the apex. And Matisse Gabriel Chason will get there first. He'll turn left first at the 57, the Hal. But there are 2 boats right to his outside, including the 50 and the 16. Matisse Gabriel Chason is your leader down the backstretch. Ken Brody III runs in second. Eddie Campouche runs in third. Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 1. Remember, we only go 3 times around. It's a clean start. Everybody was legal, so Chason is your leader through the apex of 2. Mark Lecomte on his inside. He's still got 2 boats to his outside. Camfouche and Ken Brody the third. They come around and complete lap number 1, and here comes Eddie Camfouche flying hard on the outside. Camfouche is up to second after lap number 1. Matisse Gabriel Chason picks up the right spots just a little bit as they head down here into turn 1 on lap number 2. So Chason leads. Camfouche can move over now if he wants. He's got that 4 boat length advantage. He can move over in front of Ken Brody the third if he wants to. Trying to make up ground is Eddie Camfouche, and here comes Eddie on the outside. So 2 boats about 2 boat lengths separate first and second as they head down here into turn number 2, halfway through the 3-lap qualifier for Formula F. And it's Matisse Gabriel Chason, your leader, but here comes Camfouche right on the outside. Eddie going to push hard through turn number 2, and they are side by side off the exit pin. Chason on the inside and Camfouche on the outside, coming around to complete lap number 2, and Eddie Camfouche is going to be able to keep the horsepower up, and he will lead lap number 2. 2 down, 1 to go. Eddie Camfouche in the Viper is your leader from lane number 4, but he's still got to fight off Matisse Gabriel Chason as Chason will be able to hold that inside lane. But Eddie gets there first, turns left first, and he's opened it up by about 3 boat lengths as they come up the exit pit of turn number 1 here on the 3rd and final lap. And Eddie Camfouche extends the lead to 2 to 3 boat lengths now. Chason still runs in second position. Nice battle for third between Mark Lecomte and Ken Brody the third, but down into turn number 2 here on the 3rd and final lap here in this 3-lap qualifier. Eddie Camfouche at a Grand Isle, New York, and the F-16, the Viper. He'll come up the exit pin. He'll be looking for the checkered flag this time by. And your unofficial winner of Heat 2A for the Formula F class, we're going to Eddie Camfouche in the 16. Second position, a good run for Matisse Gabriel Chason in the 57, the Howe. Third position will go to Ken Brody the third. And Mark Lecomte will end up in 4th. So Eddie Camfouche, 2 for 2 on the day, gets the victory here in Heat 2A. So by my calculation, no matter what happens here in 2B, Eddie Camfouche will have that inside lane for the final later on today. Up next, Nick will have to call a Formula 2500 Heat 2B coming up next. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Formula F Heat 2B. 5-minute gun has gone off. We should have the 38 of Adam Carruthers, the 35 of Kyle Hayes, the 26 of Kevin Smith, and the 92 of John Shaw. As we talked about earlier, John Shaw was assessed a penalty back in Heat 1B. He was the unofficial winner on the water, but then assessed a penalty back in 1B. So unfortunately, John's going to have to dig himself out of a hole here in the second round of qualification heats. Kyle Hayes was able to get the victory due to that penalty to John. So one thing we did talk about earlier that I want to repeat is just the effort by the 92 team just to get here. They turned that boat over 2 weeks ago in Brockville, seized an engine. They borrowed an engine from Jacob Haynu to finish out Sunday. Jacob took that engine back, and then they got a call from the Kreitzer family, and the Kreitzer family donated their engine for them to use here in Valleyfield, which is a testament to what our sport is all about. So pretty cool that the Kreitzer family got their engine running here in Valleyfield. Adam Carruthers, the boat on the inside. The boat in the middle was Kevin Smith, and then John Shaw, and you see coming through turn number 2 is Kyle Hayes in the 35. TM Special presented by Jones Junction. Those are the 4 boats. Nicholas, I'm going to hand it over to you to call Heat 2B.
Alors, à surveiller évidemment John Shaw dans le Tenacity qui a eu une rare pénalité ce matin. Ça le relègue assez loin puisqu'il a eu 1 minute de pénalité. Adam Carruthers dans le Heron Choker sera dans le premier couloir. Kyle Hayes sera dans le deuxième couloir avec le TM Special. Lui qui a été crédité de la victoire de tantôt. Et Kevin Smith sera dans le troisième couloir, le Dreamweaver. So Adam Carruthers had a great weekend 2 weeks ago in Brockville. Unfortunately, John Shaw will blow over in the Saturday afternoon. But he's the favorite on his seat. Kevin Smith, ça c'est le fils de Charles Smith. On aura par la suite 4 qualifications classe Hydro 350. The Formula F presents by Valleyfield Honda. Alors, rappelons que c'est les 8 pilotes qui seront en finale. All the 8 drivers will be in the final because Samuel Tremblay was not able to come here at a blowover earlier this week at the Larocque Bridge. On est à 1 minute 35 du départ. The Heron Choker will be inside with Adam Carruthers. Kyle Hayes will be in the second lane with a 35. Kevin Smith will be in the lane number 3. And John Shaw will be in the lane number 4 with a Tenacity. He needs a good time to be closer to Eddie Canfush in the final. Donc, condition vraiment idéale. 1 minute avant le départ. $50 seconds. Carruthers inside. Hayes, lane number 2. Third will be Kevin Smith with the Dreamweaver. John Shaw will be in the lane number 4. On est à 32 secondes. On est à 20 secondes. On les voit s'approcher. Très belle prise de caméra dans le deuxième virage, mais Carruthers là, qui a eu juste assez de place. On est à 8 secondes. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ça sera un excellent départ pour John Shaw à l'extérieur. Great start for John Shaw the outside. Qui va sortir au virage? C'est Kyle Hayes. Hayes, c'est oh la Carouters qui a frappé une mauvaise vague, mais voilà déjà John Shaw ses côtés. Kyle Hayes and John Shaw side by side. Again, that's the battle we saw earlier this morning. Mais là, on est inversé. Voyons voir au virage. John Shaw the outside. Kyle Hayes on the inside. On est côte à côte. Shaw ne laisse juste assez de place, mais Hayes en profite. Mais dans le droit, le Tenacity qui reprend sa priorité. Un tour de complété. One lap done. Carouters is third in front of Kevin Smith with a Dreamweaver. Et là, c'est reparti de plus belle. Les deux champions des deux catégories l'an dernier, Kyle Hayes en 2,5 litres et John Shaw en Formule 2500 l'an dernier. And now is increasing his lead in front of Kyle Hayes. Alors qu'on a des canards là, devant le bruit du départ. The white flag will be showing up. Oh, Hayes là qui tente de coller les bouées, mais Shaw rapplique. One lap done. Et Hayes, lui, semble vouloir se contenter de la deuxième place. Et Shaw, lui, ne sera sûrement pas vers les corridors intérieurs en vue de la finale du défi du vendredi suite à sa pénalité de ce matin. Et là, il faudra faire attention au petit canard là, qui s'amène. Dernier virage pour John Shaw. Tenacity. Last straightaway. Here's your winner if there's no penalties. John Shaw, Tenacity, F92. Deuxième, Kyle Hayes, TM Special. Third will be Adam Carouters with the Heron Choker. And fourth will be Kevin Smith with the Dreamweaver. Alors on va comptabiliser les deux temps pour l'ordre des couloirs en finale. Next race will be the Heat 2A in Hydro 350 presented by Grace Canada. We're going to have Martin Rochon, Donald Leduc, Francis Côté, Tommy Shannon, and Eddie Canfouche in the 999 Black Beast. Stay tuned. Don't forget to download the HRL app. N'oubliez pas de télécharger l'application HRL. Vous avez tous les données, tous les résultats en instantané, toutes les catégories de classe, les pilotes et ainsi que les places des sites de course, l'horaire de la journée, les groupes de qualification. Et n'oubliez pas surtout de s'abonner et d'aimer la page Hydroplane Racing League. Dans quelques instants, qualification 2A, classe Hydro 350 ici à Valleyfield.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for H350 second round of qualifiers, Heat 2A. Sponsored by Grace Canada. Will be making their way out of the pit area. Should have 5 of them make the call for Heat 2A for Hydro 350s, the 773, the 48, the 23, the 306, and Eddie Campush in the 999. Should be the 5 boats making their way out onto the race course for H350 qualifier Heat 2A. First boat you see on your screen going down there into turn number 2, that is the 48, the Cannonball of Donald LeDuc. As we talked earlier, Donald has made his way back into inboard hydroplane racing. Many years as a 2.5 liter stock driver, has taken over controls of Tyler Kadatz's old boat and is now behind the wheel of the 48, the Cannonball. Next boat coming out of turn number 2 on the inside, that's the 23, the Yellow Torpedo and Francis Cote. On his outside, the 773 of Martin Rochon. And the RTX sponsored the 773. On your screen now you see the 306, the Dog Nasty of Tommy Shannon. Going down into turn number 2. Tommy came into the weekend as the points leader. Had a nice victory back in Heat 1A earlier today. And he'll try to replicate that here in 2A. Remember, we're only going 3 times around today. Tomorrow we'll have 5-lap qualifiers. Today, just 3 laps. Other boat on the race course that's not come up on your screen yet is the 999, the Black Beast, driven this weekend by Eddie Campush, but he is out there on the race course right now, coming off of turn number 1. So all 5 boats have come across start finish line. They have made the call. We are 2 minutes and 30 seconds from the start. Heat 2A, Hydro 350s this weekend, brought to you by Grace Canada. In my opinion, the most competitive racing we have is in this H350 class. They might not be as loud as the GPs or as spectacular, but they do put on some pretty competitive heat racing, and especially now in the second round of qualifiers with the faster guys being on the outside. It'll be interesting to see. You see Tommy Shannon on your screen right now. There's Eddie Campush right behind him coming across our finish line. Eddie's first opportunity to drive an H350. Gets in here as Eric McKenna has trusted him to be behind the wheel of the 999, the Black Beast, as Eric is recuperating from a torn Achilles, unable to go here in 2026. Boat coming through turn 2 right now, that's Martin Rochon. If you were with us in Brockville, he busted the left sponson off the boat in one of the qualification heats. They took it to Burt's shop in Brockville, got it fixed up, repainted and everything. He tested on Wednesday, and the boat is ready to go. Tommy Shannon on your screen right now, the 306, the Dog Nasty, as they all start to conjure up down into turn number 1 with 1 minute to the start. There's a 773 on your screen right now. And due to him having to start on the outside in the first qualifier, Martin Rochon will get the inside lane here in 2A. So from inside out, it'll be the 773, Martin Rochon. He'll be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 48, Donald LeDuc in the Cannonball. Lane number 3 will be the 23 of Francis Cote in the Yellow Torpedo. The 306 Dog Nasty, the teal boat. Tommy Shannon will be in lane number 4. And on the outside, his second restriction heat will be Eddie Campush in the 999, the Black Beast. We're 15 seconds from the start. Hydro 350 qualifier 2A is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Ooh, it's close. Eddie Campush will lead him across the start from the outside. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. Here in Hydro 350 qualifier 2A, and Martin Rochon will get there first. He'll turn left first at the 773. The RTX will come off the exit pin. Rochon leads. Eddie Campush is flying hard on the outside in second position. Tommy Shannon in third. Francis Cote and Donald LeDuc. as they head down into turn number 2 here on lap number 1 of 3. It's Martin Rochon, your leader. The RTX-sponsored H350 tries to tiptoe through that tight turn number 2 here in Valleyfield. He'll come up the exit pit at 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 2 to go. Rochon leads. Shannon runs in second. Camfouche runs in third. Donald LeDuc runs in fourth. Then down into turn number 1. Here on lap number 2 of 3. Rochon leads. Shannon still runs in second. Camfouche runs in third. We'll see if there's any calls. We're just getting the phone call from downstairs here on the tower. We're halfway through qualifier 2A, and we do have a P1 on Eddie Camfouche. So Eddie jumped the start. He just got word of that. He is backed out completely. He was really close, but he did jump the start. So the 991 will be assessed a penalty, and you can see Eddie is really slow. But off the exit pit at turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. So 2 down and 1 to go here for Martin Rochon. He's looking to go a perfect 2 for 2 as well. Here in the first 2 rounds of qualification heats, and we've lost Francis Cote. He looks like he lost the Callan on the 23 as he is pulled into the middle of the race course. But half a lap away from Martin Rochon in the 773. The RTX-sponsored H773 will lead him down into turn number 2. 2 full Rooster Tails over top of Tommy Shannon, running back in second. So Rochon, he'll come through the apex of turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by. And how about this? After busting the left sponson off in Brockville, he'll go 2 for 2 on the day. He'll be in the final later on the day. Martin Rochon, your winner of 2A. Tommy Shannon will get second in the Dog Nasty. Third position to go to Donald LeDuc. And Eddie Camfouche will round out the field in fourth. Unfortunate for the Yellow Torpedo. And Francis Cote, he shut it down there on lap number 2. And it looked like the Callan had come flapping off the top of the 23. Up next will be heat at 2B. It'll have the 300, the 104, the 600, the 225, and the 97. They'll be coming up in heat 2B, sponsored by Grace Canada. Stick around, we'll be right back.
premières places, 3 présences en finale. Que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Innocent.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, c'est le fun.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courir, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game, puis on fait juste embarquer pour continuer après.
À la qualification 2B, classe Hydro 350. Et là, attention, ça va brasser mon kiki. À l'intérieur, on aura le Pennzoil et Andrew Tate. Marc Lecomte et Scratch. Jolet sera dans le deuxième couloir. Nicolas Rousse, le H225 dans le troisième couloir. Et le 97, Grant Leadycoat, sera dans le quatrième couloir. John, I think we're going to have a great battle between Andrew Tate and Nicolas Rousse.
Yeah, this will be really good to see how the 300 team can stack up against the 225 here as they finally get together. I know Andrew will have lane number 1, but Nick has been the class of the field, you know, coming into the weekend, so it'll be interesting to see. And you were up here a little bit ago when we got a little bit of news about the 300. Yeah, a little bit of news about the 300 moving into North Tonawanda. Tom Huganier is going to make his triumphant return. I can't believe it. First time I've seen him since 2019. He's been MIA all over the daggone country and the world, back down living in Mexico, just gallivanting around. But Tom Huganier is going to make his return to the 300 in North Tonawanda. I mean, come on, let's have some fun.
Oui, on l'a appris tantôt. Tom Huganier qui sera de retour au volant du Pennzoil à Tonawanda, puisque Andrew Tate sera à Seattle pour le Unlimited. Donc, on ne sait pas où il était rendu, Tom Huganier, mais ça, c'est vraiment toute une surprise. On est très heureux de le revoir. On est à 2 minutes 40. On a aussi Grant Leadycoat dans le Sendit, le H350 qui, lui, l'an dernier, à North Tonawanda, a eu un ponton arraché. Mais toujours très à surveiller, a été cependant appelé ce matin pour une pénalité. Et Joles, lui, je crois qu'on a eu des légers problèmes un peu plus tôt ce matin. On est à 2:15 du départ.
As Nick said, 2 minutes and 13 seconds to the start. Should be a pretty good race here between the 300 and the 600, or I'm sorry, and the 225. Don't count out Grant Liddycoat. I know he got an unfortunate call earlier today in that 97. So he's going to have to work really hard here. Probably not going to make the final later on today, but still a good learning experience for Grant, having to start once again on the outside. Here comes Nick Roos coming by. You see him on your screen there as he comes across the start-finish line, followed up by Andrew Tate. The question is, how much power does that 300 have? They have been up and down. I mean, they had a really good Valleyfield last year. He were leading the points. He was going to be on the inside lane for the final, and of course the storms came up. And since then, they really just haven't clicked in that 300. I know that boat's for sale, so who knows what's going on with that team, but they're building a brand new one too, Nicholas. I don't know if you know that. A brand new 300 is in the works. Was trying to be ready for this weekend. They just didn't get it completed, but that new 300 should come out next season, so good opportunity here for them to get some seat time for Andrew in that 300 and maybe have a good result as we're about a minute away. So let me line them up for you. Andrew Tate will have lane number 1 in the 300, the Pennzoil. Lane 2 will be the 600 of Joe Less out of Grand Island, New York. Lane 3 will be the 225 of Nicholas Roos. And on the outside will be Grant Liddycoat out of Suffolk, Virginia in the 97 Descendant. That's how they'll line up as they're 40 seconds from the start. Everybody all over the place here, disconjointed in the run-up to Heat 2B. Watch for Nick Roos. He's laying back a little bit. He's going to try to come flying through turn number 2 here. We're 21 seconds from the start. So it'll be Tate, Less, Roos, Liddycoat. That's how they'll line up here for qualifier 2B. 10 seconds from the start.
Whoa!
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Good start. Grant Liddycoat will lead him across from the outside in lane number 4, but Andrew Tate's got that inside a shorter way around. The 300 will get there first, and Andrew will turn left first. He's got the advantage. We'll call it a 2-boat length advantage over top of Nicholas Roos, hitting the white water. But they come off the exit pit. It's Andrew Tate, your leader.
Alors, c'est Andrew Tate qui est en avant, mais attention à Nicolas Rousse qui est pas très loin. Liddycoat est 3e. Les, lui, ne semble pas avoir eu beaucoup de place au départ. Et là, Andrew Tate démontre qu'il sera surveillé ce week-end. On complète un premier tour. Rousse est 2e, suivi de Liddycoat et de Les.
Off the exit at 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. Andrew Tate, your leader, but Nick Roos has gone to the buoy row. The 225 is trying to make up ground. He's going to the inside of Andrew Tate's wake. We'll see if he can make up any ground as they head down here to turn number 1. So Tate leads, Roos runs in 2nd, Liddycoat runs in 3rd, and Les runs in 4th. But through the apex of 1, it's a rooster tail advantage for Andrew Tate.
On a vu Rousse tenter de s'insérer à l'intérieur, mais je crois que ça a trop cogné à l'entrée du virage. Et là, il est de retour à l'extérieur, mais Andrew Tate, nullement inquiété. Même Liddycoat, là, est aux trousses de Rousse pour la 2e place. Alors, on va montrer le drapeau blanc. The white flag is up. One more lap for Andrew Tate.
Off the exit at 2 to come around and complete lap 2. 2 down, 1 to go for Andrew Tate in the 300, the Pennzoil. Out of Wild Lake, Michigan is your leader across start finish line. Nicholas Roos runs in 2nd from right here in Valleyfield, Quebec in the 225. The Roos Motorsports, 3rd position, Descendant, and Grant Liddycoat, and 4th is Joe Less. But off the exit of 1 here on lap number 3, it's all Andrew Tate.
Alors, pas vraiment de changement dans cette course de Andrew Tate. File loin en avant dans le Pennzoil. Sera-t-il de la finale une 2e ce matin? Et Rousse, lui, va se contenter de la 2e place. Va rester avec 28 points d'écart au championnat.
Off the exit of 2, it'll be the checker flag this time by, and the 300, and the Pennzoil, and Andrew Tate for your winners of Heat 2B. Nicholas Roos will end up in 2nd in the 225. 3rd place will go to Grant Liddycoat in the 97 Descendant. And Joe Less will round out the field in 4th in the 600, the Senseless 12. I tell you, Nick, you give Andrew Tate the inside lane, he's tough to beat.
Andrew Tate à l'intérieur sera extrêmement difficile à battre et le retrouvera possiblement demain. On sait que c'était Michael Tremblay au volant à Cambridge et la Tate sera extrêmement surveillée tout le long du week-end. Still 2 more hits to come, John, in the Hydro 350. The next one will be Marc Lalonde, Mathieu Brown, Daniel Eché, and Jacob Eno. And I think Andrew Tate has now the fastest time for all the day. That's Eric said on the P in the park.
That'd be interesting to see. We'll see what that time is for that heat. Because with Nick getting a 1st and a 2nd, Rashawn got 2 first, so we'll have to see. So Rashawn got 2 first. We'll have to see what his time is to determine. But that was a 2:08, 2 minutes 8 seconds for those 3 laps for Andrew Tate. So he was moving around there, 2:08.270. So what they'll do is they'll combine both of the qualification heats. So they'll take Andrew's times from his 1st qualifier and his 2nd qualifier, combine those times and come up with who's going to have that inside lane. So we'll have to wait and see. Coming up next, Heat 2C.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for Heat 2C for Hydro 350, sponsored by Grace Canada. We should have 4 make the call here for Heat 2C. The boats come out of the pit area. We'll introduce them to you. The 751, Mark Lalame will be the first boat out in the Lalo Racing. The 666 of Danny Leger. The 2 is Jacob Hainu. And we're waiting on the 74 Matthew Brown. But Nicholas Jacobs got an opportunity here. He won his first qualifier. If he can win the second qualifier, you never know where that's going to put him in position for the final.
Oui, Jacob Hainu qui a gagné sa qualification un peu plus tôt ce matin. Là, on vient de voir Marc Lalonde avoir quelques difficultés en ligne droite. Et sera à l'intérieur. Matthew Brown, lui, le groupe SFK sera dans le deuxième couloir. Ça, c'est l'ancien Bull Shark Racing de Carl Saint-Vincent. Jacob Hainu will be in the lane number 4. He won his seat earlier this morning with the H2. That's the boat of Richard Hainu drove until last year. Et Danny Léger a connu un excellent début de saison, mais là, à Brockville, ça a été un peu plus difficile. Est-ce que... Oh, Marc Lalonde ne semble pas 100%. Est-ce qu'on va rentrer dans les puits? Attendons de voir. Marc Lalonde is going inside the pits again. So Marc Lalonde will be scratched. So that's open the door for Matthew Brown with the inside lane. So 0 points for Marc Lalonde today. As we know, tomorrow it's a new weekend for the Hydro 350. Gonna go with 5 laps around tomorrow. Today it's a 3 laps around. On est à 2 minutes 10 du départ. Alors, Hainu qui va excessivement bien cette année. Ça, c'est le fils de Richard Hainu. Hâte de voir Danny Léger qui est capable de nous sortir des lapins de son chapeau. Matthew Brown, that's the former Bull Shark Racing of Cal Saint-Vincent, who decided to retire after the last season. Jacob Hainu, H2. On est à 1 minute 20 du départ. Qualification 2C, classe Hydro 350. We're going to go with the Heat 2D after. Run of Vintage, Pro Hydro, Time Trials, GP. Finals, Formula F. GP's Drivers Parade. And the last race of the day will be the finals of the defeats Vendredi of the Hydro 350. Regardez la belle vue que vous avez avec le drone du haut des airs. Mathieu Brown sera à l'intérieur. Danny Léger dans le deuxième couloir. Et Jacob Eno dans le troisième couloir. On est à 36 secondes. So hope to see Marc Lalonde back again tomorrow. Stronger. 23 secondes. The 74 will be inside. Daniel Léger in the 666 lane number 2, and at the outside it will be Jacob Eno with the H2. On est à 10 secondes. Je crois qu'on aura un bon départ. On est à 5 secondes. 2, 1. Excellent départ pour tout le monde. Brown a un peu raté son départ. Qui sort du virage? C'est Danny Léger, Charpentec in the lead. Where's Eno? Eno est déjà à ses côtés. Et c'est reparti de plus belle entre les deux. On a eu toute une bagarre à Brockville. Et Eno qui est maintenant côte à côte. Attention au virage. Le H2 et le H666. On s'amène dans le virage. Léger qui colle suffisamment, mais Eno qui l'a presque heurté. Et le H2 là, qui rouvre les gaz après un tour. Oh, quelle bagarre entre les deux. Les deux nous ont livré toute une course à Brockville. Et c'est reparti de plus belle. Léger qui rapplique. Mais voilà Eno, côte à côte. Oh, que ça c'est beau, mesdames, messieurs, du Hydro 350 à son meilleur. Le fils de Richard Eno qui tient tête à Danny Léger. Voyons voir au virage. Léger à l'intérieur. Eno, côte à côte, on s'est touché. Je crois qu'on s'est touché à l'entrée du virage. Encore une fois entre les deux, c'est pas la première fois cette saison. Avec un tour à faire. Est-ce que Léger va pouvoir remonter sur Jacob Eno? On est côte à côte. Léger qui reprend, mais Eno rapplique. Oh, Eno se pointe. Côte à côte. Avec un demi-parcours à faire. Ça, c'est du Hydro 350 à son meilleur. Voyons voir au virage. Eno, Léger, côte à côte. Attention, encore une fois, là, on s'est touché. 2 fois. Et là, ce sera la victoire de Jacob Eno devant Danny Léger. Mais 2 fois, on s'est touché. Mathieu Brown termine 3e. Et là, il faudra voir s'il y a matière à pénalité. Alors, quelle qualification, tout un spectacle. On vous revient dans quelques instants avec la décision des officiels. Vous regardez la 86e édition des Régates de Valleyfield.
All right, we have Heat 2D coming up. 2D. Once again, if you want to follow along, download that Hydroplane Racing League app. You can get all the penalties, because I know everybody wants to talk about penalties. There was a penalty in that last heat to Dana Vijay. He got a P11 in the 666, so that will probably take him out of the final. And once again, once this 2D is finished, we will calculate and determine which 7 boats will make the H350 Friday final. That'll be coming up here at the end of the day. That'll be our final race of the day, will be that H350 final coming up later today. Should have 4 of them make the call here for Heat at 2B. Should be Bert Henderson, Michael LeBoeuf, Kent Henderson, and Frederick Coutier in the 14. Should be the 4 boats. I see 3 of them out here right now, Nicholas. So it should be a good one. And I'll tell you another story about the boat that you see on your screen right now, the 155. They went through an entire garage fire. Like everything in the garage burned down, including the boat and the trailer and everything. And they rebuilt that team. So it's really good to see that 155. And they were fast in Brockville. He was fast in Brockville. So hopefully he has a good Valleyfield this weekend, because a lot of work went into that 155 team, get them back on the water. We're 3:20 from the start.
Oui, il manque toujours le last minute again de Bert Henderson. A-t-il quitté les puits? Oh, and Couturier is back again in the pits. Major problem for the 14 again. What happened with Couturier? And we're still missing Bert Henderson.
Yeah, Bert's still not out. I did see Owen downstairs, his spotter, but Bert's not out yet, so maybe some mechanical issues with the 8.
Oh, he's coming. He's right there.
Okay, good. So
Sorry,
Bert's
John.
coming out. But we did see the 14 make his way back to the pit area. Frederick Coutier has been having electrical issues all weekend in Brockville as well. I was talking to some people and said he spent a lot of money this past week to try to get that boat ready, but just some electrical issues in that 14. That's why you see him, he'll be going for a while and then shut off. Going again and then shut off. So unfortunately for them, he's going back to the pit area. So it looks like, Nicholas, we're going to have, once again, a 3-boat qualifier here for 2D.
And John, who will have the advantage between Bert and Ken? Oh, brother battle.
Yeah, brother battle here. Well, the 8, obviously, you know, last weekend or 2 weeks ago, blew the left sponson off. They had to rebuild it. Kent, he's been running okay. Over the last couple years, though, he hasn't been up to par when he won the championship years ago, right? So he's been struggling. You know, he's doing a lot. He's running 2 boats, so it takes a lot of time. So we'll see how Kent does. But I'm telling you, Michael, I wouldn't count out LaBeouf, man. He looked really well in Brockville. So be interested to see here with this 3-boat battle in 2D for Hydro 350, sponsored by Grace Canada, as we are 1:30 from the start.
Oui, à surveiller évidemment Ken Anderson dans le team Toban H519. Lui qui avait connu une bonne fin de semaine à Brockville, a déjà gagné ici 2 fois à Valleyfield et a notamment déjà gagné le championnat en 2018. Toujours un pilote à surveiller. Et évidemment, Bert Anderson, lui qui a travaillé très fort dans les 2 dernières semaines, a préparé son embarcation, l'embarcation de Martin Rochon, Jack Lupton ainsi que Ken Lupton. We are 55 seconds away to the start. It will be a 3-boat race with the Henderson brothers and Michael Leboeuf in the middle.
Yeah, unfortunately for Frederic Coutier, he went back to the pit area as they all start to conjure up down off the exit pin of turn number 1. That's Michael Leboeuf in the 155 on your screen to the right. Ken Henderson next to him in the 519, bank on it, and then the 8, Bert Henderson should be coming up right there on the inside, and there he is. So those are your 3 boats here for qualifier 2D. 20 seconds from the start. Henderson, LaBeouf, Henderson. That's how they'll line up through the apex of turn number 2 as we are 10 seconds away from heat 2D. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. I think Bert might be a little bit early. We'll wait and see officially, but he might have jumped that start. We'll have to wait and see. So Henderson will lead him down here into turn number 1. Through the apex of turn number 1, Bert Henderson leads. Michael Leboeuf is in second, and Ken Henderson in third. So off the apex of 1, tentatively, the 8 is your leader.
Oui, pour l'instant, c'est Bert Anderson en tête, mais est-ce qu'il a devancé le départ? Je crois que oui. Leboeuf est deuxième. Mais attention à Anderson, parce que ça pourrait devenir la bagarre pour la première place si le H8 a devancé le départ. Et est-ce qu'on confirme que Anderson a devancé le départ?
Off the exit pit of turn number 2, Bert Henderson has jumped the gun, so he is not your leader. Your battle for the lead is between the 155 and the 519. So Bert Henderson jumped, so it's a 155 and the 519 is the battle. So Henderson will come off the exit pit at turn number 1 with the advantage, but Michael Leboeuf is currently your leader on the water, Nicholas.
Leboeuf s'éloigne un peu plus de Ken Anderson, et ça, c'est malheureux pour Bert Anderson. Lui qui avait eu 2e place un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui, mais là, devra se faire ajouter 1 minute de pénalité pendant qu'on voit que Kent, lui, tente de s'insérer à l'intérieur avec un tour à faire pour Michael Leboeuf. Quelle histoire ce serait pour lui?
Off the exit of 2, Michael Leboeuf will come around and get the white flag this time by. So 2 down and 1 to go for the 155. The Zoomerang driven by Michael Leboeuf. Ken Henderson runs in second in the 519, the bank on it. They head down into turn number 1 here on lap number 3 of 3. And it's Michael Leboeuf in the 155, your leader, top of Ken Henderson, running back in second in the team tow band off the exit of 1. Michael Leboeuf leads. Bring him home, Nick.
Alors, Michael Leboeuf là, qui s'éloigne de plus en plus et va avoir une très belle victoire. Il avait déjà remporté une course l'an dernier à Valleyfield, mais on se rappelle, tout le garage de son père, Jean-Guy Leboeuf, avait passé au feu il y a 2 ans. Et, mesdames, messieurs, dans votre salon, vous pouvez l'applaudir. Victoire de Michael Leboeuf. Leboeuf Motorsports, H350, 2e. Ken Anderson qui a eu des problèmes d'aileron stabilisateur. So, canard problem for Ken Anderson with the 519. So that's why it's loose on speed.
Yep.
And sadly for Bert, I think his day is done for him.
Yeah, he'll be done for the day. But how about that? A LaBeouf winning in Valleyfield is just natural, right?
Yeah, with Gilles Leboeuf. And we're going to see his boat tomorrow.
Yes,
the
we are.
former
Yep.
vintage
Yep,
GP.
the Dynamites will be back out tomorrow be out tomorrow for their vintage heat. But congratulations, like I said, the LaBeouf team has been through a lot. I mean, a house fire, and tore down the garage, and the boat was burned up in that. So really cool for them to get the 25 points in the victory here in 2D.
So coming up next is going to be vintage with the large vintage, and after will be Pro Hydro or Time Trials GP. So stay tuned.
Yeah, large vintage next, and then GP time trial.
Alors voilà, donc.
So large vintage coming up next, and then GP time trial. So all of our fans that are watching, waiting for GP time trials. After this vintage fleet, GP will be out on the water, sponsored by Journal de Montreal for the GP time trials coming up in just a few. Stick around, we'll be right back. All right, vintage hydros making their way back out onto the race course for the second time and final time today. Well, we'll introduce them to you when they come by for the second time. Hopefully I got all these guys correct, so don't shoot me if I'm wrong. On the inside, that is the 135, or 185, the Adamo, Mike Lamatea in the Jones Hall. Here comes the 105, Shockwave, Jim Benson. That's one of, I'm not sure if Stu is in there or Jimmy. Jimmy Shane was driving earlier. Stu Shane might be driving this time, the hijacker. Folks going down the backstretch there, side by side. That's the Fast Company, the E60 on your screen right now. Matt Mornsheimer in a Carlson Hall. JS 181 just came by. I guess they're going to let him come out and test in that JS 181. The CS 68, the Odyssey at Gabriel Brault. That's a Peter Knight built Hall. That just came across start finish line. Just went underneath the drone shot there. The E105 Shockwave on your screen right there. Jim Benson in a conventional Hall. There's the 181 on your screen. Fast Company and Matt Morsheimer in that Carlson, beautiful Carlson Hall. Got the Odyssey. $185 Adiamo Mark Lamontia. After the jerseys, after this vintage flight runs, we will have the time trials for Grand Prix. They'll be coming up next, so I'm gonna go ahead and get myself ready for time trials, get all my paperwork ready to go for GP time trials. But the vintage will continue to do a few laps around the race course, and then we'll go with the Grand Prix time trials. I'm gonna sit out and let y'all watch this as we go by. Coming up next, GP time trials.
Tiens, on va faire un très belle journée de course. N'oubliez pas le spectacle Éric Lapointe. Demain, Maxime Bruno va faire le spectacle avec le fameux qui retourne dans les puits. On va alors je vous laisse pour bon soin de Luigi, Jean Théoret et Eric. Mario, on s'en va en musique. Alors, dans quelques instants, ce sera les essais chronométrés en classe Grand Prix. All the 11 boats will go on the water. They will have 2 timing laps. The first one will be the 135 of John Shaw with the Cool Cat Motorsports. That's the former Rolling Thunder of Tom Pacradone. No, that's the former Bad Influence boat of Mike Grendel. We're gonna have Kevin Ekrit, Josh Culver, Ghislain Marcoux, Jack Lupton, Ken Lupton, Andrew Tate, Ken Brody, with Bobby King behind the wheel, Brendan Kennedy, Eric Langevin, and Ken Anderson will closing the 11 boats.
All right, Nick, before we get started with time trial, go ahead. Yeah, I know. Before we get to time trials, we do have the finals set for the Friday finals for the Formula F and H350. In Formula F, it'll be Eddie Campush in lane number 1. Matisse Gabriel-Chesham will be in 2. Kyle Hayes will be in 3. Mark Lecomte will be in 4. Ken Brody III will be in 5. Kevin Smith will be in 6. John Shaw will be in 7. And then Adam Carruthers will be on the outside in lane number 8. H350, it was really close, but Martin Rochon will have the inside lane. Jacob Hayden will have lane number 2. Andrew Tate will be in 3. The 306 of Tommy Shannon will be in 4. Nick Roos will be in 5. Kenton Henderson makes the final. He'll be in lane number 6. And Donald LeDuc will be on the outside in lane number 7 for that 7-boat H350 final. That'll be our final race of the day. There is some trepidation around the 2. He has a couple holes in the boat, unfortunately, from that contact with himself and Danny Leger in their qualifier earlier today. So right now, he's in the pit area working on it. I know Owen Henderson is here this weekend. He's got all his equipment ready to go to help anybody out. Hopefully, over the next hour, Jacob Hayden will be able to fix that boat and make the final because he's got a good spot. Lane number 2 for the final, and he's been running really well, Nick. So hopefully, the 2 will be out there. But as you said, coming up next will be Grand Prix time trials.
Oui, malheureusement pour Jacob, on a des trous présentement sur l'embarcation. On travaille extrêmement fort pour réparer le tout. Bert Anderson est ici avec tout son équipement pour aider les équipes à réparer les embarcations. Et souhaitons-lui que dans la prochaine heure, on soit en mesure de pouvoir revenir dans les puits sur le plan d'eau pour la finale 350. Donc, comme John l'a dit, Martin Rochon aura à l'intérieur. Jacob Hainaut serait dans le 2e couloir avec Andrew Tate dans le 3e. Tommy Shannon dans le 4e. Nicolas Rousse dans le 5e. Ken Anderson et Donald Leduc à son retour à Valleyfield sera en position remorque dans le 7e couloir. Coming up next will be the time trial GP with the 135 boat on the water.
All right, first boat out on the water for GP time trials is John Shaw in the 135. The Cool Cat Motorsports. Ed and Andrea Thompson are the owners out of Street, Maryland. John Shaw, the driver, is out of Centerville, Maryland. John had a tough weekend in Madison, Indiana last weekend. This is GP time trials. So hopefully the GP 135 can come out and set down a good lap. So the boats will come out of the pit area. They'll come around and do one warm-up lap like you see. They will get on the clock the next time by. So they have an opportunity to do green and then white and then checkered. Basically, that's how they'll go in order to get warmed up. So they will time them for 2 laps around, but they'll obviously just take their fastest lap, which is usually their second. So once Marie-Claude writes down the time, I will revert that time to you so everybody knows what's going on out there in YouTube land. But if you're waiting for the Grand Prix, they are on the water for their time trials. These time trials will set the lanes for the qualification heats tomorrow. You can see John getting on it now in that GP 135. He'll come down to take the green flag, and he will start his hot lap. So 135 is on the clock. Joshua will head down here into turn number 1 on his hot lap. They did time him on that warm-up lap, so that will count in case he does not complete this lap. But he's looking pretty good coming off the exit of 1 down the backstretch. 135 is flying hard down here into turn number 2. Let's see how tight John can get to this buoy row in this tight turn number 2. He's going to go a little bit wide as he comes off the exit of 2 at about lane number 3. Come down here to start-finish line, and we will get the time for you. 32.596. 32.596 for John Shaw. Pretty good time to start the day. That'll get us started, first of 11 boats on the clock. Nick, 32.596, not a bad start for John Shaw.
32.596 millièmes pour John Shaw, c'est extrêmement rapide. Et déjà sera place la barre très haute dans l'ancien Bad Influence. Le prochain sera Kevin Ekrit. The next one will be Kevin Ekrit with the Freak, the GP10.
Yeah, Kevin Ekrit going to come to us all the way from Edmonds, Washington. The Grand Prix America fleet has their boats out pretty early, so it should be the GP10, the Freak, making his way out of the pit area. Kevin had a pretty good weekend in Madison, Indiana last week, and here he comes out of the pit area for his time trial. Time to beat is 32.596. It's not a bad starting spot for that Cool Cat Motorsports team. They got to be pretty proud of that to set down a 32.596 lap. So once again, the boats come out of the pit area. They come around, get the boats warmed up. These Grand Prix hydros got to get the oil temps up and everything running hot in order to make a quick lap. So Ekrit will come across start-finish line in the GC10, the Prix. Richard Racing is the owner. And Kevin comes to us from, as we said, Edmonds, Washington. They're on their kind of East Coast swing here as they were in Madison, Indiana last weekend, running with the H1 Unlimited fleet in the Gold Cup. Now Kevin Ekrit will get on it as it goes down into turn number 2. We'll see how hard he's going to push it and how far wide he's going to go. He's about lane number 4 as he comes off the exit 2 to come around and get the green flag to start his time trial. Kevin Ekrit in the Freak is on the clock. He heads down into turn number 2 here on his hot lap. Nice turn for Kevin as he comes off the exit pit in turn number 1. Picks up the right spots just a little bit that time by. We'll go head down into turn number 2. Let's see how tight Kevin can hold it to the buoy row. The GP10, the Freak, will come out at about lane number 4. Come down here to start finish line. Kevin gets back on the throttle off the exit of 2. 34.223. 34.223. Kevin stayed on the throttle there. Running down into turn number 2 once again. He's going to come hard off the exit of 2. That lap won't count due to the fact that it's his top 2 laps. So 34.223. 34.223 time for Kevin Ekrit. in the GP10, the Freak. Up next should be the 17, the Miss Renee, as he's making his way out of the pit area. Josh Culver out of Tri-Cities, Washington, makes his way out of the pit area.
Oui, Josh Culver qui remplace pardon, Austin Ecrit qui lui attendait un enfant cet été. Et Ecrit serait possiblement de retour l'an prochain. Et Josh Culver qui c'est sa première apparition à Valleyfield dans le Miss Renee. Il sera certainement content de l'accueil des pilotes de la région de Valleyfield ainsi que les fans dans le Miss Renee.
The GP17, the Miss Renee comes across start-finish line. He's actually being timed right now, just so he knows he's got to get on it when he comes around next time. So this lap is being timed, and the next lap will be his hot lap, obviously, because the run out of the pit area is so long here. They count that kind of as your warm-up opportunity, and then this lap right now that you're on, an opportunity to get all the engine temps ready to go. So Josh Culver and then Miss Renee, once again, all the way from Tri-Cities, Washington to run with us here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Now Josh will get on it, and he comes to the apex of 2. He's going to hug the buoy row very tightly. He comes out, well, he just slid out a little bit to lane number 3. But he comes across, we'll put him on the clock to GP17. On the clock as he heads down into turn number 1. Trying to tighten up just a little bit that time is Josh. As he comes to the apex of turn number 1 in the GP17 of Mr. Ray, he'll come off the exit pin, set sail down the backstretch. Time to beat once again is a 32.596. Josh hit the rev limiter and he heads down into turn number 2 in the Mr. Ray. He comes to the apex of 2. Unfortunately, the boat shut off on him down there in turn number 2. So we will take his first time of a 51.072. 51.072. That's unfortunate for the Miss Renee and Josh Culver. So we'll have to get a tow rope to Josh, get him pulled back into the center of the race course before we can send out the 101 of Ghislain Marcoux. So we'll get a tow rope to Josh, get him up off the race course, and then we'll send out Ghislain Marcoux and Dan Mercier's GP 101. So time to beat after 3 boats, a 32.596 by the Cool Cat Motorsports and John Shaw. He's at the top of the charts right now, but we still got, 8 more boats to come out and put in a run. So as soon as we get the tow rope on Josh, we'll come back with the remaining 8 boats for GP Time Trials.
Alors le prochain sera Ghislain Marcoux dans le groupe ABS. Après qu'on ait réussi à remarquer Josh Culver qui est en plein milieu du parcours. So up next, Ghislain Marcoux with a GP 101. Alors, on a de la belle visite présentement à la tour. Vous le reconnaîtrez pour ceux qui suivent la Ligue nationale. Pierre-Olivier Joseph. Pierre-Olivier, première présence ici à Valleyfield?
Première fois aux régates en fait à Valleyfield. J'ai beaucoup d'amis qui restent dans le coin. Ça fait très longtemps qu'ils me parlent des régates, de venir ici. Puis c'est malheureusement la première fois que je viens et clairement pas la dernière, ça c'est sûr.
Pierre-Olivier, on va parler un peu de ta signature de contrat avec les champions de la Coupe Stanley, les Hurricanes de la Caroline. Est-ce qu'ils t'ont déjà dit un peu à quoi ils peuvent s'attendre de toi cette année? On sait que La bataille va être de mise là, pour les champions de la Coupe Stanley. Qui déjà, vous perdez Jarvis pour le début de la saison, mais côté défense, est-ce qu'ils t'ont déjà dit un peu à quoi ils s'attendaient de ta part?
Non, pas vraiment. Je pense qu'on y va une étape à la fois. Je pense que dans ce moment, je suis vraiment plus dans rencontrer tout le monde de l'organisation, comment bien m'installer dans une belle place comme ça. Je pense qu'aussi, ils ont des choses à faire avec les Coupes Stanley et les tours de la Coupe Stanley avec les gars. Fait, je reste un peu à l'extérieur de ça et de leur célébration, mais je suis très excité de rentrer dans un groupe comme ça qui se connaissent bien, qui viennent de gagner une Coupe Stanley, qui ont l'air proches. Fait que je suis vraiment excité.
On sait que tu as eu la chance de jouer avec ton frère, Mathieu. Est-ce que ça a dû être spécial là, pour vous deux de jouer ensemble?
Oui, c'était vraiment le fun. Je pense qu'on a tout le temps rêvé à ça, de jouer ensemble, mais c'était le fun de pouvoir le côtoyer sur la patinoire puis à chaque jour aussi.
Ben, gros merci Pierre-Olivier, puis profite bien du restant de la journée ici à Valleyfield.
Alors, le voici en piste, celui dont on parle, après un retour, mesdames et messieurs, depuis 2019. Donc, Ghislain Marcoux, embarcation 101. Ça vaut la peine de saluer les gens de l'autre côté.
All right, Ghislain Marcoux coming out in the GP 101 for his time trial. Good to see Ghislain back in a boat. It's been a few years since he's been on the Grand Prix circuit. He's got the backing of Dan Mercier, the owner of the boat. Dan is an NHRA Top Fuel Hydro racer, Top Fuel Dragster racer. I said Top Fuel Hydro, but Top Fuel Dragster. And wanted to get back into Grand Prix racing, so they've got the GP 101, the ADS sponsored GP 101 and Ghislain Marcoux. So we'll see what kind of time they can put out. They have not competed in a race in 2026 yet. They've only been through testing. They were trying to get to Brockville, but they were unable to make it to Brockville, so we'll see how they do here as Ghislain is on the backstretch, getting ready to come around for his timing run in the 101 right here in Valleyfield, Quebec. Valleyfield's got a couple boats here this weekend, including the 101, the 212, and of course the 757, who's driven by Ken Henderson, but the boat is out of Valleyfield. So here comes Ghislain in about lane number 3 as he comes down the start-finish line on the clock. GP 101 will turn left up a wall of the white water. Really nice turn for Ghislain. He comes off the exit of 1 and heads down the backstretch. Boat starts to climb a little bit as he heads down into turn number 2. So Ghislain on the clock here. A little bit of spray coming up off that skid fit as he turns it hard down into turn number 2. Comes out in about lane number 4 or 5 almost. Trying to hold that buoy rail, unable to do so. He'll come around, he'll get a time. The 101 with a time of 36.121. 36.121 for Ghislain Marcoux in the GP 101.
Alors Marcoux, ça le place présentement en 3e place avec 36.121. Son temps. Le prochain sera Jack Lupton dans le Jack Lupton Motorsports. On a réussi à trouver le problème de ce matin. Alors Marcoux. Donc voilà le top 4 présentement. John Shaw, Kevin Ekrit, Ghislain Marcoux, and John Culver. Next one will be Jack Lupton with the Jack Lupton Motorsports. After will be Ken Lupton with a 577. So the next seconds will be the 33 boats, and he's leaving the dock. So Jack Lupton is coming on the race course. He's leaving the dock.
All right, GP33 will make his way out. The Jack Lupton Motorsports onto the race course. As we said earlier, that boat was just finished being built about 2 weeks ago. They made it to the Brockville Regatta, but Jack had some issues in that 33. They've been able to test and get ready here for Valleyfield. The boat was testing at the bridge on Tuesday night. Looked really good with that GP 33. From all indications, they should be ready to go here for a good Valleyfield Regatta weekend. So all the way from Waverley, New Zealand, back to try it again are the Luptons. I know they want to win this prestigious Valleyfield Regatta. And they're back out here with 2 really good race boats and 2 really good drivers. So hopefully they have a successful weekend. 11 boats here this weekend, and we will have a 7-boat final. Jack Lupton, cross start finish line. On his warm-up lap in the GP33, the Lupton Motorsports. He'll start to pick up the pace a little bit as he heads down into turn number 2. We'll see what strategy Jack tries to implement as he goes down here into turn number 2. Some guys like to hug the buoy, some guys like to go a little bit wider. We'll see where Jack decides to go. Looks like he's going to go out and about lane number 3 or 4 when he comes off the exit pin. And we'll put him on the clock at the GP33. All right, he looks pretty good as he goes through the apex of 1 and 33. Nice white wall of water gets thrown up off the skid fin of the 33 as he heads down the backstretch here in Grand Prix time trials at the Valleyfield Regatta. Halfway through his lap, Jack Lupton sets it down into turn number 2. Trying to hug that buoy row, comes down about lane 3. He'll come down to complete his time trial lap. We'll see what the time is. It'll be a 31.956. 31.956. Jack Lupton to the top of the charts here in GP time trials. 31.5 or 956 is the new time to beat. John Shaw back to second position with a 32.596. So about 0.6 of a second separating first and second right now. Ken Lupton will be the next boat out, but it looks like they're going to get Josh Culver towed up off of the race course in the GP17, the Miss Renee. But a nice lap for Jack Lupton, 31.956. New time to beat here in the GP time trial, sponsored by Journal de Montreal. Just a reminder, after GP time travels, we'll go Pro Hydro Racing. Then we'll go the Formula F final and the H350 final. So getting down to it now. Got Culver tied up, and here comes Kenny. So Ken Lupton making his way, as you can see on our screen from our drone shot, making his way out of the pit area onto the Robert Theoret race course here in beautiful Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. It's Grand Prix time, trial time. The Miss Lucas Oil out of Waverley, New Zealand, makes his way onto the backstretch. A beautiful shot by our drone team here in Valleyfield as Ken Lupton brings the 577 out over the race course. Once again, time to be 31.956. Jack Lupton. I expect the top time to be in the 30s. So we will see. Kenny brings the 577 to Miss Lucas Oil down here into turn number 2, going really slow, trying to get those temps warmed up. Once again, the time trial times do count. They will get points for these time trials, and they will also determine their lane assignments for tomorrow. So very important that these guys get a good time today, because if not, they're going to be stuck on the outside for that first round of qualifiers tomorrow morning. Miss Lucas Oil coming across start finish line. Beautiful boat. Spent the winter here in the shop in Brockville. When Ken got back to Canada, he started to work on the boat a little bit about 2 weeks before Brockville. Did not have a successful Brockville, as they will say. They will tell you that, but he looks ready to go here in Valleyfield. Lupton. Going slow across the midway point of the backstretch. Once again, 31.956. Jack Lupton holds the top spot right now in Grand Prix time trial. Looks like Ken's going to get on it as he hits the entry spin in turn number 2. He's going to go out in about lane number 5, come flying down here to start finish line. 577. Ken Lupton on the rev limiter as he heads to the apex of turn 1. Really nice turn for Kenny as he comes off the exit of 1 down the backstretch here. This Lucas Earl out of Waverly, New Zealand was really balanced, set up perfectly as he heads down into turn number 2. Ken throws it hard into the turn. He'll come out about lane number 5, almost lane 6 down the front stretch. Ken Lupton, he'll go on the clock for the time of 32.500. 32.500. So that'll put Ken into second position. Jack Lupton gets the better of his brother Ken. So right now it's Lupton, Jack in first, Lupton, Ken in second, and John Shaw currently in third in the 135. Up next will be Andrew Tate in the 71, the wild one. Out of Wild Lake, Michigan, he'll make his way out of the pit area in the GP 71, the wild one. So once again, Jack Lupton still the boat to beat. 31.956. All right, Andrew Tate makes his way out of the pit area onto the backstretch. If you were with us in Brockville, you saw that Andrew had an issue with the front canard in the opening round of qualification heats. He ran the first qualification heat without the front canard. Came back on Sunday and ran pretty well. Last weekend he was competing for the APBA Gold Cup in Madison, Indiana, ran second on the water to Jimmy Shane. Andrew back here in Valleyfield. He is your defending champion in Grand Prix because we have not run a final in 2 years, as everybody knows. He was, the last time we ran a final was 2023, and Andrew Tate in this boat, which was the Hydrofish at the time, won the final in 2023. So we'll see what kind of time Andrew can put on the board. Once again, time to beat Jack Lupton, 31.956. The big hitters are coming up now with Andrew Tate on the water. He'll be followed by Bobby King and then Brandon Kennedy. We head down here into turn number 2. Andrew going to get on it now as he comes off the exit 2 in about lane number 4. Beautiful water conditions for GP time trials. Andrew Tate Chimes walks it down here into turn number 1. Backfiring as he goes to the apex of turn 1. Up on that rev limiter as he comes off the exit pin of turn 1. Andrew Tate, look at him just tiptoe. There's the left and right sponsors as he heads down into turn number 2. Really good boat ride for Andrew as he comes to the apex of 2 here in GP Time Trials, sponsored by Journal Day Montreal. Off the exit of 2, Andrew out to about lane number 5. He comes flying down here to start finish line. 33.130. 33.130. So it's still Jack Lupton on top, 31.956.
Exact. Vitesse moyenne autour de 174 km/h.
31.956, Jack Lupton with the time to beat. Up next should be Bobby King in the 50, the Freedom for the Brody family. As Bobby makes his way out of the pit area in GP 50. Bobby King brings the 50 out. The Freedom drives for the Brody family. As I said, out of Grand Island, New York. Bobby comes to us from Memphis, Michigan, as he heads down into turn number 2 here on his first of 2 warm-up laps. Jack Lupton currently at the top, 31.956, followed by Ken Lupton, 32.500. He's followed by John Shaw with a 32.596. See if anybody can eclipse that 31-second mark and get into the 30s. Really tough to do here in Valleyfield with that tight turn number 2. So Bobby came down through turn number 1 here on his second of 2 warm-up laps. Bobby King on the water now, followed by Brandon Kennedy coming out next. Then it'll be Eric Langevin, and then Ken Henderson will be the final boat. Grand Prix time trials. We'll run 3 qualification heats tomorrow. So the top 3, very important to get that inside lane tomorrow for the first round of qualifiers. And Bobby King is coming forward. GP 50, flying hard down into turn number 1 is Bobby King. You can hear him backfiring just a little bit as he comes to the apex of turn 1 here on his flying lap. GP 50. Chime walking down the back stretch. Bobby had to get out of the throttle as he gets down into turn number 2 just a little bit. Comes off of the apex of turn 2 out to about lane number 4. Bobby King comes across start finish line with GP 50 to 3, and his time is 34.146. 34.146 for Bobby King in the GP 50. The Freedom. So once again, the top 3 remain the same. Jack Lupton with a 31.956. Ken Lupton with a 32.500. And John Shaw with a 32.596. Still your top 3, with Brandon Kennedy, the favorite coming into the weekend, defending champion from last weekend in Madison, and he also won in Brockville. So 2 weekends in a row, the GP 35, the Jones Junction presents the TM Special, has won 2 weeks in a row, looking for his first victory in Valleyfield since 2018. Was the last time Brandon Kennedy won the GP final here in Valleyfield. And this is everybody's pick. A lot of talking around the boat racing world. The GP 35 is the boat to beat here this weekend in Valleyfield. And we shall see what kind of time Brandon puts on the board. Can he get into that 30-second range? We will see. Right now it's a 31.956 from Jack Lupton. The time to beat. Kennedy down into turn number 1. We'll see what he decides to do here in the GP 35. I'm not going to give it away, but you might see a little bit of a different strategy from Brandon than you've seen from all the boats so far as he goes down here into turn number 2. Just let's see how wide Brandon takes this turn. He is out to the outer buoy markers. He'll come off the exit pin of turn number 2 from lane number 6, and he will dive hard across start finish line. And now the GP 35, the TM Special is on the clock. Brandon Kennedy through the apex of turn number 1. A really nice boat ride off the exit pin of 1. Gets down the back stretch in the GP 35, the TM Special. As he climbs down the backstretch here on the GP time trials. It's hard down here to turn number 2. Really took a nasty hop as he comes to the apex of 2, right next to the buoy row, out and about lane number 2. Brandon Kennedy off the exit of 2. He'll come across start-finish line, and the time will be 33.609. 33.609. Wow. That will put him in 5th position. 33.609 for Brandon Kennedy. So Jack Lupton's still at the top of the board with a 31.956. His brother Ken in 2nd. So the Kiwis right now are 1-2 with a 31.956 and a 32.500. Up next, Eric Langevin making his way out of the pit area. I can tell you, Eric has impressed me. He looked really good in Brockville. He has found some speed in that 212 Silco Racing. And right here in Valleyfield, Quebec. I want to thank Journal de Montreal, your proud sponsor of the Grand Prix Hydros this weekend. The biggest field of Grand Prix you will see. We've got 11 of them here this weekend. And Eric Langevin is on, so 2 more boats to go here in GP time trials. Once again, Jack Lupton was the 5th boat out. He's still holding on to the top spot. The only boat to crack 32 seconds is Jack Lupton with a 31.956. Eric Langevin will come across start-finish line to get the temps warmed up in that Silco Racing GP212. Just a reminder, coming up after GP time trials, we will have Pro Hydro Heat 2A, followed by the Formula F final and the H350 Friday final as well. So once these 2 boats complete their time trial laps, we got 3 more heats of racing for you today. We really do hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and I want to thank Stephen, Jared, Tate, everybody behind the scenes helping us out here on the cameras, and Stephen doing a great job producing everything down below. As Eric Langevin is going to go out and about lane number 5. He'll come down to start his time and run. And Eric Langevin heads down into turn number 1. Comes off the apex of 1. Silco Racing. And Eric Langevin set sail down the backstretch. Sounds like he might be down something a little bit as he gets down into turn number 2. And Eric Langevin is bogged down just a little bit off the exit of 2. And yep, I figured something was going amiss. He's going to try to complete this lap though. And he will finish the lap. And he will probably shut that thing off. He's going to try to limp it back to the pit area. Sound like a cylinder or something down. 39.392. So 39.392. Obviously, Eric off the pace, but he did make the boat back to the pit area. So the final boat, the 757 Canada boy, Kent Henderson, will be coming out next. So no matter what happens here, the 33 and the 577 will have inside lanes for their qualifiers tomorrow. All right, final boat making their way out of the pit area is Kent Henderson, the 757 Canada boy out of Brockville, Ontario. Is Kent, the boat owned by Mario Blaine from right here in Valleyfield, Quebec. This is Mario's, so he says, Mario's final season as owner of the 757. So final opportunity for that team to do something here in Valleyfield. Kent was very good in Brockville. I think he had lane number 3 for the final. We'll see what he does here today in that GP 757. Just a reminder, tomorrow will be the first qualification heats of GP. They'll probably run right around noon time tomorrow. They will run twice. We have 1A, 1B, 1C tomorrow, and 2A, 2B, 2C to end the day on Saturday. So the final boat can end Kent Henderson. Defeat a time of 31.956. Jack Lupton still holding on to the top spot in Grand Prix Hydro time trials. All right, here goes Henderson down into turn number 2. And now we'll start to see him pick up the pace a little bit as he comes off the exit of 2 down here to start-finish line to get on the clock. Ken Henderson, the Canada boy. Henderson heads down into turn number 1. The 757 Canada boy. Nice turn for Kent as he comes off the exit pin of turn number 1. He'll head down the backstretch. Nice boat ride for the 757 Canada boy. He just picks up the left spot just a little bit down into turn number 2. Kent trying to really hold it tight. Comes off the exit pin, gets a little bit squirrely. He'll come across start finish line with a time of 33.879. So 33.879 for Kent Henderson. So that'll do it. And Jack Lupton will be your top boat in GP time trials with a 31.956. His brother Ken will be second with a 32.500. And John Shaw will be third with a 32.596. So your top 3 in GP time trials: Jack Lupton in the GP33, Lupton Motorsports, Ken Lupton in the Miss Lucas Oil, the 577, and John Shaw in the Miss Cool Cat, the 135. Your top 3 in Grand Prix time trials, sponsored by Journal de Montreal. Up next, Pro Hydro Heat 2A.
Alors, quelle surprise de voir Jack Lupton avec le meilleur temps, suivi de son frère. La déception, c'est peut-être Brendan Kennedy, seulement 33 secondes, mais tout n'est pas joué en Grand Prix. Les qualifications débuteront demain pour eux. La prochaine épreuve, qualification 2A, classe Pro Hydro. Alors, qualification 2A, classe Pro Hydro. Qualification 2A, Pro Hydro. On aura à l'intérieur le V110 de Denis Rousse. Le V13, est-ce qu'il sera sur le parcours de Derek Smith? Derek Anderson, le V76 de Essence 2. Dans le troisième couloir, Guillaume Charette, dans le V77, sera dans le quatrième couloir. Éric Labelle dans le cinquième corridor. Et Dominique Maisonneuve sera à l'extérieur. So, for now, we're not seeing the 19 and the 13. Still missing the 19 and the 13. Alors, tantôt, on a eu droit à toute une course entre Dominique Maisonneuve et Guillaume Charette. The first boat to pass in front of me, it's the 76 of Derek Anderson. And we're seeing Éric Labelle and Derek Smith, so all the 6 boats will be on the water. Maisonneuve qui a augmenté son avance au championnat à 25 points suite à l'abandon d'Éric Labelle dans le Do It un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui. Denis Rousse will be inside with Oiseau Bleu, the V110. Ça, c'est l'ancienne embarcation qui avait Brendan Kennedy, l'ancien Team Hate Cancer. Derek Smith dans l'Adrenaline Rush a toujours son embarcation Hydro 350, mais a décidé de faire le saut en Pro Hydro. Et si tantôt on a eu tout un spectacle, attendez-vous à ce que ce soit encore comme ça tout au long de la fin de semaine. Oh, Charette is done! Guillaume Charette. No, it's Derek Smith. Sorry, I thought it was Guillaume Charette, but it's Derek Smith has done. So major problem again for Derek Smith with the Adrenaline Rush. We are 154 away to the start. Will be still 2 more races to come. The 2 finals of the Valleyfield edition. Friday edition. Éric Labelle, ça c'est le premier Oiseau Bleu, l'ancien Oiseau Bleu de Denis Rousse qui avait Chris Galbraith l'an dernier. Derek Anderson qui pilote l'ancien V77 de Guillaume Charette, qui s'appelle maintenant l'Essence 2. So it will be a 5-boat race because Derek Smith has done. He's dead in the water. 1 minute away to the start. So inside will be Denis Rousse. Derek Anderson will be in the lane number 2. Guillaume Charette will be in the lane number 3. Fourth will be Éric Labelle with a Do It. And at the outside will be Dominique Maisonneuve. We are 28 seconds away to the start. On est à 20 secondes. On a eu droit à tout un spectacle. Tantôt, course de 4 tours. On est à 10 secondes. Ouais, Maisonneuve, il est là. On est à 3 secondes. 2, 1. Et tout le monde aura été légal au départ. Will be a great start for Guillaume Charette. On sort du virage. C'est Denis Rousse à l'intérieur. Et c'est les deux essences côte à côte. Charrette, Anderson et Rousse. Oh, et Rousse là qui tente de grappiller, mais Derek Anderson qui est maintenant côte à côte. Et attention à l'oiseau bleu. Oh, l'oiseau bleu qui tente de reprendre une place, mais cogne durement dans le virage. Mais voilà que Anderson s'amène. Oh, et Rousse a passé tout près des bouées, mais Charrette réplique. Guillaume Charrette qui réplique dans le Charrette Racing V77. Et Rousse va se contenter de la 3e place. Oh, que ça cogne durement dans le virage. Charrette, côte à côte. Et problème là pour Derek Anderson. Problem for Anderson with a 76. It's dead in the water. Anderson is dead in the water. So sad, he was leading the race. And he's done for the 76. But now the battle is for the 2nd place between Denis Russe and the L'Oiseau Bleu. And Dominique Maisonneuve with the V109. 2 tours de compléter. Russe là, qui tente de garder un couloir intérieur favorable face à Maisonneuve. Et on dit que le 76 est dans le 2e couloir, il faut faire attention. Et Denis Russe là qui va passer très près du Essence 2. Mais Maisonneuve qui rapplique dans le 109. White flag is up. One more lap for Guillaume Charrette pour être parfait ce week-end jusqu'ici. Maisonneuve est capable de se rapprocher de l'Oiseau Bleu. Russe qui tente de garder son couloir intérieur, mais Maisonneuve qui revient dans le virage. Pendant que la Belle, lui, doit se contenter de la 4e place. Problem for Éric Labelle with a do-it. Mais ce sera la victoire s'il n'y a pas de pénalité de Guillaume Charrette. Est-ce que Maisonneuve aura le temps de remonter sur l'Oiseau Bleu et Denis Russe? Et ce sera la victoire. Journée parfaite pour Guillaume Charrette, V77. 2e, belle performance de Denis Russe. L'Oiseau Bleu, suivi de Dominique Maisonneuve dans le V109. Et Éric Labelle, lui, doit se contenter de la 4e place dans le Do-It Racing. Et qu'est-ce qui a pu se passer du côté de Derek Anderson? Il menait la course et tout s'est éteint pour le 76. So, coming out next will be the final of Formula F. Presents by for the finals will be by Valleyfield Honda for the finals of Défi du Vendredi on the Friday edition here in Valleyfield. So coming up next, Formula F final. Alors, finale du défi du vendredi.
All right, it's time for the Formula F final. Should have 8 boats make the call. Remember earlier today, all 8 of these boats ran 2 qualifiers of 3 laps each. They combined the top times from their first and second qualifier, and that determined their lane assignment here for the 8-boat final. And right now, looks like we've got all 8 out on the race course, Nicholas. Should be a good final. Of course, the top qualifier is Eddie Campouche in the 16. He'll be in lane number 1. Everybody else is going to have to chase him down.
Oui, Eddie Campouche sera à l'intérieur dans le Viper. Il a eu le meilleur temps. C'est Mathis Gabriel Chiasson qui sera à ses côtés. Carl Hayes dans le 3e couloir. Marc Lecomte dans le 4e corridor. Kenan Brody III sera dans le 5e couloir. Kevin Smith dans le 6e. John Shaw, suite à sa pénalité ce matin, sera dans le 7e couloir. Et à l'extérieur, Adam Carouters dans le Heron Choker. On est à 2 minutes 40, ce sera une finale de 3 tours. Et tout le monde devra travailler dur pour aller chercher celui qui mène au classement, Eddie Campouche dans le Viper.
2 minutes, 30 seconds to the start. Formula F final. On the day number 1 of 3 here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. All 8 boats have made it into the final. 2 minutes and 10 seconds away. As we said, Eddie Campouche will be inside in lane number 1, your top qualifier on the day. The 57, Matisse Gabriel Teixan will be in lane number 2. The 35, Akal Hayes will be in 3. Mark Lecomte in the 555 will be in 4. The 50, Ken Brody III will be in 5. The 26 of Kevin Smith will be in 6. John Shaw, the 92 will be in 7. And the 38 of Adam Carruthers will be in the outside lane number 8. John Shaw is in lane number 7 because he got a penalty in his first qualification heat earlier today, only resulting in 8 points instead of 25. It would have been him and Eddie right next to each other. Instead, John's out in lane 7.
Oui, on s'attendait à voir sûrement John Shaw et Eddie Campouche côte à côte, mais ce n'est que partie remise. Attendez-vous à ce que lors de la finale dimanche, ce sera ça. Mathis Gabriel Chiasson qui a connu une excellente course tantôt et une excellente journée sera évidemment à surveiller dans le How. Marc Lecomte, lui, malheureusement, sa journée en 350, ça n'a pas bien été, mais 1 minute away to the start of this first final of the weekend for the Formula F.
Inside 1 minute, as Nicholas said, inside 1 minute to go. First final of the weekend, the Friday final. Formula F, 3 laps around the Robert Theoret race course. As he said, it'll be Campouche, lane number 2. Matisse Gabriel Teixan will be in lane 2. Eddie will be in lane 1, excuse me. Teixan will be in 2. Kyle Hayes will be in 3. Mark Lecomte will be in 4. Ken Brody III will be in 5. The 26, Kevin Smith will be in 6. John Shaw will be in 7. And on the outside will be Adam Carruthers. All 8 boats. Great shot for you coming down here into turn number 2. 20 seconds from the start. Everybody lined up pretty good as they come off the exit of 2, up a little bit early as they're 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. It's close. Ken Brody III and John Shaw will lead them down here to turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lanes all the way through the apex of 1. Oh, we got a boat over. We got a boat over, I think.
C'est Kyle Hayes qui est à l'envers.
It is Kyle Hayes. Kyle Hayes is blown over in turn number 1, so red flag. Red flag. Red flag on the race course. Hard for us to tell here. We might have to get a replay from the drone, but it looked like Kyle probably in that situation rode a tail, Nicholas, and went upside down, but luckily the boat landed right side up.
Oui, Carl Hayes là, semble avoir ouvert sa carlingue, mais là, Kevin Smith ne semble pas avoir ouvert son cockpit. So,
Kyle's already on the rescue boat, which is a good sign. He's already walked himself to the rescue boat. So that's a good sign, but luckily he landed right side up. I think he went completely over, Dick, a complete 360, and the boat landed right side up. But good news is Kyle's okay. He's already got himself situated on the rescue boat, which is a good sign. So they will get that boat on the hook. And Kyle will head back to the pit area. As I said, it's really tough when you got 8 boats. Everybody hold their lane through that apex of turn 1. And that's tough. It's tough to do. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back.
So, coming up next will be the rerun of the final Formula F. Stay tuned. Carl Hayes la semaine devant nous. Et semble être déjà sur l'embarcation. Rescue donc dans quelques instants. Reprise de la finale Formule F.
All right, welcome back here to Valleyfield, where we had the incident with Kyle Hayes. I was able to rewatch the drone footage, and unbelievable drone footage that our team got there on that. Kyle just blew over. I mean, basically went into the turn, lifted the right sponson, and the boat went over. It's hard to tell from here with 8 rooster tails going down into turn number 1. But up next, we're going to run 350 Friday final, and then we'll come back with the Formula F final. So H350's coming out next for their final, sponsored by Grace Canada. It'll be on the race course here in just a second. Should be 7 boats make the call. First boat coming out is Martin Rochon in the 773. Hopefully Jacob Hayner was able to get his boat fixed and out on the race course. We'll see if he makes the call in the H2, the Novo Racing. Andrew Tate in the 300 is coming out. The 519 of Kent Henderson. Yeah, there is Jacob. Great job by that team. The H2 out of Beauharnois, Quebec is back on the water. We saw pictures of that boat. He had holes in the left spots of that boat. So great to see them make those quick repairs and get out as he heads down here to turn at number 2 right now. Looking for 7 boats, and here they all are. We got 4 in turn number 2 and 3 down in turn number 1. So all 7 have made the call. H350 Friday final, sponsored by Grace Canada. Nick, this should be a good one. We got some really fast boats here in this Hydro 350 final.
Alors, évidemment, à surveiller, c'est Martin Rochon. C'est lui qui a eu les 2 temps les plus rapides. Il sera à l'intérieur et ça serait vraiment une belle histoire de voir Martin Rochon remporter le défi du vendredi. John, it will be a great history if Martin Rochon won today.
Oh, yeah.
After 2 weeks ago at a blowover in Rockville.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he's able to do it. I mean, he's got the inside lane here in the finals. Remember, today we ran 3-lap qualifiers. They combined both of their times, and he had the fastest time of all 7 boats that have made it into the final. We started with 18, and we're down to 7 here for this 353-lap final. We're 2 minutes and 50 seconds away, and as you said, a ton of work went into that 773 to get it ready for this weekend. He is going to have to nail the start, though. He's not going to be able to do like he's done in the past to come from behind. He's going to have to nail it because the 306, the 2, and the 300 are right to his outside. And those 3 guys are usually pretty good at getting good starts. So we'll see how it all shakes out here. But 2:25 from the start, H350 final on Friday.
Évidemment, Nicolas Rousse partira 5e corridor, mais sera extrêmement surveillé. Tommy Shannon, on a changé la carlingue pour cette course. On a mis la carlingue style Anderson. On sait que tantôt, on a eu la carlingue style requin. Et Donald Leduc, lui, doit être certainement très heureux de faire une première finale à Valleyfield en 350. Et demain, tout repart à 0. Et on rappelle les demi-finales ce dimanche en Hydro 350. 1:45 away to the start of this Hydro 350 Finals, présenté par Remarquage Valleyfield et Savary. Donc, Remarquage Valleyfield et Savary sont le commanditaire de cette finale du défi du vendredi. I think we're going to have a great battle between Martin Rochon, Jacob Hainaut, and Andrew Tate. Don't forget Tommy Shannon and Nicolas Rousse too. And I don't see... Okay, Anderson is right there.
Minute 5 from the start, minute 5 away. H350 final sponsored by Grace Canada. We will get them lined up for you based off of times from today. Martin Rochon, he'll be on the inside in lane number 1 in the 773. Lane 2 will be Jacob Hainu in the H2. The Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. Lane number 3 will be the 300 of Andrew Tate out of Wild Lake, Michigan. Lane number 4 will be the 306 of Dog Nasty, Tommy Shannon from right here in Valleyfield, Quebec. To his outside, Nick Bruce of the 225 will be in lane number 5. Lane number 6 will be the 519 out of Brookville, Ontario. That's Kent Henderson, and on the outside, the 48 of Donald LeDuc in the Cannonball. Those are the 7 boats, how they'll line up here for the H350 3-lap final. 18 seconds from the start. Everybody getting lined up down here in turn number 2. So we are now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we'll call it a clean start. Andrew Tate and Martin Rashad will lead them down here into turn number 1. Tate from lane number 3 has got to hold his lane all the way through the apex of 1. Rashad will turn left first, but he's got company to his outside. Martin Rashad is your leader through the apex of 1. Off the exit of 1, it's Rashad, but Tate is in the rooster tail.
Martin Rashad est en avant, Jacobeno, Andrew Tate. Et qui quatrième, c'est Nicolas Rousse, le 2-2-5. Et Tate, là, qui va, attention, là, la bourre reste devant, là. Est-ce qu'Andrew Tate va rejoindre Martin Rashad et le 7-7-3 avec 2 tours à faire?
Martin Rashad leads it off the exit.
Oh là!
Turn number 2. We had a boat spit out down there in turn number 2, but it's Rashad leader after 1. 1 down, 2 to go. Rashad leads. Tate runs in 2nd. Nick Roos runs in 3rd. Tommy Shannon runs in 4th. Henderson runs in 5th. Donald LeDuc runs in 6th. And Jacob Haydu spun it out, runs in 7th. But we're halfway through the 350 final. It's all Martin Rashad.
Malheureusement pour Renault, il a fait un crochet, mais là, Nicolas Rousse est aux trousses de Andrew Tate pour la 2e place. Et Martin Rochon est à 1 tour et demi d'une victoire absolument inattendue pour l'équipe du RTX Wheels. 1 tour à faire pour Martin Rochon.
Martin Rashad will come around and complete lap number 2. He gets a ground ovation from the crowd here as he's got 2 down and 1 to go in the 350 final. Rashad leads. Tate runs in 2nd. Bruce runs in 3rd. Tommy Shannon runs in 4th. Ken Henderson in 5th. Donald LeDuc and Jacob Hayden, but off the exit of 1, it's all Martin Rashad.
Un demi-parcours à faire. Mesdames, messieurs, quelle histoire ce serait. Martin Rachon. Écoutez, j'en ai la chair de poule. Il y a 2 semaines, l'embarcation était brisée en 2. Dernier virage. On pourra l'applaudir. Dernier droit.
Off the exit of 2, it'll be the checkered flag, this time by 3 up and 3 down, and Martin Rashad will win the Friday final. 2nd place will go to Andrew Tate. 3rd will go to Nick Roos. 4th position will go to Tommy Shannon. 5th place will go to Kent Henderson. 6th will go to Donald LeDuc. As Jacob Hayden, who unfortunately spun it out in turn number 2 on lap number 1, will come around and get 7th. But how about that? Martin Rashad blew it up in Brockville, repaired it within 10 days, and wins a perfect Friday for Martin Rashad, your winner of the Grace Canada Presents the H350 Final.
Écoutez, mesdames, messieurs, vous y auriez demandé il y a 2 semaines qu'il serait au quai des champions le vendredi au Régates de Valleyfield. Jamais il vous aurait parié sur un tel scénario. Quelle histoire! Et je suis sûr qu'il sera extrêmement ému. Et on recommence tout à 0 demain. Martin Rochon nous l'a dit dans les puits. On sait que le championnat n'est plus disponible pour lui, mais sera certainement surveillé tout au long de le week-end. Mesdames, messieurs, voici votre champion Hydro 350 du vendredi, Martin Rochon!
So Martin Rashad will bring the 773 to the victory dock here in Valleyfield. It is always an awesome thing to be able to do, no matter if it's Friday or Sunday, especially for a Quebecer to come to the victory dock is always a really cool thing. So they'll do an interview with Martin Rashad. We'll sit out and let them do that interview, and hopefully you can hear it on our live stream. But Luigi and Eric will do that interview with Martin Rashad.
Quelle belle histoire, quelle belle scène. Martin Rochon, pilote d'expérience, pilote aguerri, et enfin il goûte à la victoire à Valleyfield. Et vous aurez dans quelques instants l'entrevue du vainqueur, Martin Rochon.
Absolument. Beaucoup d'émotions, là.
Ah oui. Des beaux moments.
Valleyfield, le pilote Martin Rochon qu'on accueille sur le podium.
Salut Martin. Bonjour. Tout d'abord, le respect après ce qui s'est passé à Brockville. Ça représente quoi pour toi 2 semaines plus tard de venir ici sur le quai des champions?
C'est incroyable. Il n'y a pas de mots. Quand je suis sorti du premier coin puis j'étais en avant, j'avais vu le 300, mais je pense qu'il a tourné large un peu. Ça m'a permis de mettre l'année en avant. Puis le travail qu'on a fait dans les 2 dernières semaines pour être ici, c'est incroyable.
La course, c'est une chose, mais il y a la course avant la course. Tu as parlé des travaux, Armand de travail, toute l'équipe d'Anderson. Tu as une équipe incroyable qui t'a supporté à travers toute l'épreuve et le défi de repartir le bateau. Là.
Oui, exactement. Armand, il est allé passer une semaine là-bas pour nous donner un peu de jeu pour pouvoir se préparer. J'ai même engagé Owen Anderson pour qu'il fasse l'overtime samedi, dimanche. Sinon, on partait avec le bateau mardi, ça n'aurait eu aucun sens. Fait que, merci Owen en passant. Même s'il m'a coûté cher, ça valait la peine. Owen, on l'a fait travailler samedi, dimanche, puis moi puis Armand puis 2 autres membres d'équipe ont allé l'aider. Fait que, on a gagné 2 jours, qui a vraiment fait une grosse différence pour nous permettre de peinturer le bateau, faire la finition, puis même aller tester mercredi. Là, mais c'est une somme de travail colossale que mon équipe a abattu. Là. Merci, groupe, sans vous autres. Là, je suis pas là.
Une course de 3 tours, Martin, avec comme dans l'intérieur, c'est le gaz au fond, puis on regarde par l'arrière.
Oui, exact. JF, avant la deuxième course, tu veux-tu la première ou la deuxième? La première. Donnez-moi tout le temps la première, puis je vais apprendre. Et je le savais, par exemple, que moi, j'arrive la deuxième dans le coin, parce que là, ça a vraiment pas. Comme l'année passée, c'était exactement la même chose. J'avais le premier candidat dans le défi du vendredi, mais Paul Barber était avant moi dans le coin, puis ça a tourné carré. Mais là, j'ai pu tourner où je voulais, j'ai pu garder ma vitesse, puis en sortant du coin, c'était terminé, il n'y a plus personne qui peut me toucher.
À quel point c'est un boost de confiance pour le reste de la fin de semaine?
Ben là, ça va me donner un gros boost parce qu'on était 12e. Je pense qu'on va remonter 5e au championnat. Ça fait vraiment une grosse différence pour les corridors. Fait que, oui, la confiance pour le week-end. On va essayer de garder la machine intacte et de se classer pour la finale en plutôt 350. Ça prend pas grand-chose pour pas aller en finale. Fait que, se classer pour la finale, essayer d'avoir un bon corridor. Et oui, la confiance est là pour essayer de la maintenir.
Martin, félicitations encore, ça vaut là. Faites les propos, on se revoit demain sur le plan d'eau.
Je veux dire un petit mot de remerciement à mon commanditaire principal, RTX. Je ne sais pas s'ils sont là, mais ils vont être là en fin de semaine. Merci, gang, pour le support que vous me donnez.
Encore une fois, votre champion des défis du vendredi, c'est Martin Rochon dans la RTX Wheels, qui remporte les défis du vendredi, ainsi que la course qui est remise dans le remorquage Salaberry et remorquage Valleyfield.
88.1 FM, la radio.
All right, we're going to have the rerun of the F final. Obviously, Kyle Hayes blew over in the first running, so we will have to rerun it without him, obviously. Hopefully the boat's okay, and he'll be ready to go tomorrow. He was leading down there into turn number 1. Nick, it'd have been interesting to see how that came out of turn 1 on that first run of the final, but obviously blowing over is not what he wanted to do, I'm sure, but the good news is he's okay. The boat looked okay. It landed right side up, so hopefully minor issues with the 35 and they'll be ready to go tomorrow. But boats coming out on the water, we should have 7 of them make the call for the rerun of the Formula F final.
Alors à l'intérieur, c'est Eddie Canfouche dans le Viper, le F16. Il aura à ses côtés Mathis Gabriel Chiasson dans le Howe. Kyle Hayes, malheureusement, suite à son accident, ne pourra revenir. Marc Lecomte aura donc le 3e corridor de disponible. Il y aura Kenneth Brody III dans le 4e couloir. Kevin Smith sera dans le 5e. John Shaw, Tenacity dans le 6e. Et à l'extérieur, Adam Carruthers dans le Heron Joker. Comme John l'expliquait, pas Adam Carruthers, mais Kyle Hayes est OK. Il a pu retrouver rapidement sa mère proche du quai des ambulances. Et l'embarcation semble OK. On souhaite le revoir demain. So this final is presented by Valleyfield Honda. We are 3:07 away to the start of this last race of the day.
Yep, 3 minutes away, as Nicholas said. Last race of the day. Hopefully we get through it unscathed, as the wind is starting to pick up just a little bit. Not too bad, but it is picking up harder than it's blown all day long. So hopefully we can get this in before the winds really do pick up. But a great day of racing so far. Really only the one minor incident with Kyle going over, but he's okay, so we should be all right. 2:38 from the start. As we said throughout the day here in Formula F, Eddie Canfouche on top of the leaderboard and really has not struggled at all today. Won both his qualifiers pretty handily. As we said earlier at the beginning of the first attempt to run this final, John Shaw was assessed a penalty in one of his qualifiers. That puts him out in lane number 7 for the final. If he hadn't accrued that penalty, him and Eddie would have been right next to each other here in this Friday final. Sponsored by Valleyfield Honda. The Formula F final is on the race course, and we are 156 from the start, 156 away. And the question is, can anybody hang with Eddie Canfouche? It's not going to be Shaw unless somebody makes a tremendous mistake. He's going to be out in lane number 6 now with Kyle Hayes out, but it's going to be tough for him to win from lane number 6. He's going to have to really nail the start. But Eddie, if he just hits his start, he should be able to win this final.
Oui, Eddie Canfouche, évidemment, tout se joue au départ, mais normalement, il effectue des assez bons départs, merci. Mathis Gabriel Chiasson, le Howe, qui l'an dernier avait fait sa première course de la saison ici à Valleyfield. Marc Lecomte sera évidemment surveillé dans le Happy Sunny, le 555. On ne sait pas ce qui a pu arriver avec son 350. Et là, où est John Shaw? Je ne le vois plus.
All right, inside 1 minute. 1 minute to the start. So as they conjure up down here into turn number 1, that's a great shot there from our drone team. Lane number 1 will be Eddie Canfouche in the 16, the Viper. To his outside in lane number 2 will be the 57, Matisse Gabriel Chason, the Howe. Lane 3 will be the 555 now, the Happy Sunny and Mark Lecomte. Ken Brody III will be to his outside. Then it'll be Kevin Smith in 6. John Shaw will be in 7. And up on the outside, Adam Carruthers out of Rexton, New Brunswick will be on the outside in lane number 8 in the F38, the Heron Choker Racing. 25 seconds to the start. Formula F final. Final race of the day here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. We're 15 seconds from the start. They're all in a pretty good spot as they fan out to come down here to start finish line as we are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark will call it a clean start. Gabriel Chason will lead him down into turn number 1 from lane number 2, but watch for Eddie Canfouche on the inside in the 16. The Viper as he comes through the apex of turn number 1. Eddie Campouche is your leader off the exit pit of turn number 1. Campouche, the Viper leads, but Jason's right there.
Alors, Canfouche et Mathis Gabriel Chiasson et John Shaw là, est actuellement 4e dans le Tenacity, mais le voilà 3e. John Shaw est maintenant 3e. Attention là, la bourrasque de vent là, qui est un peu plus menaçant. Canfouche a bien passé, même chose pour Chiasson. Regardez la bagarre à 3 pour la 3e.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. Eddie Campouche is opened up by 4 or 5 boat lengths. Over top of Keith Gabriel Chase Shaw. John Shaw is flying. The 92 from lane number 7 has made up a lot of ground. Trying to pick up spots as he heads down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in the Formula F final. Eddie Campouche by 2 rooster tails, but the battle's for second.
Et Chiasson la résiste face à John Shaw, mais le voilà côte à côte. Et attention là au vent qui est encore une fois plus menaçant. Et John Shaw est maintenant 2e dans le Tenacity. Est-ce qu'il pourrait rejoindre Eddie Canfouche? Ça, ce serait quand même assez difficile, mais un tour à faire seulement. White flag.
Off the exit of 2 after lap number 2. 2 down, 1 to go. For fast Eddie Campouche out of Grand Island, New York in the F-16, the Viper. One more circuit around the Robert Theoret race course for Eddie Campouche. The victory here in the Friday final, but John Shaw has found some speed at that 92. He's made up a lot of ground from lane number 7. Running in second position, Matisse Gabriel Filson in third, but off the exit of 1, it's still Eddie Campouche.
Eddie Canfouche qui s'éloigne de plus en plus avec un demi-parcours. Shaw peut-être avec 5 tours aurait eu le temps de rejoindre Eddie Canfouche, mais là, avec un quart de parcours à faire, ce sera trop tard. Dernier virage, dernier droit pour le meneur Eddie Canfouche.
Off the exit of 2 for the final time on lap number 3. It'll be the checkered flag, this time by, and your winner of the Friday final, sponsored by Valleyfield Honda, is Eddie Campouche in the 16, the Viper. John Shaw will get second in the Tenacity. Third, we'll go to Matisse Gabriel Chason in the 57. Fourth to go to Ken Birdie, the third, in the 50. Kevin Smith will get fifth. The Harris Trophy record racing of Adam Carruthers will get sixth. And Martin LeCompte will round out the field in seventh in the 5x5 Happy Sunny. But once again, your winner, the Friday final, Formula F, Eddie Campouche.
Alors, Eddie Canfouche qui a gagné la finale Formule F présentée par Valleyfield Honda. Et John va aller l'interviewer sur les haut-parleurs principaux. Et dans quelques instants, on vous fera le mot de la fin. So, coming up next, the winner, Eddie Canfouche, and after the salute for tomorrow.
Avec son sourire légendaire, mesdames et messieurs, on applaudit très fort Eddie Campouche. Wow, il est heureux. Oh, il est content. Avec un salut théâtral. That's accomplished. Yeah. Mesdames et messieurs, votre champion de la finale du vendredi en Formule F, M. Eddie Kempfusch.
All right, Eddie, congratulations, buddy. A Friday final here in Formula F. How's it feel, my man?
Feels great. I've had some pretty bad luck in these the past couple of years, so it's nice to get that monkey off my back, and I guess the next thing we'll do is try to do it again in a couple days.
Absolutely, both look really good out there. Talk about your team a little bit, getting that thing together after Brockville. Really rough there, but coming here, really perfect racing conditions today. Great run for you on that inside lane. You just held everybody off.
Yeah, it was a beautiful day. The Fast City Racing Labor boat is unbelievably fast. It makes me look a lot better than I actually am. So, no, we've worked really hard over the past few months to make this thing as fast as it is, and we're going to see what we can do to keep going a little quicker, but it's in a really good place.
Yeah, it looked really good. John came from lane number 7. He was hunting you down, ran out of time. I don't think he was going to get you anyway, but that 92's found some speed after their rollover in Brockville. So those are the guys you probably have to look out for moving into the weekend.
If you were to circle anyone on the heat lineup, it's going to be them, and they're going to keep getting faster, so we just have to do the same thing.
Congratulations, Eddie. You're winner of the Friday final Formula F.
Merci Jean-Thomas pour l'entrevue. Alors, Eric, après un week-end à Brockville qui a été plus so-so, pour Eddie Kempfusch, en sortant évidemment dans les Valleyfield, c'est plus facile. Là.
Oui, il était très heureux. Il a mentionné à l'ami John retirer un peu la malchance qui semblait coller à la peau ici. Puis il a dit espérer revenir dimanche, revenir discuter avec John. Il a aussi parlé des travaux qui ont été faits sur l'embarcation pour tout mettre en place, avoir une machine incroyable de course rapide.
All right, Nick, we'll go ahead and get ready to sign off here. A great day of racing here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta on Friday. Beautiful day. Congratulations to Martin Marchand and Eddie Kempfusch, your winner of the Friday finals. But overall, a successful day.
Oui, quelle journée parfaite, conditions idéales et de très belles courses. Tout repart à zéro demain, so everything going at 0 points for the F and the Hydro 350 tomorrow. But for the Hydro 350, we have semifinals Sunday, so
yeah,
a lot of power we're going to have tomorrow with the novice program at 9 a.m. Don't forget the novice class tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yep, Nick, it's been a great day, and as Nick said, our novice program will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. They'll be on the water first, and then I think we've got like 27, 28 heats tomorrow. It's a busy day.
Yesterday, 28
heats tomorrow. So Nick and I are going to go rest up. We're going to rest our voices, not going to talk tonight. Maybe drink a few beers or something, but relax and chill. We'll come back tomorrow ready to go for day number 2 of 3. Before we get off here, I want to thank Jared. We want to thank Tate. I want to thank Steven down below us here for doing everything. For Nick, I'm John. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. start for the novice. Have a good night.
Bonne soirée tout le monde. À demain.